Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Saved the Assassin of Hope. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All Might's hardened expression softened as he stepped off the speeding boat onto the cool sand. Ocean waves crashed all around, the tide tumultuous. Salt sprayed his face, and he grimaced as the bitter water touched his lips. The crashing waves echoed a warning to the investigative team. They were not prepared for what awaited them. Nevertheless, the team pressed onward onto the island. 𝘐𝐿 followed closely behind All Might, maintaining a few feet of distance as the #1 hero led them deeper into the island. Jungle trees surrounded them, some ablaze. The team behind 𝘐𝐿 held their weapons at the ready. Just hours earlier, an explosion had rattled the small island, shocking everyone on the mainland. The island was presumed uninhabited, so what could have caused such a deafening blast? Residents along the coast feared for their safety, prompting All Might to assemble an investigative team and head to the island to quell their concerns. News of the explosion spread rapidly. All Might slowed to a stop, causing the team behind him to follow suit. All Might! The detective behind him whispered, glancing ahead. The hero took a moment, squinting into the distance where smoke obscured his view. But his eyes did not fail him. "A building," he said, turning to 𝘐𝐿. "We are certainly not alone." 𝘐𝐿 nodded in agreement, and they continued forward. The air was thick with smoke, and the heat from the flames radiated onto their skin, making them sweat. They dodged a falling tree, its stump engulfed in flames. Pushing through the forest and rough terrain, they approached the burning building. Multiple structural pillars had collapsed, and the high roof sagged as it succumbed to the flames. High-voltage electrical fences sparked, some having fallen to the ground. All Might grimaced, noting the lack of an entrance. "Let's go around and see if we can find a way in," he instructed. The team detoured to the right of the burning structure, making their way around the impressively large building, its true area concealed by the trees. They halted when they reached the front of the building. A vast expanse of concrete lay before the entrance, roughly the size of a football field. They all stood still, taking in the horrifying scene. Burning debris littered the area, and the heat from the flames was overwhelming. "Holy!" 𝘐𝐿 stumbled to the side, wide-eyed, as nausea threatened to overtake him. Someone nearby retched. All Might's breath caught as his gaze fell to the center of the concrete expanse. Amber streaks cut through the air around a girl who knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the scene before her. Her fiery red hair fell around her, obscuring her features. The amber streaks continued to emerge, revealing voids of darkness. Vibrant pink energy spiraled out from the portals, crumbling as it collided with something unseen. Her figure remained still, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, panic washed over her face. She reached up, tugging at her hair in distress. Her heterochromatic eyes widened in disbelief, as if she were trying to deny the reality around her. She took a deep breath, only to begin hyperventilating, her gaze darting around to absorb the chaos. All Might's heart raced when their eyes met. He rushed toward her. "Don't!" she screamed, raising a hand toward him. He was thrown back, landing hard on the concrete, the impact cracking the ground beneath him. Ignoring the pain, he sprang back up as his team surrounded him, weapons drawn. "Hold your fire!" All Might shouted over the roar of the flames. The girl's chest heaved as she stared at them, tears filling her eyes. She narrowed her gaze. "Don't come any closer. I'll hurt you too," she warned, her voice trembling. 𝘐𝐿 interjected, "She did this. We need to detain her." Confusion crossed the girl's tear-streaked face, her brows furrowed in distress. "Do not shoot unless I instruct you to," All Might commanded, standing tall. "But All Might." He turned to them, his expression serious. "Yes, she was involved, but she was scared for my safety," he said firmly. "Something isn't right, and I'm going to find out what it is." He turned back to the girl, taking slow steps toward her. She flinched but held his gaze defiantly. "I said get away," she shouted, her hand reaching out again, sending a wave of pink energy toward him. He dodged with his quirk, watching as the neon spike struck a tree behind him, disintegrating upon impact. Her eyes widened in surprise at his agility. All Might narrowed his gaze, his voice steady. "Did you do this?" Her lips trembled as she struggled to respond. I didn't mean to," she cried, cradling her face in her hands. All Might noticed something written on her neck. Her body shook with sobs, and the pink energy lessened. All Might stepped closer, cautious. She watched him warily but did not attack. "What do you mean?" he asked gently. "I don't know what happened," she admitted, looking away. All Might sighed deeply. "Something took over me," she confessed, looking back up at him, her expression breaking his heart. "They did something to me." All Might straightened, brows furrowing. "What do you mean?" The girl winced, her eyes glistening with tears again. She tried to speak, but her trembling lips made it difficult. No they. Panic surged within her as her breathing quickened. "I'm so sorry," she choked out, her gaze darting to the weapons the team held, suddenly calming at the sight. Her tears didn't cease. As acceptance began to dawn upon her, the girl's eyes suddenly dulled. "Just do it," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. All Might's eyes widened as he turned to his team, fear evident in his expression. The squad seemed stunned by her words, hesitant. "What are you waiting for?" The girl drew his attention again, her voice rising in anger. Tears streamed down her face as she glared at them. "Just end this." Her voice was desperate. "All Might." Tsukachi glanced at him, uncertainty in his voice. The girl seethed. "Do it," she cried out. "I just hurt everyone here." Her voice cracked as she let out a brittle laugh, the sound tugging at Toshinori's heartstrings and hero instincts. "I'll lose control again. I'll hurt everyone. Just stop me before that happens. I deserve it." Her voice choked on the last part, shoulders trembling as tears continued to fall from her angry eyes. "I'm a hero," All Might said firmly. The girl laughed, a strained sound. "So what? You don't want to stop me? Let your friends do it then." All Might clenched his fists, his jaw hardening. "The #1 hero in Japan." She stared at him, judging him with tears in her eyes. "You are just a young girl," he said gently, "who has faced unfortunate things that led to this moment." Her face crumpled at his words, lips quivering and eyes widening. "You don't know anything." She was right. But he needed her to calm down. "You didn't do this, they did. Whatever they did to you led to this." He stepped closer, his gaze softening as he looked at the young girl. His gentle voice somehow cut through the chaos around them, drawing her attention. She shook her head, lips trembling as she blinked away her tears. This man really didn't understand. She studied him through her blurry vision, wanting to believe his words. She craved the comfort they offered. Her azure gaze searched his face, eyes glossing over again, brows twitching in utter remorse. The understanding in his eyes was the most she had ever seen. She hoped he meant every word he said. The look he gave her made a whisper of a sob escape her trembling lips. He smiled at her with such kindness and understanding that she wanted to trust him. It made her believe he was every bit as kind as he appeared, every bit a hero. He clenched his fists tightly as he held her longing gaze. "I will help you through this. You don't have to be trapped here." "I don't deserve it," she said. "Look around, I caused this." She yelled the last part in frustration. Her two-colored eyes shone with anger, guilt, and a whirlwind of other devastating emotions. Her pale, tear-stained cheeks glistened with the heat from the surrounding flames that consumed everything in sight. The roaring flames echoed their own devastation, and smoke clouded the sky. The building crumbled more and more, threatening to collapse completely with each passing second, structural pillars cracking and breaking away as the flame-covered roof sank deeper. The remnants of chaos lay scattered around, overwhelming All Might's senses. It was a nightmare, and it made All Might want to pull her out of it. "I'm here to save you. Leave all this behind. We'll find a way to make it right." His voice was rough, smoke seeping into his lungs as he extended his hand toward her. The girl buried her face in her hands. "You don't want to rescue me. It would be a mistake." You'll regret it. She whispered into her trembling fingers. Saving me would be a burden. The pro-hero smiled at her as she lowered her hands. The determination and kindness in his eyes warmed something inside her, almost lifting her from the terrors around them that weighed her heart down. Her mind told her to reject his offer, but her heart ached to accept it. For once, she was swayed to act with her heart. She was tired of ignoring what her heart wanted, what it hoped for. But the last time she dared to hope, devastation followed. She was terrified of what would happen if she acted on her heart again. Her hope felt like a selfish thing. But she was exhausted from ignoring her heart's desires. She was tired of living without hope. And this man was finally giving her a chance to embrace it. The last time she hoped, it hurt someone she loved. If she hoped again, would she hurt another person she cherished? But she wanted a second chance. She wanted to live a normal life, free from this island. She wanted to hope this time. All Might held out his hand to her. If helping you is a burden, I'll gladly take it on. Her eyes widened as a simple sob escaped her lips. The girl decided to act on her heart's desire. She took his hand, ignoring the danger she posed to everyone else if she accepted his offer. She stepped over the remnants of chaos before her and looked up at him, eyes round and full of tears. The portals around her snapped shut, disappearing in a flash of light. Her heterochromatic eyes widened, the left amber iris dulling to match the other cerulean blue before her eyelids drooped. She stumbled forward into All Might's arms as she lost consciousness. The chaos on the island began to calm. Prologue. The selfishness of hope. Citizens gathered on the sandy shoreline, the howling wind amplifying their dismay. Many pushed their way toward the point where the sand met the crashing waves. Murmurs and anxious gasps filled the air as the hazy cloud that had obscured their view parted momentarily. With worried gazes, they looked beyond the horizon. A thick cloud of smoke blanketed the barely visible island. It was a small speck in the distance, so insignificant that no one dared to explore it. A distant orange hue coated the island, and only a sliver of glowing red could be recognized as the source of the suffocating air. The smoke completely obscured the view from the mainland's beach, and the people knew the fire was devastating. People shuddered while staring out at the once inconspicuous island. What could have caused such chaos? The thought terrified the citizens of Japan. Were they in danger too? Would repercussions reach them next? Was a terrible villain emerging? Was this their warning? Desperate to secure their safety, the gathered citizens rushed away from the beach, allowing helicopters and police forces to investigate for them. But what if a villain truly had caused such destruction to the distant island? Would the police be able to handle them? They needed the security of a pro-hero. They needed All Might. Chapter 1. If rescuing you is a sin, then I'll gladly become a sinner. Summary. Kimitsuki Kayato, otherwise known as K-109, is rescued by All Might from an unknown facility on a remote island. For the first 14 years of her life, she trained and competed against 49 other kids to become the sole survivor of the program held there. The last one standing would become the overseer's personal assassin. Fortunately, the principal of UA High agreed to let Kimitsuki enroll in Class 2A to help her control the artificial quirk the overseer forced upon her. A few months prior, the blond man, no older than 30, thoughtfully grazed his thumb against his chin as he scanned through the results in front of him. The ample neon blue light from nearby holograms displaying the faces of unkempt children illuminated the dark room just enough for him to read the small writing on the paper he held. He narrowed his emerald eyes as he focused on a particular trainee. The success rate for S-102, he began, is low. He seemed the most likely out of all the trainees. His voice carried a hint of disappointment as he scrutinized the papers. The main doctor behind him stepped closer, his long white coat subtly flowing as he did. But what will surprise you even more, he positioned himself next to the young man, who turned his head to face him. The doctor pointed at the paper the blonde was holding. Is K-109's rate? Zeniku's emerald eyes widened slightly in surprise when he saw the white-haired girl's file, and he raised a brow. 58, he read the emphasized line. Zenitsu looked up again at the doctor, his expression sharpening as he glared at him. "You didn't make a mistake, did you?" he asked, his voice tense. The doctor froze before regaining his composure. No, I even triple-checked," he stammered. "That's her real rate." He scrambled to the other side of the built-in desk and grabbed some papers off the cold metal, rushing back to wave them in Zenitsu's face. "I theorize that it's her quirk." Zenitsu's jaw tightened as he narrowed his eyes at the paper, filled with jumbled writings and possible theories. He scoffed, letting his suspicion fade. This doctor was the smartest man he knew. His theories and rates for each trainee had to be accurate. A slight smirk crept onto Zenitsu's face as he resumed grazing his chin with his thumb. "Yes, given her quirk, I can't say that it should be surprising." The doctor quickly responded, "Exactly my thoughts. I believe her quirk has altered her blood's acceptance rate for the new quirk because both her quirk and our artificial quirk are alike." He nodded to himself. Yes, he was planning to gift the sole survivor of his program a new, special quirk, one perfectly suited for the assassin that said survivor would become. Zenitsu reciprocated the gesture, his long blonde locks swaying slightly. "Good. Very good." So she would be the finalist in his program. He was determined to ensure that. The rest of the elimination rounds wouldn't matter. She was going to win no matter what. The doctor gulped. "Well, I just wanted you to inform me of how you plan on proceeding with the quirk transference. You do know that this specific quirk feeds off of anger to activate it?" Zenitsu scoffed. "Yes. Obviously I do." In order for the quirk to actually transfer into K-109, he placed the papers on the long desk beside them, fiddling with his fingers nervously. "She'll need to feel an immense amount of anger." He furrowed his brows. "Just how do you plan on making that happen?" Zenitsu's hardened gaze never wavered, but a sinister smile crept onto his lips, defining his sharp jaw. His emerald eyes glinted with a maniacal intensity. "I have an idea," he replied. "I'm sure, if you think hard enough, you could figure it out." A spiral of flames shot toward the 14-year-old girl. Keep up, 𝘁𝑐𝐸. Disrupted from her thoughts, 𝘁𝑐𝐸 suddenly raised her hand, and a dark portal appeared, engulfing the incoming flame aimed at her. She quickly glared at her instructor as she opened another portal right in front of the woman, redirecting the flames back at Paradise with lightning speed. Paradise didn't flinch. The flames engulfed her figure. 𝘁𝑐𝐸 seized this opportunity to summon dozens of void portals high above Paradise, lances and spears shooting out of them straight toward the inferno. She grunted, pushing them at the blaze with all her willpower, hoping to leave at least a scratch on her instructor. However, this technique had never worked before. The flames died down, revealing 𝘁𝑐𝐸's crimson-haired instructor untouched by her efforts. The weapons lay scattered across the ground, some bubbling from the heat. Paradise's hand shot toward 𝘁𝑐𝐸, and another inferno erupted, shooting straight at the snow-haired teen. "So repetitive, girl," Paradise taunted, a mock sigh woven into her voice. "Try something new?" 𝘁𝑐𝐸 narrowed her eyes before another portal appeared, engulfing the flames. She felt them extinguish inside her void. "You keep dodging my weapons," 𝘁𝑐𝐸 countered, frustration bubbling beneath her calm exterior. "Think," Paradise urged. A growl of exhaustion escaped 𝘁𝑐𝐸's lips. She had never once beaten her instructor. What else could she do? Before she could ponder further, Paradise charged at her, hammering her fist into 𝘁𝑐𝐸's face. The teen stumbled back, glaring daggers at her fiery instructor. The woman rushed at her again, her quirk ready as sparks danced across her fingertips. 𝘁𝑐𝐸 stood her ground, her sharp eyes tracking Paradise's approach. At the last moment, 𝘁𝑐𝐸 sidestepped, shooting an arm out to grab the woman by the neck. She twisted Paradise's neck with a firm grip, causing the woman to tumble forward into a somersault. 𝘁𝑐𝐸 couldn't hesitate. A void portal opened, and Paradise caught sight of it from the corner of her vision as 𝘁𝑐𝐸 fled from her spot. "Coward," Paradise thought, critiquing her. Without wasting a moment, the woman enveloped herself in flames, a dazzling display of her immense power. Any weapon 𝘁𝑐𝐸 sent Paradise's way was easily melted away. Her flames redirected whatever remained, keeping her safe in the midst of the inferno. But 𝘊𝑃𝑆𝑢ki's portal never dropped a weapon into Paradise's flames. A realization struck her a moment too late. The concrete ceiling high above them came crashing down as 𝘊𝑃𝑆𝑢ki's sledgehammers shot out, splitting the ceiling apart upon impact. Chunks of shattered concrete plummeted downward, aimed straight at Paradise. Paradise quickly covered her head with her arms, squeezing her eyes shut and bracing for impact. Damn it! What is she thinking? The deafening crash echoed through the training hall as chunks of concrete fell like meteors. Dust and debris clouded the room, thickening the air until nothing could be seen beyond arm's length. Paradise's flames flared instinctively, burning smaller chunks and deflecting others, but the sheer volume was too much to handle all at once. One particularly large piece slammed into her shoulder, driving her to her knees with a growl of frustration. Her flames sputtered briefly, betraying the strain. Through the chaos, 𝘊𝑃𝑆𝑢ki's voice rang out. "You're always telling me to think." "Well, I did." Paradise turned her head sharply, her piercing gaze cutting through the haze of smoke. She caught sight of 𝘊𝑃𝑆𝑢ki standing atop one of her void portals, elevated high above the rubble. Her snow-white hair whipped in the residual heat, her blue eyes glowing ominously. "Adapt, Paradise," 𝘊𝑃𝑆𝑢ki taunted. Without warning, dozens of portals materialized in the air around her. Weapons from her void began raining down in tandem with the remaining debris, an unrelenting, chaotic barrage aimed directly at Paradise's weakened defenses. Paradise gritted her teeth, forcing herself to her feet. Her flames roared to life once more, but the strain was evident. A flicker of pride crossed her expression even as she moved to counter. "Finally, girl," she muttered, a ravenous grin crawling onto her lips as she summoned a massive wall of fire to meet the onslaught. But 𝘊𝑃𝑆𝑢ki wasn't done. Her portals began to reposition, opening at unpredictable angles. Some swallowed Paradise's flames mid-air, redirecting them. Others spit out new weapons, forcing Paradise to remain on the defensive, a rare position for the invincible instructor. 𝘊𝑃𝑆𝑢ki grinned, adrenaline coursing through her veins. For once, she had the upper hand. She leapt onto another portal, weaving through the air like a predator circling its prey. Paradise's flames began to dim as her energy waned. She batted aside a spear only to be blindsided by a redirected blast of her own fire. Unable to absorb it quickly enough, the force of the flames knocked her off balance, her flames sputtering out as she fell to one knee again, coughing from the swirling dust and exhaustion. Panting, Paradise looked up at 𝘊𝑃𝑆𝑢ki. She stood poised, a portal crackling to life behind her. The teen's expression was fierce but calm, her body taut with determination. Paradise chuckled, a deep, raspy sound that seemed out of place amid the wreckage. She pushed herself to her feet, shaking off the dust. "That was good." She lifted her head high, eyes narrowing. "Now let's see how long you can keep me down." 𝘊𝑃𝑆𝑢ki's smirk faltered. Her portals flickered slightly, a subtle tremor betraying the effort it took to maintain them. "I'm not done yet." "Neither am I." Paradise's grin widened, flames sparking to life around her once more. "But now, you're thinking." The battle resumed, but this time, 𝘊𝑃𝑆𝑢ki wasn't just reacting. She was strategizing, adapting, testing her limits against the unyielding force that was her instructor. And for the first time, she felt like she might just stand a chance. The room rumbled, the last of the debris settling into the cracked ground as 𝘊𝑃𝑆𝑢ki's portals shimmered faintly in the dim light. Paradise's flames burned low but steady, her crimson hair matted with sweat and streaks of soot. "You're holding back more," 𝘊𝑃𝑆𝑢ki accused, her glowing eyes narrowing. She refused to let the moment slip away. "Stop treating me like a beginner." Paradise tilted her head, a sly smirk pulling at her lips. "You think I'm going easy on you?" With a flick of her wrist, the flames around Paradise surged violently, crackling with renewed intensity. 𝘊𝑃𝑆𝑢ki barely had time to raise her hand before a portal formed in front of her, swallowing the inferno rushing her way. But the pressure of the flames forced her back a step, her heels skidding across the floor. Her heart pounded in her chest as she quickly summoned another portal to redirect the attack, the fiery blast hurtling toward Paradise from behind. The instructor spun gracefully, her flames coiling around her like a protective serpent. The redirected fire disintegrated against the barrier, but even her movements seemed slower now, less sharp. 𝘊𝑃𝑒's jaw clenched as her frustration boiled over. Her hands shot out, and a dozen portals shimmered into existence in rapid succession. This time, they weren't just for weapons. With a roar of effort, 𝘊𝑃𝑒 leapt onto one portal and immediately jumped to another, weaving through the air like a phantom. Paradise's flames lashed out in every direction, but they only grazed 𝘊𝑃𝑒's portals or disappeared into her void. The teen leapt above her instructor, her fists clenched tightly around a spear she had summoned mid-leap. She threw it with all her strength, aiming directly for Paradise's exposed back. The spear struck, but it didn't pierce through the wall of flames that instantly erupted around Paradise. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 landed on her feet and quickly opened another portal to avoid the retaliatory fireball that came hurtling toward her. "Is that all you've got?" she taunted, her grin daring. Paradise's eyes narrowed, a flicker of genuine irritation breaking through her composure. "Careful, girl. Cockiness doesn't suit you." But 𝘊𝑃𝑒 wasn't just being cocky, she had a plan. She darted across the battlefield, her portals appearing in erratic patterns as she disappeared and reappeared. Each movement was precise, forcing Paradise to waste energy chasing after her. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 could feel the tension in the air, the heat of the flames beginning to dull as Paradise's stamina waned further. "You're slipping, old lady," 𝘊𝑃𝑒 quipped, her smirk widening. Paradise snarled. "Watch it, 𝘊𝑃𝑒." The instructor gathered all her remaining strength, her flames erupting into a massive inferno that filled the entire room. The heat was suffocating, the air shimmering with raw energy. 𝘊𝑃𝑒's heart raced as she leapt behind a void portal just before the flames could consume her. Emerging behind Paradise, 𝘊𝑃𝑒 summoned a massive portal high above them, larger than any she had created before. She gritted her teeth as sweat poured down her face, her entire body trembling with the effort. The portal opened wide, and an enormous steel column engulfed earlier during her training came crashing down. Paradise turned, her flames flickering weakly as she raised her arms to block. The column smashed into her with earth-shaking force, slamming her into the ground with a deafening boom. Silence followed, the dust settling slowly to reveal Paradise pinned beneath the massive structure. Her flames had all but extinguished, and she let out a low groan, her body still but her pride very much alive. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 collapsed to her knees, panting heavily. Her instructor's voice broke the silence, rasping but amused. "Now that was thinking." 𝘊𝑃𝑒 blinked, surprised. "You're not mad." Paradise laughed weakly, wincing as she shifted beneath the column. "Mad? I'm impressed. Took you long enough to beat me, though." A grin spread across 𝘊𝑃𝑒's face as she sat back, exhausted but victorious. "I finally won." Paradise smirked, her crimson eyes glinting despite the pain. A wave of pride hit her chest, but she rolled her eyes for the sake of her own. "Don't let it go to your head, girl." Footsteps echoed through the bright hall. The sound of heavy boots echoed alongside the soft patter of 𝘊109's footsteps against the dull, gray floor. All her energy had been drained from her spar. Against Paradise, and her earlier motivation had vanished. She wouldn't see her combat instructor for another 2 days. The crease between her brows deepened as the familiar weight that dragged down the 𝘊𝑃𝑒's shoulders returned. For the next 2 days, she would be surrounded only by the regular staff and guards, those who were strict, selfish, and often harsh. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 almost flinched when one of the guards tightened his grip on her arm, his fingers pressing into her skin uncomfortably. 2 guards flanked her, escorting her back to the trainees' living quarters. Their hold was so tight that she felt slightly lifted off the ground, her toes dragging against the cold concrete. Why couldn't all the staff be like Paradise? She was the only one who treated 𝘊𝑃𝑒 like a person, not just a weapon in training. Paradise even called her by her name, 𝘊𝑃𝑒. Despite being tough during their training, 𝘊𝑃𝑒 knew Paradise only wanted the best for her, and she appreciated the woman deeply. But 𝘊𝑃𝑒 would never dare to voice her complaints about the other staff. It always led to trouble. Punishments were common at the facility, as were threats of violence. The guards, dressed in their usual black attire, marched down the hall, their boots thudding against the floor in a discouraging rhythm. Each guard was equipped with a weapon, and 𝘊𝑃𝑒 knew better than to disobey them. She had experienced the consequences of defiance too many times. She understood that if she ever felt brave enough to resist, the guards could easily subdue her with the push of a button, sending waves of pain coursing through her body. The pain was unbearable, and she had learned the hard way that it wasn't worth the fight. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 accepted her powerlessness in their presence, having grown accustomed to their treatment. A gasp escaped her lips as the guards shoved her into a room, slamming the door shut behind her. The sound of the metal barricade locking into place echoed ominously, startling the others inside. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 groaned against the cold floor, her eyelids heavy with exhaustion. She made no effort to rise. Fatigue enveloped her, leaving her without the strength to stand. "Oh, Kimmy." Gentle fingers brushed against her face, lifting her head with a tender touch. She didn't need to see the person to know who it was. She recognized that warm voice instantly. Warm brown eyes met hers, filled with concern that gradually softened. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 blinked up at her friend, feeling the weight of exhaustion. "It was rough today," 𝘊𝑃𝑒 whispered, her words not phrased as a question. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 held 𝘊𝑃𝑒's worried gaze. Among the 12 remaining trainees, she was closest to 𝘊𝑃𝑒. They were among the few brave enough to forge a friendship in this grim environment. The other trainees resumed their activities, viewing their camaraderie as a temporary alliance. After all, why would anyone form attachments when only one of them was destined to survive? Yet one other admired their courage. "You beat her, didn't you?" Seiko asked, stepping closer, his ruby eyes glinting with amusement. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 turned her head to glance at him. His playful smile and tousled dark curls drew her attention. "The fulfillment in your eyes," he remarked, studying her with a teasing grin. Her pulse quickened under his gaze, warmth creeping to her cheeks as he crouched beside 𝘊𝑃𝑒. 𝘊𝑃𝑒's eyes widened as she turned to 𝘊𝑃𝑒. "Did you really?" 𝘊𝑃𝑒 let out a breathy laugh, finally finding the strength to sit up. 𝘊𝑃𝑒's hands hovered nearby, ready to support her if needed. "Yeah," 𝘊𝑃𝑒 replied, her voice soft yet filled with pride. "I did." 𝘊𝑃𝑒 gasped, excitement bubbling over as she shook 𝘊𝑃𝑒 by the shoulders. "That's amazing," she exclaimed, practically bouncing with joy. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 radiated a natural beauty, her pale pink waves catching the light and shimmering with a hint of gold. The color of her honey eyes complemented her soft features perfectly. Seiko chuckled, drawing the attention of the other trainees, who had been watching with blank expressions. The living quarters were a dreary place, devoid of smiles or conversation, as everyone was trapped in a cycle of relentless training with only one survivor in sight. But the trio sought to make the most of their time together, finding joy and pride in even the smallest victories. "Let her breathe, 𝘊𝑃𝑒," Seiko teased gently, tilting his head with curiosity. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 huffed, releasing 𝘊𝑃𝑒 with a pout. "Fine. But tell us how you did it." Seiko settled down on the floor beside them, his movements relaxed. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 laughed softly, brushing a strand of her snow-white hair from her face as she glanced between her two closest friends. "All right," she said, her voice softening. "I'll tell you." 𝘊𝑃𝑒 leaned back against the cold, unyielding wall, taking a moment to catch her breath. She glanced between 𝘊𝑃𝑒's wide, sparkling eyes and Seiko's expectant grin. Their curiosity was infectious, and for the first time in a long while, she felt a flicker of pride. "Well," she began, brushing her hair away from her face. I managed to think differently this time." "Differently how?" 𝘊𝑃𝑒 prompted, practically bouncing in place. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 smirked faintly, the memory of the battle flashing in her mind. "I stopped trying to overpower her. She always melted my weapons or redirected them. So I aimed higher. She motioned upward. I used the ceiling against her." 𝘊𝑃𝑒 made a surprised sound. Seiko raised an eyebrow. "You brought the ceiling down on her?" 𝘊𝑃𝑒 nodded. "And when that wasn't enough, I used her own tactics against her, kept her guessing, wore her down. She didn't see the final blow coming." Her voice softened, the weight of her exhaustion settling in again. For the first time. I actually felt like I could win. Aiko clapped her hands together, her face beaming with pride. That's amazing, Kimmy. I knew you'd find a way to outsmart her one day. Seiko leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees as he studied her. You're growing stronger. Smarter. But you've got to be careful. Since you beat Paradise, they'll make the next eliminations harder. The mention of the next eliminations sent a shiver down Kimitsuki's spine. She lowered her gaze, her fingers idly tracing the faint scars on her wrist from the bangle's shocks. I know, she said quietly. Beating Paradise doesn't mean I'm ready for what's next. Aiko's smile faltered, and she reached for Kimitsuki's hand, squeezing it gently. You'll be ready, she said with a conviction that made Kimitsuki's chest tighten. We'll all be ready for the next eliminations tomorrow. Right? Kimitsuki glanced at Seiko, who gave her a solemn nod. His ruby eyes glimmered with an intensity that was both reassuring and unnerving. We're stronger than most of the others, he said. Kimitsuki wished she could hold onto their optimism and encouragement. She tried not to let it show, but the thought always lingered in the back of her mind. 12 trainees. 6 fights to the finish. And no guarantee of who would be paired against whom. What if she ended up in a ring against Aiko's bright, hopeful eyes or Seiko's reassuring smile? What if she had to take down the only 2 people who made this place bearable? Would Zeneca be so cruel? Who was she kidding? There isn't anybody crueler. Chapter End. 2. The second elimination. State your name and age. The girl looked up at the interrogator seated across from her on the other side of the metal table. She blinked, still not quite awake. Memories flooded her mind, causing a pounding headache as she tried to comprehend them. Despair. Plus. She grimaced as her thoughts drifted back to the island and what had happened there. Just then, her memories halted, right before the blonde hero found her. The number 1 hero saved her. Of all people. She scanned the room, ignoring the interrogator's question. Where is he? She thought, furrowing her brows. Her eyes landed on a blonde man in the far corner of the room. He couldn't be her hero, he looked too frail. Her eyes widened when he met her gaze. A cough interrupted her thoughts. She turned back to the interrogator, who seemed puzzled. What was his question again? Kimitsuki Kayato, she spoke, determination glimmering in her eyes. I think I just turned 15. The interrogator nodded, his short black hair ruffling with the movement. You were 14 when All Might rescued you from the island? He questioned. All Might. She gave him a quizzical look. Yes. The man across from her sent her a sympathetic glance. You've been in a coma for a year. What? Had it really been that long? Then she must be. I'm 16 then, she realized, the thought sounding strange as it left her lips. He nodded. That sounds about right. Wait, she began, her eyes becoming reminiscent. All Might. He's the hero that rescued me, right? Kimitsuki asked, curiosity shining in her eyes. The interrogator nodded. All Might has actually been really looking forward to seeing you. Kimitsuki's eyes sparkled. But a lot has changed since you collapsed on the island. She stared at him, raising a brow. What do you mean? For starters, All Might's retired, he began. He fought a battle about a year ago that took all of his power, which is why he might look different than how you remember him. She frowned. Different? Shuffling from the front of the room interrupted them. Kimitsuki snapped her head toward the sound, her eyes narrowing in confusion as the blonde man she had spotted earlier approached the table. The man paused, opening his mouth, brows twitching from confusion to hesitation before he closed it again, unsure of what to say. He cleared his throat and adjusted his tie. After a long moment, his blue eyes met hers. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. His voice was soft, almost hesitant, as he stepped closer. Kimitsuki frowned, her gaze flitting over him cautiously. There was something familiar about him, but it wasn't enough to quell the gnawing confusion in her chest. She sat up straighter, her arms folded tightly against her torso as if bracing herself. I'm Tashinori Yagi, he said. His hands fidgeted for a moment before he clasped them in front of him. But you might know me better as All Might. Her body stiffened, her eyes widening slightly. She blinked at him, her expression unreadable. For a long moment, she didn't speak, her mind racing to process his words. Finally, her lips parted, and she said quietly, "What are you talking about?" Toshinori offered a small, almost apologetic smile. "I know I don't look the way you remember me. After a battle with a villain called 𝘭𝘭𝘏, I lost my powers. This is my true form now." She stared at him, her gaze narrowing as she tried to reconcile his words with the image burned into her memory. The towering, invincible figure that had carried her away from the island didn't match the frail man in front of her. "That doesn't make sense," she said at last, her voice low and careful. "I understand why you'd feel that way," Toshinori said, his tone calm and patient. "But it's the truth. And I'd like to prove it to you, if you'll let me." Kimitsuki's brow furrowed, her fingers curling against her sleeves. Her words came out softer, hesitant. "How?" Toshinori leaned slightly closer, his blue eyes steady and earnest. "Do you remember what you said to me on the island?" he asked. Her gaze flickered with unease. She didn't want to revisit those memories. She glanced down at the table, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know. You told me to leave you behind," he said gently. "That you weren't worth saving." Her breath hitched, but she said nothing, her fingers tightening around her sleeves. "I told you that everyone deserves a second chance," Toshinori continued, his voice steady but kind. "Even if they don't believe it themselves." Her head lifted slightly, her eyes meeting his with a mixture of vulnerability and disbelief. For a moment, she looked like she wanted to argue, but no words came. Instead, she pressed her lips together, her expression closing off. After a long pause, she nodded. Toshinori felt relief wash over him. He simply smiled. "I would still like to help you, just like before." Kimitsuki didn't respond immediately. She looked away, her gaze fixed somewhere on the wall. "I don't feel deserving of your help," she said quietly. "And if I tell you everything, you might feel the same." Toshinori's jaw clenched. "Kato," his voice turned firm. "You were a victim too. And besides," he softened his gaze when he saw her shift nervously in her seat, "if you can recount the whole story, we could find a way for you to live a normal life outside of some confinement." Kimitsuki's heart leapt at the thought. A normal life. "Kato," the interrogator started again, "do you remember any events that took place before your coma?" She said in a breath, averting her gaze from Toshinori and the man seated in front of her. "Yes. All of it." The interrogator nodded, his dark eyes filled with a flurry of emotions. Kimitsuki recognized them. Concern, uncertainty, discomfort, fear. "Then let's start with some basic questions. But before I do," he said, "allow me to introduce myself." He gave her a polite smile. "My name is Detective 𝘐'𝘭𝘭. My quirk allows me to detect lies, so please refrain from doing so during our time together." She blinked. Was she really going to follow through and tell this man everything? She clenched her hands into fists. But she needed help if she wanted to escape a life of confinement. Her hero promised he would help her. She glanced at Toshinori. "Okay," she said, looking back and nodding at the detective. "Great." He smiled. "We've noticed the marking. The one on your neck." His eyes drifted to that area. Kimitsuki clenched her fists once more. That was what it read. "It was my identification label at the facility," she said quietly. "It was burned onto my skin. I've had it for as long as I can remember." "I see." 𝘐'𝘭𝘭 frowned. What had he expected? He had been there that day on the island. He needed to brace himself for a dark explanation. Her gaze suddenly turned cold, her expression hardening. "Don't refer to me by it." 𝘐'𝘭𝘭 furrowed his brows but nodded nonetheless. "That it was recorded that you admitted to mass murder, 𝘐'𝘂𝑑𝐎. Do you remember this?" Of course she did. She nodded. "Yes, I did. But, however," he added, "it was also recorded that you said you were not in control of your own actions." Her mouth snapped shut, and she nodded. "You stated it was the result of something they had done to you." Kimitsuki suddenly felt very uneasy. A spark deep within her yearned to be ignited, the artificial quirk whispering temptations to be unleashed. She pushed it back down. She had to keep her emotions in check. Shifting uncomfortably in her seat, she nodded. 𝘐𝘐 furrowed his brows, suddenly feeling uncomfortable as well. Do you think you could tell us the names of the people in charge of the facility? The ones who supposedly caused this, he asked cautiously. A chill ran down the teenager's spine, and the air in the room seemed to vanish. Where did the air go? Her eyes widened in fear as her hands felt for her throat. It's so cold. She couldn't breathe. It hurt. 𝘐𝘂𝑑𝐎? What was his question again? She couldn't think. Her lungs burned. Her chest heaved. 𝘐𝘂𝑑𝐎? She couldn't breathe. She felt as if she was on fire. Pain surged throughout her body, her blood boiling. Her head felt light as if it might split in two. The pain was blinding, excruciating. The man in front of her seemed to fade away. When had that happened? Blonde hair came into her view, seated across from her now. Like her hero? This man wasn't her hero. He was anything but a hero. She remembered the icy grip of his hand, the way he toyed with her pain as if breaking her piece by piece was his life's masterpiece. She recalled the sounds first, the sickening crunch of bone, the desperate gurgles of someone struggling for breath, and the sharp, final snaps of necks twisted too far. The screams weren't just sounds, they were visceral, cutting through her sanity like serrated blades. He grinned at her. Their bodies lay in twisted positions, limbs bent at unnatural angles, faces contorted in agony, pools of crimson spreading beneath them. The blood seeped into a pool of pink locks, staining them crimson and the surrounding walls the same, horrific color. His emerald eyes reveled in her panic. Zenitsu leaned in closer, his hand outstretched, reaching for her neck. She couldn't breathe. He activated his quirk. The emerald eyes staring into her soul turned magenta, burning into her like embers, pain erupting throughout her body at the familiar sensation of his quirk. 𝘐𝘂𝑑𝐎. 𝘐𝘐 grabbed the girl's shoulders, shaking her out of whatever panic she was in. His hands trembled around her tense shoulders, filled with concern for the girl in front of him. He hated seeing her like this. Kimitsuki's eyes widened, noticing 𝘐𝘐 so close to her again. Her gaze shifted to All Might, whose eyes were wide with fear. A panic attack. That wasn't real. She stilled, her face paling as she glanced up at the detective, finally able to answer his question. His name is Zenitsu. 𝘐𝘐's voice dropped to a whisper. Tell me everything about him. K-109 stood still in the vast training facility. The trainees gathered in a small circle, all 12 of them. The 14-year-old squinted at the harsh white lights hanging high above, grimacing as the brightness stung her eyes. She shielded her face with one hand while gripping Aiko's wrist tightly with the other. Do you think these will be plain duels? Or do you think Zenitsu will twist the rules? Seiko's voice brushed against her ear. She shivered at the sound and turned to meet his eyes. I think he'll save the regular duels for last. She looked away from him and tilted her head toward the glass wall where the sponsors mingled. The BSRD needs to give them a show first. Seiko's crimson gaze followed hers to the familiar crowd of men and women dressed in formal attire. Men in dark suits and women in elegant dresses held champagne glasses, socializing behind the safety of the unbreakable glass wall that separated them from the trainees. She observed how many had mutant quirks and how many did not. One had brown antlers, another had wolf ears and claws. One had permanently luminous hair, another had none. One had golden, glowing tattoos, another had red wings. Some looked normal brunette and blonde while others had multicolored hair. There were young adults and older adults. But it didn't matter. They were all supporters. And not in a way Kimitsuki appreciated. The large room was carved out of one of the vast walls of the training facility. Fancy chandeliers and luxurious seats adorned the space. The sponsors came periodically to witness what their donations had funded. Kimitsuki couldn't understand why anyone would support Zenitsu's program. Why would they donate toward an assassin in the making? How that would benefit the sponsors she had no idea. But she supposed Zenitsu offered them something in return, a safe track, perhaps? Ah, Seiko murmured, of course. Always entertainment for twisted sponsors. Nothing more. 𝘊𝑃𝑆 hummed in reluctant agreement. A buzz reverberated through the vast room, causing the trainees to turn and look at the sponsors area. Zenitsu grinned, standing directly behind the glass, hands clasped behind his back. A dark suit adorned his figure, with a dark purple tie. "Hello, hello," he greeted, flashing a twisted smile. Through his plastered smile, his emerald eyes roamed over the crowd of trainees, narrowing like a predator eyeing its prey. "Welcome to the second eliminations." Applause erupted from the sponsors behind him. "Though I've been keeping a close eye on all of your training throughout the years, you have not yet showcased your strengths to the sponsors." He continued. "So I'm sure I speak for all of us," he gestured to the rest of the sponsors, "when I say that it will be exciting to finally see what improvements you all have made." Aiko rolled her eyes. "So exciting." Zenitsu continued to ramble on with a speech catered to the sponsors. They eagerly absorbed his words, their hungry eyes scanning the trainees. 𝘊𝑃𝑆 bit the inside of her cheek under their intense gazes. She turned her attention to the other trainees around her, all dressed in the same gray athleisure wear they wore daily. Heads of dark brown, black, blue, and purple hair surrounded her, each face reflecting a mix of focus and distraction. Yet they all shared one thing in common: determination. Some even wore expressions of arrogance. Her eyes drifted to a broad-shouldered guy with his back turned. She assessed him, wondering how well she could hold her own against him. Suddenly, he turned his head, their eyes locking. His narrowed gaze met hers, and a smirk curled on his lips. 𝘊𝑃𝑆 narrowed her own eyes in response, refusing to back down from his piercing glare. He abruptly turned away, redirecting his attention to Zenitsu. 𝘊𝑃𝑆 scoffed, rolling her eyes. This guy was always an arrogant snob, a fact she knew all too well after spending 6 years with him. All the trainees had lived together in the same quarters for that long. 𝘊𝑃𝑆 never imagined she would become part of the 12 and make it past the first elimination round, the round that reduced 50 kids to 12. She clenched her fists, furrowing her brows as a shudder crawled down her spine. No, she wouldn't remember that day or what happened. Not now, when she was about to face another round. Not ever. A gasp pulled 𝘊𝑃𝑆 from her thoughts, and her eyes shot toward the commission. Holographic figures flickered into existence just beyond the small group of trainees. Her eyes widened at the glowing blue pixels. She must have missed an important part of Zenitsu's speech. "Each of you will individually fight against one of these holograms, without the use of your quirk," Zenitsu announced, his gaze landing on a certain rose-gold-haired girl. His expression shifted to a blank stare before a smirk returned to his lips. He raised a champagne glass in her direction, nodding expectantly. 𝘊𝑃𝑆 watched her friend Aiko take a deep breath as she stepped forward from the group. Aiko approached the fighting ring, a large rectangle painted on the cement floor. As soon as her foot touched the ring, all the holograms vanished. Aiko's breath hitched, her eyes widening. A flash of blue erupted. Aiko staggered, momentarily stunned, but quickly wiped the blood from her mouth and jumped to her feet, determination replacing the warmth in her brown eyes. Another flash of blue followed. With a determined grunt, Aiko sidestepped and threw a punch, landing it squarely on the hologram, which stumbled back. Before it could recover, she dashed toward the center of the fighting ring, where an assortment of weapons lay scattered. Her eyes landed on a scythe, and a smirk spread across her face. It was no surprise that Aiko breezed through the holograms after finding her signature weapon. Nothing could defeat her when she wielded the scythe. Seiko's turn came a few rounds later, and she too made it look easy. 𝘊𝑃𝑆's label was called next, and she felt a wave of dread wash over her. It was awful. That thought echoed in her mind as she walked toward the ring, still watching the blue hologram she had defeated dissolve into pixels. It was a breeze, of course. They were all training to become Zenitsu's assassins, and their combat skills were top tier. Everything felt so easy. But would it be this easy to confront Aiko or Seiko? Would she have to face them during the next part of the elimination, the duel? She didn't want to. She didn't want to hurt them. Morally, it shouldn't be easy to harm her friends. 𝘊𝑃𝑆 wouldn't do it. But this was their purpose in life. They had grown up in the facility, and 49 of them would perish there. They were all training to be the one who survived the program. But what if everything she was training for the sole purpose of her life wasn't worth killing Aiko or Seiko? It wasn't. She knew it wasn't. Everything felt wrong. She had been raised to believe her life's purpose was to endure all the elimination rounds and be the last one standing. If she were paired against Aiko or Seiko, she wouldn't fight. Their lives were far more precious to her than her own. She wouldn't give the sponsors or Zenitsu the satisfaction. 𝘐𝑚𝑒 laced her fingers between Aiko's and Seiko's. She would let them defeat her in the duel. Zenitsu observed them closely, his sharp gaze flicking over their intertwined hands. He recognized the gesture of friendship instantly. What an unlikely occurrence in a place like this. The moment lingered in the air, almost innocently, but he saw it for what it truly was, a weakness. A cruel smirk twisted on his lips. He imagined the anger 𝘐𝑚𝑒 would feel when he took her friends away from her. It would be the perfect catalyst to activate the quirk he planned to give her. As the doctor theorized, she would have the highest success rate of acquiring it. He leaned back, swirling his champagne in his glass, emerald eyes glinting with a terrible excitement. Her attachment to these people would be her downfall. But really, he was doing her a favor. Losing her companions would keep her alive. What a fortunate little thing she was. He smiled, his narrowed eyes fixed on their intertwined hands. He would allow their friendship to flourish, only to tear it apart at the moment it would hurt her the most. But it was all for her benefit and his. In the end, she would survive, and he would create an unstoppable assassin. He smiled. Tashinori's footsteps echoed through the halls of Tartarus, flanked by 2 armed security guards as they strode past imposing doors. The cameras tracked their every move. This was his second day visiting the prison, and he was baffled that the government believed keeping a 16-year-old in Tartarus was the best solution. He understood the need to monitor dangerous quirks that weren't yet controlled, but this felt excessive. Couldn't they find someone like Aizawa to oversee her? Perhaps some special technology? A quirk restrictor? Something discreet she could carry to stay somewhere else for the time being? No, the government was not lenient with the teenage girl. While he understood that Kayato's actions on the island were unintentional, the government still labeled it as mass murder. It was, of course, a serious incident, but there should have been special protocols for someone who lost control of a quirk. Not to mention that what Zenitsu did to her had caused her to lose control. If the government could just think clearly, if they could care enough, they would realize it was all Zenitsu's fault. He should be the one locked up in Tartarus, not Kayato. She was the biggest victim in this situation. It made no sense. The government hadn't found Zenitsu on the island, so they arrested Kayato and called it a day. In the end, the public was never informed of what truly happened that day. No one had been to the island, so the government simply announced it as arson, a straightforward case of villainy. To support their narrative, they needed to claim they arrested someone for causing the fire, when in reality, they had lazily apprehended the only person they could find alive and blamed everything on her. It was corrupt. But his opinions meant nothing to the government now. He was just a regular civilian, not All Might anymore, just a retired man. Still, nothing about it made sense. Shouldn't they be trying to help victimized civilians? They usually did. So why were they so against 𝘐𝑚𝑒? Why keep her locked up when there were so many other options? They stopped in front of her door. The guards nodded to him, allowing him to step inside the secure room. He pushed the door open, and the blaring sound of a buzzer met his ears. She was chained to her chair again, her eyes downcast and skin pale, untouched by the sun. Tsukachi was already seated across from her, having arrived before Tashinori. 𝘐𝑚𝑒 straightened at the sound of the door opening. Her eyes locked onto Tashinori's, hesitation flickering in them before brightening ever so slightly. His gaze softened when it landed on her. All Might. I'm glad you've arrived, Tsukachi said, nodding at him. Tashinori glanced at him before sitting down in the chair next to him. Tsukachi, he greeted. All Might. Her voice was quiet, almost as if she were testing the name on her tongue. He looked back at her, finding her blue gaze already on him. His eyes roamed over her face, noticing how her brows furrowed slightly as if she were considering something about him before they relaxed again. Tsukachi broke the silence. Let's get started. Yesterday, you told us about the overseer and, he creased his brows, his tone lowering, the first elimination round. The first elimination round. Please don't remind her about that. She had recounted everything that happened that day. After her panic attack, she had shared her experiences growing up in the facility, including the events of the first elimination round. It was always in the back of her mind, the memory clawing at her when she was sound asleep. It dug into her thoughts, suffocating her with the weight of what she had endured. Even during her coma, the haunting memories of that day lingered. She was only 8, too young to experience something so traumatic. She didn't want to recall what happened that day ever again. She had only told the detective and her hero because it was necessary. They needed to understand she was truly a victim in all of this. She pushed the memory to the back of her mind, willing it to fade away. Today, we'd like to talk about what happened when we found you, Tsukachi said, breaking through Kimitsuki's thoughts. She flinched, startled when her eyes met his. You want to know about the quirk he gave me? She narrowed her eyes at him. Tsukachi nodded. All Might is currently trying to get you released from this prison. Kimitsuki blinked, turning her head to look at Toshinori. Are you serious? How's that going? It would be easier if we understood the circumstances of the quirk, he admitted, his expression serious. The principal needs to know how much of a threat you actually pose. Right? She whispered, her gaze falling to the table. Let's go over your original quirk again, then, Tsukachi suggested. Kimitsuki clenched her jaw. But that's my quirk. That's why it was so perfect with the artificial one. What does your original quirk do? Toshinori asked. She glanced at him. I have my own void. It's infinite. I can summon portals when they're within my eyesight or close proximity, she explained. I can store inanimate objects in the void and retrieve them. My portals can engulf people's limbs, just not their entire bodies. That would count as teleportation. I can't do that. With my original quirk. The two men in the room raised their brows. Anyways, she continued, shaking away her thoughts, I can engulf attacks, and if I open another portal, I can redirect them. That works for limbs too. I can solidify small portals beneath my feet, allowing me to walk on them in the air, but they disappear almost immediately after I step off them. And only I can touch them. Tsukachi leaned back in his chair. That's quite an impressive quirk, Kyoto. And perfect for a hero, Toshinori added, a determined smile spreading across his lips. Something akin to bashfulness warmed inside of Kimitsuki. You really think so, All Might? She whispered, her eyes glimmering with hope. He nodded. We would be lucky to have a hero with a quirk as versatile as yours. Oh. A blush crept to her cheeks. Did her hero really think that? She could be heroic? After everything she's done? After who she's harmed? There was no way she could truly be heroic after what she did. But becoming a hero was a great way to compensate for her past. So she'd take his praises to heart. She would work hard to become a great hero. She would save double the amount she's hurt. Tsukachi cleared his throat, bringing Kimitsuki back from her thoughts. Next question, she asked. Next one, he nodded. How did you receive the artificial quirk? And what does that quirk do? He tilted his head slightly. Her body went cold. No. Get these off me, she screamed, kicking her feet desperately. The chains wrapped around her body held firm, tying her down to the table. Paradise! Help! She cried, her voice hoarse from the shouting. Get this off me! Tears streamed down her cheeks. A man in a laboratory coat inched closer to her, needle in hand. Her eyes widened in fear. No! Get away! She yelled, thrashing her body, arms flailing. The man pressed the needle into her veins. A heart-wrenching scream escaped her lips, filled with pure agony. The pain was blinding and terrifying. She knew better than to activate her quirk, it would only intensify the searing pain. But her body reacted instinctively, trying to protect itself. Dozens of void portals appeared around her, all black and pink-rimmed. From the endless darkness, weapons flew out, crashing into objects throughout the room. She screamed, the pain overwhelming. The bangle on her wrist reacted, sensing her quirk activation. Her body burned as electricity surged through her veins. The blond man stepped from the shadows, his narrowed emerald eyes fixed on her. They locked eyes through her tear-blurred vision. A flash of dark purple. She screamed in agony, Zeniku's quirk only adding to her suffering. It was too much pain. She couldn't endure it. Everything faded to black. She tried to speak, but only weak, pitiful sounds escaped her trembling lips. Her vision was hazy, and focusing was difficult. She blinked rapidly, trying to regain her composure. She was supposed to be strong. Zeniko had ensured that. An assassin had to be strong. She lifted her weary gaze to the men in front of her, her eyes tired and hollow. Guards dragged me to a different room. Some laboratory? I don't know. Her nose scrunched in distaste. They strapped me to a table and then some doctor came over with a needle, stabbed me with it. I went wild in pain, and my quirk activated to protect me. That only caused the bangle on my wrist to shock me. It was too much pain. The worst I've ever felt. She looked up at them, her expression serious. And I've been through hell, so that says a lot. She clenched her fists. Zeniko. He stepped in. He needed to stop my quirk because I was flinging weapons around the room. His quirk makes others feel the worst pain imaginable. I blacked out once he used it on me. The two men were at a loss for words, shocked and disgusted. Toshinori winced as he visualized the event. Tsukachi waited a moment, his eyes lowering but still intense. And how long after this did you lose control? Her eyes went vacant. As soon as I woke up. Tsukachi hesitated before asking, what exactly triggered the quirk? Their bodies lay in twisted positions, limbs bent at unnatural angles. Kyoto? Tsukachi gave her a concerned look. Kimitsuki peered at him, cursing her trembling fingers. She balled them into fists, taking a sharp, shaky breath before recounting what happened. Kimitsuki over here. The guards that had escorted her to the training room turned back and exited, slamming the metal doors behind them. She whipped her head towards the voice, her snowy hair flowing behind her. Paradise leaned against a wall, arms crossed and head tilted slightly as she waited for her student, standing near a rack of weapons. Kimitsuki smiled. Paradise. She jogged over to her favorite adult. Paradise's lips curved into a small smile. When Kimitsuki stopped in front of her, she ruffled the 12-year-old girl's soft hair. Hey, not my hair. It takes forever to untangle, Kimitsuki huffed, rolling her eyes and removing Paradise's hand. Trainees weren't given hairbrushes. Kimitsuki would comb her fingers through her hair to untangle it, not that it did much. Paradise laughed. Diva. Kimitsuki raised a cocky brow. Says you. Watch me slap the lipstick off your lips today. Paradise sked, an amused smile on her pretty lips, which matched the crimson color of her hair. You won't get close enough to have the chance. Kimitsuki waved her hand dismissively. Yeah, old lady. Paradise gave Kimitsuki a mock glare. Old lady? I'm only 29 and I can still wipe the floor with you, kid. Don't get cocky now. Kimitsuki smirked, stepping over to the weapon rack and grabbing a pair of lightweight training daggers. We'll see about that today. You're going down. Paradise pushed off the wall, her posture relaxed but movements sharp as she grabbed a sword from the rack. She twirled it effortlessly in one hand, the weapon a natural extension of her body. I'm going down, huh? Guess I'll have to crush that little ego of yours before it gets too big to fit in this room. The younger girl grinned, holding her daggers at the ready. Bring it, Paradise. I'm not scared of you. Paradise arched a brow, her crimson hair catching the light as she began circling Kimitsuki. You should be. Overconfidence gets people in trouble, Kimitsuki. First lesson of the day: never underestimate your opponent, even if it's someone you love. Kimitsuki's smirk faltered for a moment before she regained her composure, shifting into a defensive position. I don't underestimate you. I just know I'm better than I was last time we sparred. Paradise smiled, pride glinting in her eyes. Good. Show me. Let's see if you can land that hit, little girl. None of the other trainees have been able to. With that, Paradise lunged forward, her sword slicing through the air with precision. Kimitsuki's eyes widened, but she quickly sidestepped, her daggers flashing up to block the strike. The room echoed with the sharp clash of metal on metal, the start of another rigorous lesson between mentor and student. As their weapons clashed, the familiar sound of metal rang out, and Kimitsuki's gaze flicked to Paradise's hand, the silver ring on her finger catching the light. She had seen it before, countless times during their training sessions. Yet every time she'd asked about it, Paradise had dodged the question. Kimitsuki gritted her teeth and tightened her grip on the daggers, stepping back to create some space. Paradise's lips twitched downwards, her eyes narrowing in on Kimitsuki's gaze. The ring on her finger suddenly itched, prompting her to tighten her grip in discomfort. She began circling Kimitsuki, her sword resting lightly in her hands. Moving faster than Kimitsuki could react, her sword swept low, knocking the girl off balance. Kimitsuki stumbled but caught herself just before falling, glaring up at her mentor. "Lesson 2, Paradise said, her smirk returning as she leaned slightly on her sword. "Don't get distracted." Kimitsuki huffed, brushing herself off and standing back up. "You're impossible. And you're nosy." Paradise's expression was teasing, but her grip on the sword remained firm. Kimitsuki sensed the slight edge in her mentor's. "Get back into position, Kimitsuki. This ring isn't what you need to worry about today." Kimitsuki grumbled under her breath but complied, falling back into her stance. She realized she knew very little about her mentor. Deep shadows hung beneath Toshinori's sunken eyes, the dark circles more pronounced than he had ever seen. His eye bags were quite alarming, he could even rival Aizawa in that department. Aizawa. Toshinori's jaw tightened, guilt rippling through him. A shaky breath escaped his lips as he leaned back against the cold chair behind him, pressing a hand to his forehead. Aizawa could never find out. It would shatter him everything Kimitsuki had revealed at Tartarus. She had explained everything. With Toshinori's plan to enroll Kyoto into UA now in motion, he couldn't risk Aizawa finding out. It was a danger for Kyoto as well. Aizawa would never allow her in his classroom if he discovered the truth. No one could ever find out. If the public learned that Paradise was gone, chaos would ensue. They would fear for their safety. How could they protect themselves when she couldn't? A tear slid down Toshinori's cheek. He quickly wiped it away before more could form, his gaze shifting back to the glowing screen in front of him. His heart twisted as the headline chilled the atmosphere around him. Number 3 hero, Paradise, missing. The words cut deep, sharper than any blade. The article was nearly 8 years old, the date stamped like a tombstone for a memory he could never escape. This article had kept everyone on edge for so long. 8 years ago, Paradise had disappeared. But 8 years ago, she had begun training Kyoto. And 1 year ago, Toshinori had found the hero's body. His breath hitched, and his fingers curled into fists as the image flashed in his mind, the lifeless figure of the hero who had once stood as a beacon of hope. Her crimson hair pooled on the ground beneath her, some spilling into Kyoto's knees. How could he have missed such an important person? His eyes couldn't find her body. They immediately latched onto the only living person he could find, Kyoto. She had to break the news to both him and Tsukachi. A small, sharp exhale escaped him as he gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white against the armrests of his chair. Kyoto had been so strong to tell them about Paradise's sacrifice. And it made the guilt festering inside him start to boil. He hadn't been strong enough, hadn't had the heart to tell Kyoto who Paradise really was, the number 3 hero. If he had told her, it would eat her alive. She had already lost everyone, had already faced unimaginable challenges. But this? Knowing that Paradise, the woman who should have stood among the greatest heroes, had sacrificed her future for her? Knowing she had lost something so bright, so irreplaceable? It would bury her. And All Might wasn't sure Kyoto would ever find a way out. "I'm sorry, Paradise," he whispered to his old friend. "What do you mean I'm leaving today?" Kimitsuki asked, giving a security guard a confused look. He wasn't someone she knew well. He had come to deliver news and escort her out of her cell in Tartarus. "I don't know much," he replied monotonously, "just that All Might convinced the government to let you out for now. Made some sort of agreement." Her blue eyes widened. "For now?" The guard shrugged as he tugged 𝘁𝑐𝑒 up by the arm, leading her to walk beside him. You have some sort of test. If you fail, you come back here. She blinked. Well, better than nothing. The public doesn't know about you, he continued. I'm told it has to stay that way. She looked up at him. So how long is the test? He let out a sound of annoyance. I don't know, kid. I'm just a security guard, I follow commands. She deadpanned. Okay. They continued walking down the bleak halls of Tartarus until they reached the outside. 𝘁𝑐𝑒 blinked when the guard let go of her arm, the cool air brushing against her skin. The gates rumbled closed behind her, the sound vibrating in her chest like a warning. Her feet hesitated on the gravel as her gaze flitted to the man waiting near the car. He looked out of place against the desolate backdrop of the prison, a figure of her hero. She shifted her weight, unsure of what to feel. Relief? Suspicion? No, All Might had saved her. His intentions were purely goodwill. She rubbed her wrists absently, a habit born of years of restraint, her lips pressing into a thin line as she took a cautious step forward. Tashinori didn't move, he just watched her. Her stomach churned, a mix of nerves and anticipation. Her hero assigned her a test? What would it be like? Her gaze dropped briefly to the ground before she forced herself to move again, one foot after the other. When she reached him, her voice cracked slightly as she muttered, So, what now? Tashinori's eyes trailed onto the retreating security guard, watching him enter back into the prison. He was in charge of her now. He was her guardian. You're meeting UA's principal. Get in, he said, opening the car door for her. Oh, like right now? Her brows raised in surprise. He chuckled. Sorry you've been kept in the dark so much. But yes, we're going to UA right now to discuss the terms of your enrollment. She tilted her head to the side. Wait, I'm enrolling in school. Her face scrunched together in confusion. So that means I'm staying for a long time, right? Then exactly what type of test am I undergoing? She furrowed her brows at him. He shook his head softly. You'll find out when we get there. He paused, then a look of realization dawned on his face. He stiffened, glancing at the car and then back at 𝘁𝑐𝑒, unsure. Why do you look like that? She asked skeptically. He scratched his head. Do you actually know what a car is? She deadpanned at him. All Might, I grew up isolated, not stupid. I know what a car is. He sweat dropped. Right. Forgive me. 𝘁𝑐𝑒 cracked a smile at him, shaking her head with a soft laugh before getting into the passenger seat. Tashinori closed the door behind her and settled into the driver's seat. He started, didn't know how much you actually know about life here on the mainland. He glanced at her, hands gripping the wheel as the car started. She nodded. I get it. I mean, I've never actually been in a car, but I was educated about the technology here and all that. You know assassin knowledge. She tapped her head with the slightest smile. Tashinori blinked. Right. The ceilings were astonishingly high. 𝘁𝑐𝑒 gaped at the interior design of UA, the hero school she'd heard so much about. It seemed unreal. How could she have gone from such a secure facility, where she trained to become an assassin, to here, the exact opposite of her life's purpose? Large windows adorned the walls of the hallway. It was rather pretty. 𝘁𝑐𝑒 ran a hand through her hair, glancing at the neatly arranged lockers lining the hallway. Her eyes drifted to the bright blue sky visible through the glass, the contrast between her old life and the new one striking her more than she expected. The polished floors and welcoming colors felt like stepping into a world meant for something other than her. She let out a quiet breath, the weight of the strange peacefulness sinking in. Here, she was expected to be something entirely different, something she wasn't sure she could become. A delicate pressure formed in the back of her mind. It felt like claws scraping the surface of her consciousness, teasing her at the edges, coaxing her to let it take over. The artificial quirk whispered softly, echoing in her thoughts the voice alien. It wasn't entirely aggressive, it didn't scream to be let free. It was more persuasive, manipulative. This isn't a good idea. She should have never come to UA. She was going to put everyone in danger. No, stop. All Might promised to help her. He and the principal would assist her in controlling the monster that wished to be set free. She balled her fingers into fists, the pressure bringing her back to reality. She glanced to her side, looking at Toshinori. "Where's the principal?" He motioned for her to follow him. "In his office." "Let's go." She nodded and followed her hero. As they walked together, she glanced at everything around her. Her head turned to look in every direction, blue eyes curious as she peered at every inch of Yue's interior. She kept track of the turns they made, memorizing every hallway in detail, a skill she'd learned at the facility. She memorized the layout of Yue. Toshinori stopped in front of another massive door, the entryway towering over them. The principal must be huge if his doorway is this tall. She eased her shoulders back to prepare a polite greeting. Toshinori glanced at her, giving her an encouraging smile before knocking on the door. "Come in." The voice sounded rather small. He pushed the door open, revealing a lovely office. Warm colors painted the walls, with a large window letting in the natural light of the sun. It was cozy and inviting, with bookshelves neatly arranged along the walls, filled with thick volumes and various curiosities that gave the room a sense of life and personality. In the far corner, a large desk sat surrounded by comfortable chairs, and the principal's personal touches were evident in every corner, from the odd potted plant to the small trinkets that decorated the surfaces. Behind the desk, a short figure sat, his back to them as he worked on some papers. He turned at the sound of the door opening, and the man who greeted them was nothing like the imposing figure the door had suggested. What a surprise! The principal was a rat. His fur was a soft, grayish color, but his eyes were sharp and intelligent. Despite his size, there was a subtle authority in the way he carried himself, as if his mind was always several steps ahead. "Ah, All Might. And you must be the girl I've heard so much about," Nizu greeted with a smile, his voice calm yet full of warmth. "Please do come in. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." His voice didn't match his appearance, and Kimitsuki couldn't help but study him for a moment, her curiosity piqued. This was the person who ran the whole institution? She had been expecting someone, well, bigger. But the more she observed, the more she realized that the power of a person wasn't always measured by their physical form. Toshinori stepped aside, and Kimitsuki followed him into the room, her gaze flickering briefly around the space before she straightened up, offering a polite smile and a bow to the principal. "It's a pleasure, Principal Nizu," she replied, her voice soft but steady, her blue eyes meeting his without hesitation, her hands clasped in front of her. The politeness was instinctive, the training from her past coursing through her actions, keeping everything in check. She wasn't here to show any weakness, but she also wasn't about to act like she didn't know how to behave in a situation like this. Nizu studied her briefly, his sharp eyes missing nothing. There was something about her that felt different, even though she appeared perfectly composed. He offered a knowing smile, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Kimitsuki felt the weight of Nizu's gaze for a moment longer before he finally leaned back in his chair, a light chuckle escaping him. "Sit down, dear. You too, All Might." Toshinori chuckled before pulling one of the two chairs across from the principal, sitting down in it. Kimitsuki did the same. She peered at the rat, eyes narrowed, folding her arms as she couldn't help but be cautious of him. Nizu noticed. "Okay, there's no need for such suspicion," he said. "I'm fully on your side along with All Might. We're only gathered here today to inform you about the terms of leaving Tartarus and enrolling here." She nodded. "Heard. So tell me, sir." Nizu leaned over his desk, clasping his paws together. "The UA Sports Festival is set for 6 weeks from now. School starts this Monday." He looked her in the eye. "The government has agreed to allow you to continue studying here if you show complete control over your quirk during the festival. If not, you will spend the rest of your days locked away in Tartarus." She had heard about the UA Sports Festival. It was briefly mentioned in her studies in Zeniku's program. "That's in front of thousands of people," she said, eyes wide with concern. "What if I fail to keep my quirk in check?" Nizu's gaze softened. "It's a challenge, no doubt. But you'll have support. All Might will be working closely with you, and we have faith in your ability to control yourself." His voice took on a more serious tone. You've been given a second chance, 𝘐𝐑𝐿. The eyes of the world will be on you, but this is your opportunity to prove you can live among others without the threat of your quirk running wild. She shifted uncomfortably, her fingers absently tapping against her thigh. 𝘂𝑐𝑒 leaned back, his eyes narrowing slightly as if weighing the gravity of her question. The tension in the room was palpable as 𝘐𝐑𝐿 considered his words. The stakes were higher than ever. If, she started, her voice low, if I do lose control, I could hurt a lot of people. She brought her anxious gaze to 𝘂𝑐𝑒. We will take precautions, 𝘐𝐑𝐿, he assured her. We can administer tranquilizers if necessary when we sense you're about to lose control. Though, we hope it won't come to that. 𝘐𝐑𝐿 nodded slowly, the weight of the responsibility still heavy on her shoulders. And if I hurt someone? Even without meaning to? 𝘂𝑐𝑒's expression softened further, a mixture of understanding and resolve in his eyes. We will ensure that no harm comes to anyone, but you must understand that the risk is part of this agreement. You must demonstrate control, not just for yourself, but for those around you. Your past doesn't define your future, 𝘐𝐑𝐿. This is your chance to prove that. She fell silent, the reality of the situation settling in. Slowly, she nodded once more. 𝘂𝑐𝑒 continued, you will attend UA under my recommendation, so it's believable why I let you in so late, he chuckled. Can say, you just finally decided you wanted to become a hero, and I knew your trainer and how great of a hero you'd make. Believable. He gave her a wide, closed-eye smile. Okay, she said, hesitantly glancing at Tashinori. He shrugged. Sounds good to me. Oh. 𝘂𝑐𝑒 clapped his paws. Don't worry, 𝘐𝐑𝐿 dear. Only All Might and I will ever know about your situation. His eyes locked onto hers reassuringly. Her eyes softened. All right. Great. Now, the principal chimed in, I also believe it's important you have the regular high school experience. He paused to reach into one of the drawers in his desk. He pulled out a phone. Here. All teenagers usually have one. It has my contact in case of emergencies. Her eyes widened. The phone. She'd seen these before, they looked so handy. Thank you so much. She smiled at the principal with sparkling eyes. The principal gently placed it into her hands, nodding in reply. I'm 2 days away from school starting, he told her. Although All Might is your guardian, you won't be staying with him. All of our students stay in dorms, and that includes you. She'd have to share a room with students again. She nodded nonchalantly. Until then, you can get comfortable in your dorm room. Just remember, he held up a paw for emphasis. I'd like to see you before classes start on Monday. She nodded, of course. So will I meet the class today then? Oh no, Tashinori interjected. Class 2A has had the week to return to their families. They won't be back until the very first day of school. Got it, Kimitsuki said. Well, if that's all settled, you may start moving into your dorm room now. The principal jumped on top of his desk. He held his paws out to Kimitsuki. Welcome to UA, 𝘐𝐑𝐿. She smiled. Thank you, principal. She shook his hand. Thank you, 𝘂𝑐𝑒. Tashinori nodded, getting up from his chair. Goodbye for now. The principal waved at them as Tashinori led Kimitsuki out of the office. She dipped into a quick bow before leaving the room and entering the hallway. Well, she said, craning her neck to look at her hero. Well, he replied, an awkward smile on his face. Do you have any ideas for how you want to decorate your room? I can take you shopping for it if you'd like that. Her face softened. Yeah, that would be great. Thanks, All Might. He nodded at her as they continued their trek to the dormitory. Kimitsuki's watchful eyes stole glances at Tashinori every now and then. What was being the #1 hero like? Her question caught him by surprise. Tashinori glanced at her, slightly taken aback by the depth of her question. It was a lot, he began, his voice soft but reflective. A lot of responsibility, a lot of sacrifice. But also moments of hope. You get to see the best in people, and that makes the weight of it all worth it. He paused, his eyes scanning the path ahead as if searching for the right words. I suppose, for someone like me, being the #1 hero wasn't just about fighting villains or saving people. It was about setting an example, ensuring the world felt safe enough for everyone to live without fear. Tashinori glanced at Kimitsuki again, wondering what had prompted her question. She suddenly looked away. "I don't want people to fear me." Tashinori slowed his steps. "No one will fear you, Kyoto," he said gently. Kimitsuki kept her eyes ahead, an unreadable expression on her face. "Inspire me, All Might. Truly, it's impossible for you not to. You saved me after all." She furrowed her brows. "But I'm afraid I won't be able to inspire others the same way. The way I was raised was to inspire fear." She looked back at him, her eyes weary. "And all of my strength, it only feels like a weapon. I am a weapon. If I can't ever control my quirk, fear is the only thing I will inspire." Tashinori's expression softened, and for a moment, he didn't respond, allowing her words to linger in the stillness between them. He could see the weight she carried, not just the fear of her quirk, but the fear of herself. "You're not just a weapon, Kyoto," he said, his voice steady but warm. "You're a person with the power to choose what you'll become. It's true that your past shaped you, and maybe it taught you to rely on fear. But that doesn't mean you're bound to it." Her gaze dropped to the ground, her fists tightening at her sides. "It doesn't feel like a choice when it's all I know." He stepped closer, his presence towering yet comforting, his weakened form still carrying the essence of the hero he once was. "It's hard to unlearn what the world has drilled into us. Trust me, you're not defined by the strength of your quirk or how you were trained to use it. What defines you is the strength of your resolve to be better, to try even when it feels impossible." Kimitsuki looked back up at him, her weary eyes glimmering faintly with something unspoken. "And what if trying isn't enough? What if I fail and all I ever do is hurt people?" Tashinori smiled faintly, a bittersweet look in his eyes. "Failure will come, just like it came for me countless times. But every failure is a step toward understanding your power, toward controlling it. You're already fighting for that control, Kimitsuki. That fight alone is enough to inspire anyone who sees it." Her expression faltered, and she turned her head away, her voice quieter. "I don't feel like much of an inspiration." "You don't have to feel it to be it," Tashinori replied gently. "Sometimes, it's enough to keep moving forward. To keep hoping, even when hope feels out of reach." For the first time, her lips twitched upward in the faintest of smiles. "You make it sound so simple." He chuckled lightly. "Simple? Not at all. But worthwhile?" "Absolutely." As they continued walking, her gaze fell to the path ahead, her thoughts churning. Tashinori's words echoed in her mind, each one settling into the cracks of her self-doubt. What if he was right? What if she could become more than what she was trained to be? Her fingers tightened into fists before relaxing, a small exhale escaping her lips. "Monday," she said after a long silence, her tone steadier but still contemplative. "I'll have to showcase what Paradise taught me, right? And I have no doubt you'll set a new standard for your class." She grinned. "Fighting is something I've always been great at," she started. "It's what I've spent my whole life doing. For a long time, I accepted that fighting would always be my purpose, but back then, the goal was to take lives." She paused, a small smile forming on her lips. "But as a hero, the goal has shifted. It's no longer about taking life, it's about protecting it, about detaining instead of destroying." Her gaze softened, the faintest hint of hope flickering in her eyes. "If you're right, All Might, if I do manage to gain control over my quirk, I think I could actually enjoy fighting. For the first time, I could use my skills without this shadow of death hanging over them. Think, I could truly find purpose in it." Kimitsuki spent the days before Monday decorating her dorm room and playing on her new phone. All Might fulfilled his promise and took her shopping, the experience eye-opening to say the least. He literally bought her everything she remotely paused to look at, without a thought about the price. She guessed price never mattered to him. Being the #1 hero must have meant he was loaded. Her dorm room looked like Valentine's Day had exploded, splattering every inch with pink and red. Strings of pink fairy lights crisscrossed the ceiling, casting a soft, rosy glow over the space. Her bed was piled high with plush pillows, some in blush pink and others in deep crimson, and a fuzzy red throw blanket was draped haphazardly over the foot of it. The walls were painted a light pink, and her desk was cluttered with sweet-smelling candles and little jars of fake rose petals. Even the air smelled overly sweet, like strawberries and vanilla candles burning too long in an enclosed space. Yet, as her eyes took in the overload of color, an ache blossomed in her chest. The pink was for 𝘐𝑄, whose rose gold hair was as vibrant and playful as the fairy lights overhead. The red was even harder to bear. It was the color of his eyes, always filled with a quiet determination that had once made her feel safe. Both 𝘐𝑄 and Seiko were gone now. To her, the colors weren't just decorations anymore, they were a tribute, vivid and bittersweet, filling her room with memories of those she had loved and lost. Each shade felt intentional, as if pink and red were silently keeping 𝘐𝑄 and Seiko alive in the only way they could, wrapping the space in their essence and letting their presence linger in the small comforts of color and light. Kimitsuki smiled softly at her work, her eyes observing every inch of decor. It had taken all weekend, but she loved it. It was the complete opposite of her room in the facility. That's why she liked it so much. She quickly checked herself in her floor mirror. White hair tied into a high ponytail, her locks cascaded down her back, swaying with each tilt of her head. She left a few wispy, face-framing strands untucked, preferring the way it felt. Her eyes glanced down at her attire. Although she received the school uniform, the principal insisted she not wear it today. Instead, she wore a fitted black top with matching baggy pants. It was easy to move in, easy to fight in. It was what she would wear until she designed her hero costume. Her eyes peered over at her digital clock. Oh no. She turned off her lights quickly before running out of the room. Another thing, the principal strictly told her what time to leave to ensure she wouldn't come across any of her classmates before their hero lessons. Whatever entrance he had planned for her, it was sure to be elaborate. She grinned at the thought. But it would be exciting. Aizawa stood at the front of the class, his sharp gaze scanning the room as the students settled into their places. His expression was as unreadable as ever, though there was a slight edge to his tone when he finally spoke. "Welcome back from break, everyone," he began. "Hope you're all well rested because today marks the start of your hero lessons. And as usual, don't expect it to be easy." The students exchanged glances, some nervous, others excited. Aizawa continued without pause. "Your task today is simple. Locate and apprehend the villain hiding within a false city UA has built specifically for this exercise. You'll be split into teams, and each team will be responsible for searching a different sector of the city. Your target is skilled, dangerous, and will not make this easy for you." As Aizawa explained the task, the class shifted uneasily, exchanging murmurs and whispers. Some were barely audible, but Aizawa's sharp ears caught enough to know they were already strategizing or doubting. "Did he say dangerous?" Kaminari whispered, leaning toward Jiru. "How dangerous are we talking here?" "Probably one of the teachers in disguise," Jiru muttered back, her tone skeptical. "You know how they love pulling that kind of stunt." Bakugo crossed his arms, and a scowl crept onto his face. "It better not be Present Mike. I'm not wasting my time chasing that idiot around." Midoriya tilted his head toward Todoroki. "Do you think it's Aizawa-sensei himself? He's the one who's really dangerous. If it's him, we're in trouble." Todoroki shrugged, his voice calm but cautious. "We should assume it's someone even stronger than Aizawa. They wouldn't make it easy for us, especially on the first day back." Shinso, standing near the back, leaned slightly toward Kirishima, his expression neutral but his voice low. "It's probably not a teacher," he said. "Too predictable. They want us on edge." Kirishima grinned, clapping Shinso lightly on the shoulder. "You've got a sharp mind, man. You'll do great in this." Shinso's lips twitched into a small, almost imperceptible smile. Kaminari leaned toward Jiru, a nervous laugh escaping him. "What if the villain is someone really scary, like Endeavor or something?" "I'm too young to get roasted alive," she said with a smirk, keeping her voice low. "Relax, everyone. If it's Endeavor, we're all in this together." Aizawa almost rolled his eyes at his students' chatter. He continued, work together. Everyone will be given comms that can reach the entire class. Rely on your training. And remember, this isn't just about catching the villain. It's about how you approach the mission, how you strategize, and how you adapt under pressure. At that moment, Nizu stepped into the room, flanked by Tashinori. Oh no. We're being observed by the principal, Kaminari said, sweat beading on his forehead. Nizu's ever-present smile seemed a little sharper than usual, and Tashinori stood with his arms crossed, quietly observing the students. Midoriya's gaze followed Tashinori, confusion evident in his eyes. Tashinori noticed his silent questioning but simply shrugged at his protégé, a small smile on his face. Aizawa glanced briefly at them before turning back to the class. The villain for this exercise is highly skilled. Treat this as you would a real mission. That's all I'm telling you. The rest is up to you. He gestured toward the door. Get ready to move out. As the students filed out of the room, murmuring amongst themselves, Nizu and All Might remained behind with Aizawa. The erasure hero folded his arms, his voice low. You're awfully quiet for once, he said, directing the comment to Nizu. Care to explain what exactly you're planning here? At least, who they're up against. Nizu chuckled softly, leaning slightly forward as if sharing a secret. Let's just say this lesson will be eye-opening for everyone, including you, Aizawa. Tashinori gave a small nod, his usual smile absent. You'll understand soon enough. For now, let's see how the students handle themselves. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, frowning but not pressing further. Instead, he focused on the monitors that would soon display the unfolding exercise, uncertain of what Nizu had in store. Midoriya glanced at his team, Jiraiya, Uraraka, Kirishima, and Kaminari. Okay, he started, his voice quiet but determined. We need to approach this methodically. Jiraiya, can you use your quirk to scout for any unusual sounds? The villain might try to hide, but if they're moving around, we'll catch them. Jiraiya nodded, tapping her jacks against her palms. Got it. I'll focus on the quieter areas first. Kirishima cracked his knuckles, flashing a confident grin. And if we run into them, I'll go in first. I can handle whatever they throw at us. Uraraka smiled at him but kept her tone serious. Let's not rush in unless we're sure it's the villain. We don't want to waste time or energy. Kaminari leaned back casually, spinning his finger in the air. I'll keep an eye out for traps. If anything feels off, I'll zap it before it zaps us. Midoriya nodded, appreciating their enthusiasm but knowing he needed to keep them on track. This isn't just about catching the villain. It's about working as a team and staying smart. Aizawa-sensei will be watching how we handle everything, not just the result. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. You think it's one of the teachers? Maybe Aizawa-sensei himself. Midoriya hesitated before replying. Maybe, but I have a feeling it's someone unexpected. The way Aizawa-sensei described the villains sounded like they're going to push us in ways we haven't faced before. Stay sharp and don't let your guard down. Kirishima pumped a fist in the air. Whatever it is, we'll handle it. Let's go, team. The group exchanged nods, determination settling over them as they prepared to head into their assigned sector of the city. The weight of Aizawa's warning and the mystery of their opponent lingered in the back of their minds as they started toward the foe city. The city UA had constructed for the exercise was eerily realistic. Skyscrapers loomed above them, their glass facades reflecting the soft glow of the sun. Narrow alleys branched off from wide roads lined with parked cars, each carefully positioned to add to the illusion of an active urban environment. The city was alive with subtle sounds, the distant hum of generators, the faint trickle of running water from a decorative fountain in the central plaza, and the occasional chirp of programmed birds. A cold breeze swept through the streets, carrying with it the faint scent of asphalt and steel, as if the environment itself were alive and breathing. Storefronts lined the sidewalks, their windows displaying fake products and carefully placed mannequins. Street signs and traffic lights stood at intersections, each functioning as if this were a bustling metropolis. Even the small details, like cracks in the pavement and graffiti scrawled on alley walls, gave the city a lived-in feel. However, there was something unsettling about the silence. Despite its realism, The city was devoid of people, making every step echo unnervingly through the empty streets. Shadows stretched long and sharp between the buildings, creating countless hiding spots for a potential threat. Above, drones hovered silently, capturing every movement and action for observation. Midoriya peered over his shoulder, already feeling like he was being watched. His eyes darted above him, catching the drones flying over the city. The unease definitely wasn't coming from that. He narrowed his eyes. "Hey!" Uraraka suddenly called. Midoriya looked over to his side, finding her swiftly making her way toward a bright pink car. Her hands reached out to trace it. She turned her head back to look at her team. "Do you think these are real?" J.Ru nodded. "Of course. It's UA." Uraraka grinned. "This is like my dream car." She glanced back at the pink Jeep, her eyes sparkling. "Do you think after this training they'd let me keep it?" Kirishima blinked. "I don't know about that, Uraraka." A chuckle escaped his lips as he made his way over to her. The rest of the team followed suit. "If you really love it that much, you should test drive it to see if it's worth asking UA," J.Ru proposed, a challenging smile on her face. Midoriya's sweat dropped. "Wait, what?" Uraraka's eyes widened. "Oh, you think so?" "Wait, no. Midoriya flailed his arms, rushing toward the group. "We're supposed to be focusing on the mission, not a test driving cars." "Test driving," J.Ru corrected, smirking as she crossed her arms. "Totally different thing, Midoriya. Relax." Uraraka's face lit up with a mixture of excitement and hesitation as she lightly tapped the pink Jeep's hood. "It's probably not that big of a deal, right? It's just sitting here, and we might need a quick getaway vehicle. Or maybe a fast way to fail the exercise," Kaminari chimed in, grinning as he leaned against the Jeep. "But hey, I'm all for a little rule-breaking if it means cruising in style." Kirishima shook his head, laughing. "I don't think this thing's going anywhere. Pretty sure UA locked it down. Try starting it, and the alarm will probably call Aizawa-sensei instead of starting the engine." "That's true." Uraraka pouted slightly, pulling her hands away. "But still, look at it. It's so cute. And guys, what if we use it to scout around the city? We'd be using our resources. Don't you think Aizawa-sensei would commend us for thinking outside the box?" Uraraka finished, her eyes sparkling with hope as she gestured dramatically towards the pink keep. "Oh, that does kind of make sense," Kirishima said, glancing back at his team to gauge their reactions. Kaminari shrugged. J.Ru grinned. Midoriya sighed. "Okay, Uraraka, you're driving." The group walked briskly through the eerily empty streets, scanning their surroundings for any sign of the villain. The tension was palpable at least until Mina piped up, her voice cheerful and mischievous. "Step on a line, and break your mother's back," she sing-songed, hopping over a sidewalk crack with exaggerated care. Bakugo groaned loudly, dragging a hand down his face. "That's not how it goes, you idiot. It's step on a line and break your father's spine." Before Mina could retort, Todoroki, who had been silent up to this point, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Without saying a word, he raised his foot and stomped down hard on a sidewalk crack, his expression as calm and blank as ever. The group froze, staring at him. Then Mina covered her mouth, trying not to laugh too loudly, while the corners of Shinso's lips twitched upward in the faintest hint of a smirk. "Oh my God," Bakugo groaned, though his tone held a rare note of amusement. "We've got a villain. To catch this isn't a comedy show." "Lighten up, Bakugo. Maybe if you stepped on a crack, you'd finally chill out a little," Shinso smirked. "Wanna find out what happens if I step on your head?" Bakugo snapped, narrowing his eyes. Shinso rolled his eyes. "No thanks, Spikes." "DMN right," Bakugo muttered. He turned his head away from them, red eyes scanning the faux city. No one had come across the villain yet, and it already felt like they had been searching for hours. He inhaled deeply, turning a street corner. He was determined to be the first one to spot that villain. A gunshot rang out. He whipped his head around, eyes snapping back to his teammates. They held the same tension in their eyes, their bodies stilling at the sound. "What the heck?" Shinso breathed. "Snipe-sensei?" Mina whispered. She tapped the technology in her ears. "Hey, Anyway, what happened? We're gonna crash. Mina furrowed her brows. What? They shot a tranquilizer dart at 𝘬𝘭𝘏. Kaminari responded through the comms. Sheet. She was driving, so now we're trying to stop the car. Mina's eyes widened. You're driving a car? She gasped. Was the only response from Kaminari. What the heck? Bakugo muttered under his breath, shaking his head. Okay, we stopped the car. No need to worry. Shinso sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He tapped the comms. Did you at least see the villain? He asked. Midoriya responded this time, no. But the dart came from way above us. Hey, Koda, can you ask some birds to check the tops of some buildings? Koda, from another group, responded with a hum through the comms. Kimitsuki's legs dangled over the edge of the building, watching the teams scurry around below her. She held the tranquilizer gun in her hands. How annoying, she muttered under her breath. Her eyes trailed the birds flying towards her. She remembered that one student earlier he talked to them. The birds were eyes in the skies, and she had to make sure they wouldn't locate her. She pointed the gun ahead of her, aiming at nothing in particular. Her fingers pulled the trigger, the dart shooting outwards. Immediately, she summoned a portal, the dart disappearing into it. Kimitsuki stared at the rock-headed student, eyes narrowing. A portal opened beside him, and the dart pierced his skin. He fell to the ground, immediately unconscious. A brilliant idea. She grinned, jumping up from her sitting position. Take out communication. She peered at the city below her, watching the students frantically gather around their fallen classmates. Kimitsuki's eyes narrowed in amusement, but she quickly blinked it away, a plan forming in her mind. Without a second thought, she closed her eyes and spread her arms outward before stepping off the edge of the skyscraper. The wind blew past her face, caressing her skin. She felt the rush of air as she accelerated. Her white locks whipped around in the wind. She opened her eyes, flipped forward, and landed on top of a void portal, cushioning her fall. She smiled, still high above the city, and ran straight ahead. Void portals appeared with each step she took in midair, allowing her to dash through the sky. Her black cloak flew behind her as she sprinted. Kimitsuki's smirk grew as her eyes drifted to the top of the tallest structure in the city, a gleaming tower standing defiantly against the chaos below. She tilted her head, calculating. Then she sprinted across the void portals, her footsteps silent against the hum of her power. Each leap brought her closer to the towering structure. The cityscape blurred beneath her as she ascended higher and higher, leaving the scurrying students far below. When she reached the spire of the communication tower, she crouched low, inspecting its sleek, metallic design. Antennas and signal dishes jutted out like skeletal fingers, pulsing faintly with the energy that kept the teams connected. Kimitsuki traced her fingers along the cool metal, a delighted smile gracing her lips. She extended her hand, summoning a small portal just above it. The pink-rimmed void swirled ominously as a sledgehammer fell from it, dropping into her outstretched palm. This should do nicely. With one smooth motion, she swung the sledgehammer, striking the base of the nearest antenna. The impact sent a sharp, metallic clang echoing through the night as the structure wobbled. Sparks erupted where the metal bent, and the hum of the tower faltered. She didn't stop there. With precise, relentless swings, she shattered the delicate components one by one. Dishes cracked, wires snapped, and panels caved under her assault. The tower let out a low groan before falling silent, its lights flickering out as the comms went dead. Far below, she could hear the students' panicked shouts, their comms devolving into static-filled confusion. Kimitsuki rested the bat on her shoulder, breathing lightly as she admired her handiwork. Perfect, she whispered. Without wasting another second, she turned and stepped off the edge of the tower. The wind rushed past her as she fell, but she wasn't worried. Void portals flickered into existence beneath her feet, catching her mid-air and allowing her to run across the skyline once more. She didn't look back, but the chaos unfolding below brought a satisfied smirk to her lips. They were scattered now, blind to her movements. Exactly the way she wanted. Now let's see what you can do without your little radios. The city streets were unnervingly silent, the kind of silence that made every distant sound feel sharper. It felt like hours had passed, Class A's efforts hindered by the sudden loss of communication. They would have never considered taking down the communication tower, but this was UA anything goes. Midoriya pressed his back against the wall of an abandoned cafe, his breaths quick and shallow. He scanned his surroundings, seeking shelter. His group was scattered now. He had lost track of his teammates after the communications failed. Sudden attacks had forced them to split. Void portals flashed around them, weapons of all kinds spiraling toward his team. They had no choice but to flee. A faint hum filled the air, like static crackling in the distance. Midoriya tensed, glancing over his shoulder. A flicker of pink light caught his eye at the edge of his vision. Then it appeared a black void, rimmed with a bright pink glow, no larger than a fist. The two colors mixed and swirled together in the center. The portal hovered for a moment before spitting out a shard of glass that whizzed past Midoriya's cheek, embedding itself in the wall behind him. His eyes widened, and he spun around, heart racing. A brick slammed onto the ground, narrowly missing his foot. He stumbled back, looking up just in time to see the small portal vanish. He grimaced. "The villain's toying with me," he muttered under his breath, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the rooftops and alleyways. "Hey!" he shouted, his voice echoing through the empty streets. "Show yourself." His eyes darted around, unease creeping over him. A voice came from somewhere unseen, calm and sharp. "You're far too loud. It's not wise to call for the thing hunting you." He turned his head toward the sound, eyes hardening when he found no one there. Another portal appeared ahead of him, this time spitting out a rusted pipe that rolled toward his feet. He stepped aside. "Come on, think," he murmured, forcing himself to calm down. He crouched low, eyes darting to every shadow, every flicker of movement. A portal opened beside him, just large enough for an arm. Before he could react, a hand shot through, gripping his wrist. His eyes widened, and he cursed, twisting instinctively, but the grip vanished as the portal closed. Midoriya staggered, regaining his balance, only for another portal to open above him. A length of rope whipped out, wrapping around his arm. He gasped and yanked it free, but the distraction was enough. A third portal opened behind him, and a metal canister struck the back of his leg, sending him crashing down to one knee with a grunt. Eerily echoing footsteps drew his attention. Midoriya whipped his head toward the sound, eyes analyzing the villain. The villain rounded the corner with deliberate, measured steps. Their boots clicked softly against the cracked pavement, snow-white hair catching the faint light of the street lamps. Blue eyes shone at him, matching the faint shimmer of the portals that lingered briefly in her wake before vanishing. "You're predictable," Kimitsuki said, her tone calm but cutting. Midoriya forced himself to stand, fists clenched. "Why target just me?" His voice was gruff. "That leaves you at a disadvantage if the rest of the class finds you." She tilted her head slightly, as though the question amused her. "Target? Observing? Waiting? You crumble so easily when things don't go according to plan." He gritted his teeth. That wasn't an answer. Was the villain worried? His eyes narrowed as he observed her. A long cloak concealed her identity, and a mask covered her entire face, leaving just a sliver of her eyes visible. The mask was a voice changer, like his classmates. So what was her gender, then? Midoriya clenched his jaw, unsure of the answer. Not wanting to waste another second, he willed his quirk to spark, neon energy crackling around his legs. He leaped forward, propelling himself at her. Kimitsuki merely blinked at him, unfazed by his impressive speed. She held her hand in front of her, another portal opening to intercept him. A wooden plank emerged, aimed at his chest. His eyes widened at her reaction time, and he dodged to the side, stumbling just before a second portal opened at his feet, spilling loose rubble that made him lose his footing once again. Kimitsuki didn't stop moving. She approached him, her eyes never leaving his. Her footsteps echoed condescendingly. "You rely too much on raw power. But power means nothing if you can't anticipate your opponent's next move." Midoriya gritted his teeth, steadying himself. "Then I'll show you I can think ahead." Her lips curved into the faintest smirk. Is that so? Before 𝘊𝑃𝑆ukhi could reply, Midoriya grasped his wrist, aimed at her, and flicked his fingers. A force of wind shot at her, spiraling all around. Her hands flung out in front of her, a portal cracking open to shield herself, now on the defensive. Great. Midoriya just had to keep this going. He narrowed his eyes as a grin flickered across his determined face. He lunged toward her, pulling back his arm and preparing to shoot at her once she dropped the portal. A flicker of bright pink light caught his attention, just at his side. A portal! His eyes widened, the realization hitting too late. The force of his earlier attack re-emerged, redirected at him in a tight spiral of air. His breath hitched as the realization struck she had turned his own move against him without so much as glancing. Without time to react, he was knocked over, the force sending him crashing toward a building. Midoriya twisted on instinct, arms crossing over his chest as he braced for impact. The blast struck hard, a deep grunt. Escaping his lips, his head thrown back painfully. He groaned, forcing his eyes open and gritting his teeth. She's faster than I thought. His mind raced as he steadied himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow. That grin of his faded, replaced by deeper determination and sharper focus on the villains stepping toward him. They weren't just reacting, they were baiting him into making mistakes. They wanted him to attack them. Their quirk was more powerful if it had a quirk to redirect. Midoriya clenched his fists. A painful ache stung his arms from the impact. He couldn't afford to underestimate her. His strategy had to change. He had to lure her out to the rest of the class. His thoughts churned as his eyes darted between 𝘊𝑃𝑆uki's calm, focused stance and the faint shimmer of pink from her portals. She wasn't just fast, she was calculating. She didn't need to move much to turn his own power against him, and at this range, he was at a disadvantage. I can't take the villain head-on like this. A plan formed in his mind, one that made his heart race. If he couldn't outmatch the villain on his own, then he'd have to bring them to the rest of the class. Together, they'd overwhelm the villain. But to do that, he'd need to lure the villain out. Midoriya straightened his stance, his green eyes narrowing as his lips pressed into a thin line. All right, he muttered under his breath, determination evident in his voice. Let's see if you'll follow me. Without hesitation, he leapt away, creating distance between them, using his quirk for speed. His movements were deliberate, almost exaggerated. He wanted her to think he was retreating. As he landed, he flicked his fingers again, releasing a weaker gust of wind aimed near her feet, more of a distraction than a real attack. He didn't wait to see how she reacted. Midoriya turned on his heel, his muscles coiled as he pushed off the ground with explosive force, bolting toward the forested edge of the training field where the rest of the class was likely to be. He didn't look back, but he could feel the faint crackle of energy behind him. She's following me. Perfect. Midoriya grinned, ignoring the ache in his arms as he sped toward his classmates. He just had to keep her attention on him long enough to get her within range of the others. If he could pull this off, they'd have a real shot at stopping her. Midoriya darted through the narrow alleyways of the training city, his breath steady but his heart racing. 𝘊𝑃𝑆uki's presence was like a shadow looming over him, her void portals materializing unpredictably, keeping him constantly on edge. The villain's power was precise, controlled, and devastating. 𝘊𝑃𝑆uki followed him at a steady pace. She wasn't rushing to catch him, nor did she seem the least bit fazed by his attempts to keep ahead. She was watching, analyzing him. He's leading me somewhere, she thought, her expression impassive but her mind sharp. The trap, no doubt. Trying to regroup with his classmates. Her lips curled into the faintest smirk. How cute. She flicked her wrist, opening a small portal ahead of him, forcing him to veer sharply into another alley. He doesn't realize, does he? She knows exactly what he's doing. The glow of another portal illuminated her face as she sent a chunk of debris hurtling just past him, not to hit, but to keep him moving in the direction she wanted. Fine. She'll play along. Let them think they have a chance. Let Midoriya think his plan will work. Her gaze sharpened, and a flicker of amusement crossed her face. She wouldn't just beat Midoriya. She'd beat the entire class at once. It would prove her worth to the principal to all might. She would show that she could become a powerful hero. Midoriya glanced back, his green eyes narrowed in determination. The villain looked calm but unreadable, their movements almost lazy. He gritted his teeth and shouted over his shoulder, "What's wrong? You tired of running already?" Kimitsuki tilted her head slightly, allowing herself a chuckle as she kept pace. "Keep going. Lead her right to everyone." Exactly like she wanted. Kimitsuki couldn't help but smile beneath her mask. It was fun. She had forgotten how exhilarating this chase could be. Every time she fought, she had been scared of the outcome not only for her own life but for Aiko's and Seiko's as well. "Shinso!" Mina grabbed the purple-haired boy by his shoulders and shook him. "Let's find the rest of the class and bring them to help those three." Shinso and she stood behind the edge of a building, peering over at the fight before them. "Right," he replied, his voice steady but his gaze fixed on the battle ahead. Their three classmates fought against an onslaught of attacks from the villain. The sound of shattering concrete and explosions echoed through the city streets. He didn't get the chance to analyze any further when Mina grabbed his arm, spinning him around. They immediately started running away. Shinso quickly cast a glance over his shoulder. "Do you know which pro hero is acting as that villain?" he asked the girl running beside him. "I don't," she laughed in reply. "That's kind of a Midoriya question." They continued through the rubble-strewn streets, keeping low and sticking to the shadows. The roars of the distant battle grew fainter as they moved further away. They swerved around buildings of all sorts, dodging cars parked along the sidewalks while Mina skipped over cracks in the pavement. They ran for quite some time. Mina cast glances around every second, brows furrowed and nose slightly scrunching. "Hey, Shinso," she said abruptly, "do you think we should turn back? We've been running around for a while." A faint noise cut her off. The sound of hurried footsteps and hushed voices came from around the corner of an alleyway. Mina gasped and glanced at Shinso. Shinso raised a hand, signaling her to quiet. Pressing himself against the wall of a brick building, Shinso peeked around the corner. Kaminari, Jairu, and Kirishima. And Uraraka, unconscious in the redhead's arms. Mina's face lit up. "Guys!" She rushed out before Shinso could stop her. The group froze, startled, but their tension melted as soon as Mina revealed herself, skidding to a stop in front of them. Jairu let out a breath of relief. "Thank goodness. We thought we were on our own out here." Grumbles of agreement came from the peers beside her, and Shinso stepped out of the dark. "Is Uraraka all right?" he asked, nodding his chin toward the girl. "Tranquilizer dart," Kirishima replied. "But we need to get her somewhere safe. Before we can help with the fight." Mina and Shinso nodded before Kaminari stepped forward, pointing to a partially intact building down the street. "That looks solid enough to keep her hidden. Once she's inside, we book it back to the fight." The group shared a quick glance, then nodded. Once Uraraka was hidden, Jairu turned to Shinso, a determined grin on her face. "All right, lead the way to that villain." Shinso nodded. "Hopefully the sound of all of us fighting will alert the others of where we are." With that, they made their way out of the building and headed back toward the fight. This was getting really annoying. Kimitsuki hardly blinked at the attacks sent her way, redirecting them back at her opponents. She barely even had to lift a finger. She was almost certain she might have even yawned once or twice. Kimitsuki dragged her fingers through her snowy strands, the fine threads slipping between them like silk. She paused, gaze lifting to the mirror in front of her. A pair of glacial blue eyes locked onto hers, distant and unfeeling. She stared at her reflection. It stared back. Blink. The same motion mirrored. Frown. The same downturn of lips. Her gaze swept over her reflection, settling on Yue's uniform, stiff against her skin, the fabric scratchy and suffocating. She shook her head, inhaling deeply. "I should head back." Her eyes flickered back to the mirror, but her feet stayed rooted. Would they even want her back? A bitter frown tugged at her lips. She had outperformed them all, danced around them, toyed with them like a predator with its prey. Except for one moment. Her arms wrapped around herself, gripping tightly. She had almost lost control over something so insignificant. How foolish. Those red eyes. Her breath hitched and suddenly, the cold grip of memory wrapped around her. A sharp crack shattered the silence. Her fists had slammed against the marble counter before she even realized she had moved. Fingers trembled against the cold surface, gripping the edges in a desperate attempt to anchor herself. They're not the same. Her heartbeat pounded in her ears, suffocating her in its rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. Too loud. She turned the faucet on with a sharp twist. Splash. Thump. Splash. Splash. She squeezed her eyes shut. The sound of water crashing against porcelain, the icy sensation biting her skin, it dulled the noise in her skull. She had been so reckless. So foolish. She could have harmed them all. And yet, she had played with them instead, dangling them over the edge of oblivion just to see how far they would fall. Her grip on the counter tightened. Damn it! The curse tore from her lips, raw and unrestrained. Then she saw it. The reflection, her reflection. It smiled back at her with amber eyes, gleaming with a sick delight. Her blood ran cold, and she staggered back, breath caught in her throat. The floor felt unsteady beneath her feet, and she tumbled, catching herself against the sink. No, that wasn't real. Her hands tangled in her hair, twisting, pulling. Breathe. She forced herself to look up again. Blue. Her reflection was normal. A breathless laugh threatened to bubble up, but it stuck in her throat, choking her. She must be going insane. Straightening, she forced steel into her spine, even as her legs trembled. Her fingers combed through her tangled hair, smoothing out the knots. Thump, thump, thump. Her heartbeat refused to quiet. She scowled, peering down at her hands. Get a grip. Her mind clawed for something, anything to tether her. The principal had said he would tranquilize her if she lost control. She inhaled deeply, clinging to the thought. But would he be able to do it in time? Her fingers twitched. Would he hesitate again? She could have harmed them all. And he had almost allowed it. A darkness crept at the edges of her thoughts, thick and heavy. Her vision blurred, a sharp pressure pressing against her skull. She groaned, a shaky hand pressing to her temple. Her eyes burned. She forced them open despite the weight dragging them down. Her reflection stood waiting. Amber swirled in her right iris. A slow, creeping, unstoppable tide. She blinked. The reflection did the same. More amber. This time, panic crashed into her. A sharp gasp tore from her lips. Her chest heaved, her breath shuddering. Her fingers curled against her arms, digging into flesh. Get a hold of yourself, she whispered, voice barely audible over the hammering in her chest. Her mind fought back. You won before, it said. I did. Then fight now. Her brows furrowed, lips pressing into a thin line. She could do this. She had to. But the whispers slithered through her mind, caressing her thoughts with something cold and possessive. The amber spread. Sweat slipped down her brow. Her hands trembled violently, her nails biting into her palms. She choked back another gasp, chest tightening, panic clawing up her throat. Her reflection stared back, one eye nearly consumed by gold, the other swirling in its grasp. I can't stop it. A portal snapped open behind her. She willed it to open faster. Her vision swayed. Her breath stuttered. She was losing. A dart shot out from the portal. It pierced her shoulder. Relief spread like fire in her veins. Her knees buckled. She collapsed. The world tilted, her body crumpling to the floor in slow motion. The last thing she heard was the snap of her void portal sealing shut before everything faded into black. A voice cut through the haze. Oh, you're awake. Before Kimitsuki could register anything else, warmth enveloped her tight, firm arms pulling her into an embrace before she was even fully aware of where she was. The scent of faint perfume and leather clung to the person holding her. Kimitsuki blinked sluggishly, then frowned. Sorry, who are you? The arms loosened immediately. As the presence pulled away, Kimitsuki caught sight of a woman sitting back in the chair beside her bed. She had deep violet hair, cascading in soft waves, and her lips curved into a grin glossy, reflecting the bright, sterile lights above. My mistake, darling, the woman said, voice smooth, playful yet gentle. You can call me Midnight Sensei. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 stared at her, disoriented. Midnight? Her gaze flickered around the room, white walls, medical equipment, a faint scent of antiseptic in the air. The infirmary. Her shoulders stiffened. How did I get here? I only found you a couple minutes ago, so whatever class you came from is still in session, Midnight said, reading the confusion in her expression with ease. You were in the locker room, sprawled out on the floor. Gave me quite the scare, honestly. She pouted dramatically before her expression softened. I brought you to Recovery Girl after making sure you weren't hurt. The tranquilizer. The portal. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 inhaled sharply. I lost control. Her hands twitched at her sides, curling into fists. Her own body had betrayed her, forcing her to resort to desperate measures. She gritted her teeth. That wasn't supposed to happen. She chose that tranquilizer specifically to keep her downtime minimal, to ensure that when she used it, she'd be up and moving again before anyone could notice. But Midnight had noticed. And now 𝘐𝑚𝑃 was here. Her lips parted, about to speak, but Midnight beat her to it. You did a real number on yourself, you know. Her tone was light, but there was something else beneath it, something knowing. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 hesitated, trying to gauge how much the teacher had pieced together. Midnight tilted her head slightly, observing her. The principal told me to keep an eye on you. Said you might need help adjusting. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 kept her expression neutral. I'm fine. Midnight hummed, unconvinced. And yet, you tranquilized yourself in a bathroom stall. 𝘐𝑚𝑃's jaw clenched. There was no accusation in Midnight's tone, just careful observation, the kind that made it clear she wasn't going to let this go so easily. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 sat up, ignoring the slight dizziness that came with the movement. Her uniform felt stiff, slightly wrinkled from lying on the infirmary bed. I need to get back to class. Midnight raised an eyebrow. That eager to return? 𝘐𝑚𝑃 didn't answer immediately. She had to go back. The longer she was absent, the more questions it would raise. She had already drawn too much attention during the training exercise. If anyone suspected why she had disappeared. Chapter 9. Curious. You'll be sitting there, Aizawa said from his desk, nodding toward an open window seat right in front of Bakugo. A beat of silence passed. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 didn't react outwardly, but deep in her chest, something wavered. It wasn't nerves, no, that wasn't it. She was aware of the way his gaze landed on her like a weight, the way the sharpness of his jaw tightened ever so slightly, and how the light from the window carved out the shadows on his face. Most of all, she was aware of his eyes, crisp crimson, like Seiko's. She ignored it and pushed it down. She had a feeling that if she let herself dwell on it too much, if she allowed that flicker of hesitation to turn into something more, it might affect her control. And she couldn't afford that. Not now. So she moved forward, pulling out her chair without a second's pause. But just as she was about to sit, a quiet scoff. The sound was barely audible, but she caught it. She glanced back, noticing Bakugo's arms still crossed, his jaw set as he looked past her at her. Her head tilted slightly. Something wrong, Blondie? Bakugo clicked his tongue, eyes narrowing. Nothing. Don't speak to me, 𝘨𝑛𝑗. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 hummed, unbothered. She turned back around, resting her arms on the desk. And that was the end of it. Or at least, it should have been. Because even as Aizawa continued with the lesson, even as the class shifted back to their usual rhythm, she could still feel the weight of his gaze, a presence that lingered, not quite hostile, but not friendly either. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 leaned her head on her hand, her focus slowly drifting away from Aizawa's lesson as her eyes glanced around the room. Kirishima sat right next to her. He was nice. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 had briefly met everyone in the class after Aizawa finished reprimanding them for losing to her. She tried to get to know everyone during the short walk back to their homeroom class, but she couldn't quite get the introductions she needed from everyone. Hopefully she would get the chance at lunch. She glanced at the clock. They should be dismissed any minute now. Her eyes drifted lower just below the clock. A certain, rapid movement caught her eye, and she couldn't help but crack a smile. Mina, the lovely pink-haired girl, winked rapidly at her from across the room. Mina's eyes lit up as soon as she noticed she had caught 𝘐𝑚𝑃's attention. She grinned gleefully at Kimitsuki and waved. Aizawa cleared his throat, and the pink-haired girl squeaked and shoved her hand back down. Kimitsuki bit back a chuckle, returning her gaze to her desk just as Aizawa shot Mina a tired look. "If you have that much energy, Ashido, I can find something else for you to do," he drawled. Mina straightened in her seat, shaking her head rapidly. "Nope. I'm good. Totally engaged in the lesson, sir." Aizawa sighed and moved on, but Kimitsuki could still feel Mina's excitement buzzing from across the room. She rested her chin against her palm again, her mind drifting. This class. It was nothing like the cold, calculated environment she'd been trained in her whole life. The students were so alive, loud, expressive, full of personality. Even now, after getting completely overpowered by her in the battle exercise, Mina wasn't treating her with bitterness or resentment. If anything, she seemed excited by her. To us. The clock ticked forward, and just as she predicted, Aizawa finally dismissed them. Chairs scraped against the floor as students stretched and stood, their chatter filling the room almost instantly. Kimitsuki sat up, thinking about where she should go next when Kirishima suddenly grinned and slammed a hand down on her desk. "Yo, Kaito, you coming to lunch with us?" Before she could answer, Mina practically materialized at her side. "Yes, she is." The pink-haired girl beamed, hands clasped together. "I have so many questions." Kimitsuki blinked. "Oh. About what?" "Everything." Mina threw an arm around her shoulders like they'd been best friends for years. "Where'd you learn to fight like that? How's your hair so pretty? Do you think Aizawa's secretly a vampire? I mean, look at those eye bags." Kimitsuki bit back a smile, allowing herself to be dragged along as the group started toward the cafeteria. Kirishima fell into step beside them, hands behind his head as he chuckled. "You're already trying to overwhelm her, Mina." "I'm just curious." Mina huffed. "She's so cool, and I need to know everything." Kimitsuki hummed, deciding to humor her. She leaned over to Mina's ear. "To answer one of those questions, I kind of think Aizawa might be a vampire," she whispered. Mina gasped dramatically. "Right?" Kirishima laughed as they walked into the cafeteria, the lively energy of the school's students pressing in around them. Even as Kimitsuki held onto her usual awareness tracking exits and noting the layout, she found herself relaxing. This was normal. And, surprisingly, she liked it. The group settled at a table near the windows, the warm sunlight spilling over them. Kimitsuki set down her tray, about to take a seat, when a chair scraped loudly across from her. She looked up. Bakugo dropped into the seat across from her without a word, his expression as unreadable as ever. No one else reacted. Kirishima, Mina, Shiro, and Kaminari kept chatting like this was routine because it was. This was his usual spot. Kimitsuki hesitated, just for a second, before sitting down as well. Her gaze flickered to Bakugo for the briefest moment. The resemblance to him struck like a flicker of lightning in her mind. She didn't look again. Instead, she focused on the conversation around her, letting herself melt into the lively chatter of her new classmates. "Oh, come on," Kaminari groaned, slumping against the table. "Not one of us even landed a hit." "How?" "I thought we did pretty good," Kirishima said, though he didn't sound completely convinced. "Pretty good?" Shiro shot him a look. "Dude, she took us all down by herself. I think I blacked out at one point." Mina leaned forward, resting her chin in her hands as she studied Kimitsuki. "Seriously though, how'd you do it?" Kimitsuki tilted her head. "Do what part?" Mina gestured vaguely. "All of it. 10 steps ahead the whole time. And the way you used your portals? That was insane. 1 second my acid was flying toward you, and then bam, gone. Where did it even go?" Kimitsuki suppressed a smile. "It's still in my void." "Wait, so if you opened a portal right now, it would just fall out?" She nodded. Mina's eyes widened, and then she grinned. "Okay, that's kind of cool." Kirishima laughed. "Kind of? That's insanely cool." "Wait, hold on." Kaminari slid up beside her, arms crossed. "You took all of us down alone, so why did you only join now?" "Yeah." Shiro leaned back in his seat, grinning. With your skill, you could have been here since the start of the year. Maybe even earlier. 𝘊𝑃𝑒𝑒 carefully set her chopsticks down, maintaining a neutral expression. She had to choose her words wisely. I've been training for years, she replied smoothly. The principal knew my teacher, and after I felt I had mastered everything they taught me, I finally accepted his recommendation. A brief pause followed. Mina blinked. Wait, so you turned Yue down? For a while, 𝘊𝑃𝑒𝑒 admitted more like she had sidestepped the truth. Kaminari let out an exaggerated whistle. Wow. Can't relate. 𝘨 snorted. Right? Some of us barely made the cut. A small gasp came from beside her. 𝘊𝑃𝑒𝑒 turned her head to see Yaoyorozu approaching their table. You must have had an excellent mentor if you wanted to refine your skills before enrolling. That level of DSPLN is admirable, she said with wide eyes. Right. Mina beamed, still clinging to 𝘊𝑃𝑒𝑒 like she was her new favorite accessory. And it totally explains why she wiped the floor with us in training. Our girl was getting elite tutoring for years. I can't believe you actually fought everyone alone, Uraraka added, suddenly appearing beside Yaoyorozu, her round eyes filled with amazement. Before 𝘊𝑃𝑒𝑒 could respond, a new voice joined in. Insanely efficient. She glanced up. Tokoyami had stepped up to the table, arms crossed, dark shadow peeking over his shoulder. Your movements were deliberate. Precise. There was no wasted energy. Oh, yeah. Midoriya, who had appeared at the edge of the group, suddenly perked up. Wait, this is fascinating. You said your trainer knew Principal Nizu, so it had to be someone well-respected, right? Someone powerful. His muttering picked up speed as he furiously analyzed her technique, his hands gesturing in rapid succession. As he spoke, Ida approached, adjusting his glasses. And considering your movement efficiency and power balancing, they were clearly trained in hand-to-hand and evasive combat, meaning. Midoriya, Ida interrupted, clearing his throat, perhaps we should not interrogate our new classmate on her first day. Midoriya blinked, then straightened. Right. Sorry about that. He gave her an apologetic smile. A chair scraped nearby. Who was your teacher? Todoroki stood at the edge of their table with his tray in hand. 𝘊𝑃𝑒𝑒 caught a brief movement from across the table, fingers idly tapping against a drink. Bakugo did it just once before he stilled completely. He was waiting. Listening. 𝘊𝑃𝑒𝑒 glanced back at Todoroki. The way his eyes bore into her not rudely, but with quiet intensity reminded her that she had to choose her words carefully. It wasn't a strange question Midoriya had basically been leading up to it. But something about the way Todoroki asked it felt direct, almost scrutinizing. She could still picture Paradise's face, the sharp grace in her every movement, the way she had once looked at 𝘊𝑃𝑒𝑒 with an almost motherly pride. Her throat tightened, but she forced herself to stay relaxed. She carefully set down her drink. She was someone very skilled. Todoroki stared at her. That's not an answer. She gave a small, polite smile. That doesn't really matter. I'm here now, aren't I? And when she gave her vague answer, she swore she saw the smallest shift in a certain blonde's expression. It was quick, barely noticeable, but his sharp, crimson gaze lingered on her for just a second too long. Then, just as fast, he clicked his tongue and looked away, shoving another bite of food into his mouth. He didn't say anything. But he didn't have to. 𝘊𝑃𝑒𝑒 knew he wouldn't buy a single thing. Todoroki's face remained impassive. That I see. The table was now fully surrounded, the entire class seemingly drawn in by her presence without even realizing it. Mina huffed, crossing her arms. Man, I want to know everything about you, but you're all mysterious and cool and, ooh, my past is a secret. 𝘊𝑃𝑒𝑒 raised a brow. Are you complaining? Yes. Mina threw her hands up. But also no, because it makes you even cooler. 𝘊𝑃𝑒𝑒 let out a laugh. As the conversation shifted, the rest of the class gradually drifted away, leaving only those originally seated around 𝘊𝑃𝑒𝑒. Lunch carried on as usual, Mina talking a mile a minute, Kirishima grinning between bites of food, 𝘨 making the occasional quip. 𝘊𝑃𝑒𝑒 listened, her responses short but engaged. And yet, even while Mina tried to pry into her hair care routine, she still felt a certain weight pressing against her. A stare. She ignored it, taking a sip of her drink. So, Kirishima spoke up, swallowing a mouthful of food. Now that you're here, what do you think of the class? Kimitsuki rested her elbow on the table. I guess it's lively. She chuckled. Shiro snorted. Understatement of the year. Right. Mina grinned. So? Any favorites yet? She considered it for a moment. You're all great. She's playing it safe. Boo. Kirishima chuckled. Ah, come on, let her live. She appreciated that. Don't tell me you're going to be all diplomatic and polite about everything. Kimitsuki turned her head slightly, finally meeting the gaze that had been burning into her for the last 5 minutes. Bakugo sat back, arms crossed, his eyebrows twitching. I see no reason to cause trouble, she replied, tilting her head and furrowing her brows as she looked at him. His jaw clenched and he narrowed his eyes. You are trouble. Mina and Kirishima both blinked at the shift in the air. Oh. You wiped the floor with everyone in the exercise, Bakugo said, his eyes narrowing slightly. And now you're acting all proper? Shiro whistled under his breath, and Kimitsuki was tempted to roll her eyes at him. Would you rather I be rude, Bakugo? She crossed her arms. Bakugo scoffed. Just saying it's weird. Weird how? Kimitsuki didn't hide her disbelief. You don't fight like someone who plays nice. It wasn't an insult. It wasn't even a direct challenge. It was an observation. Her stomach twisted not from nerves, but from something deeper. A flicker of something familiar. Fighting and conversation are different things. Her voice took on a low tone, eyes darkening as she stared at him. Bakugo held her gaze for a moment, brows furrowing slightly. Then he clicked his tongue and leaned back in his seat, looking elsewhere. Kimitsuki pursed her lips before taking another sip of her drink. Mina's eyes flickered between the two of them, a concerned look on her face before masking it with a forced smile. Let's talk about something fun, yeah? Kimitsuki, do you have any hobbies? Kimitsuki raised a brow at the abrupt topic shift but played along. That I don't really know. Shiro blinked. You don't have hobbies? I train. You train? Kirishima let out a laugh. That's not a hobby, that's just, normal for us. It's normal for me too, she said, tilting her head slightly. There was something offhand about the way she said it, like training had been more than just a habit, but a necessity. It made the table quiet for a moment too long. Bakugo, arms still crossed and gaze elsewhere, muttered under his breath, figures. Mina's sweat dropped. Seriously, Bakugo, just be quiet. Bakugo turned toward her and shot her a glare. What do you mean, be quiet? Mina rolled her eyes. You're just being yourself right now. Which is always annoying. Kirishima chuckled, nudging Bakugo's arm. Yeah, man, you sound kinda grumpy. Bakugo scowled. Apparently, I'm always grumpy. Kimitsuki took another sip of her drink, suppressing a smirk as she murmured, at least you're self-aware. Kaminari snickered. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at Kimitsuki. She met his gaze and gave him a sharp smile, a glint in her eyes that suggested mischief. He glared at her expression before rolling his eyes and huffing out an annoyed grunt. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping idly against his desk as his students trickled in from lunch. Their voices blended into the usual hum of chatter, but his mind was elsewhere. His gaze flickered toward the door swinging open, eyes watching Kimitsuki the moment she stepped through. She had taken down the entire class alone. It wasn't just her strength that unsettled him, it was her efficiency. There were no wasted movements, no unnecessary attacks. She struck with precision, taking down her opponents swiftly and cleanly. His eyes narrowed. That kind of fighting didn't come from training, it came from survival. His fingers curled against the fabric of his capture weapon. He had seen students with combat talent before Bakugo, Todoroki hell, even Midoriya had an instinctive understanding of battle in his own way. But Kimitsuki's skill was something different. It was methodical, honed the result of years spent fighting with no room for mistakes. And yet she had only just joined UA. His brows furrowed. He had tried to get answers out of 𝘵𝑗𝑢, but the principal had only given him his usual cryptic reassurance. She has great potential. Trust me, Aizawa. That wasn't enough. His grip tightened. 𝘵𝑗𝑢 was deliberately keeping something from him. Kimitsuki walked past his desk with a composed expression. Just as she stepped forward, her gaze flicked to his. Her expression didn't shift, but there was something there, a quiet awareness. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly before he finally broke the stare, reaching for the hall pass on his desk. Kyoto. Kimitsuki walked over to his desk. He held the pass out to her. The principal wanted to see you, he told her, watching her eyes narrow as she took the pass from him. She nodded. I'll try not to be too long, sensei. He hummed and nodded towards the door, motioning her to hurry. Kimitsuki glanced over at Mina. Kaminari and Shiro stood behind her, grinning as if they were in on some inside joke. Mina caught Kimitsuki's gaze with a confused look and held up a quick thumbs up, asking if she was going to be okay. Kimitsuki nodded with a reassuring smile. Don't get expelled on the first day, Kaminari whispered, nudging Shiro with his elbow. Shiro smirked. Or do. Might make class more interesting. Lessen the competition. Breathing out a laugh, she shook her head. You think you're competition for me? That's cute. She turned on her heel and strode toward the door, the slip of paper cool between her fingers. Behind her, Kaminari let out a silent whistle, exchanging a wide-eyed glance with Shiro. Mina pressed a hand to her mouth, shoulders shaking with barely contained laughter. Shiro, after a moment of stunned silence, simply ran a hand through his hair and let out a breath. As Kimitsuki stepped into the hall, a nagging thought settled in the back of her mind. Why was the principal being so obvious about this? She let out a sigh. Pushing her hair back with a hand, already aware of the presence ahead, she adjusted her stride, shifting just enough to avoid brushing against him as she passed Todoroki. His gaze flicked to her the moment she neared, eyes briefly lowering to the pass in her hand. Why are you leaving the classroom? Passing PRD is about to end. She slowed just enough to acknowledge him. Principal's office. He didn't step aside immediately. His eyes lingered on her for a moment too long, unreadable as ever. Did you get in trouble for something? Kimitsuki met his gaze without hesitation. No. He hummed, unconvinced. Then what does Principal 𝘵𝑗𝑢 want with you? That's what I'm about to find out, she said, slipping the pass between her fingers. Her tone remained even, but there was a sharpness in her eyes. Todoroki didn't look away. He studied her the way he always did, like he was trying to fit puzzle pieces together. You're hiding something. It wasn't an accusation, more like an observation spoken aloud. Kimitsuki exhaled through her nose, a small, almost amused breath. Are you always this nosy? Todoroki didn't rise to the bait. Only when things don't add up. A second passed between them. Then, as if deciding he wouldn't get anything more out of her, Todoroki finally stepped aside. Kimitsuki didn't waste time moving past him. As she walked away, she could still feel the weight of his gaze trailing after her. Kimitsuki pushed open the door to 𝘵𝑗𝑢's office. Principal 𝘵𝑗𝑢 sat behind his desk, his usual warm demeanor softened. His eyes locked on her the moment she entered, and there was no hint of judgment, only curiosity. Take a seat, Kero, 𝘵𝑗𝑢 said gently, motioning toward the chair across from him. Kimitsuki nodded and sat, her hands resting on her lap. You were with Midnight earlier today. That was unexpected, he began. His voice was steady, but there was a note of concern in it. What happened? Kimitsuki let out a soft breath, her fingers curling slightly around the pass still clutched in her hand. I lost control, she said quietly. My emotions got the best of me, and it all spiraled. She paused, the memories of that moment still too vivid in her mind. 𝘵𝑗𝑢 tilted his head slightly, his tone calm but pressing. Yet you didn't harm anyone. What stopped you from going further? I tranquilized myself. His small ears twitched. You tranquilized yourself? Kimitsuki nodded. I always carry tranquilizers in my void. Using one on myself was a last-minute decision, though. 𝘵𝑗𝑢 leaned back in his chair, mulling over her words. I see. And midnight she was the one who found you after that? Yes. I passed out from the tranquilizer, and she brought me to recovery girl. I woke up in the infirmary. 𝘊𝘏 flexed her fingers, grounding herself in the present. She stayed with me until I was stable. That's why she escorted me back. Nizu hummed, thoughtful. Midnight was concerned about you. She reported that this wasn't just a moment of frustration but a deeper instability. 𝘊𝘏's jaw tightened. I know. His eyes sharpened, voice quiet but firm. Then you also know this isn't something we can ignore. She met his gaze head-on. That's why I need you to listen to me. Next time, if I lose control, don't hesitate. Just tranquilize me. Nizu paused for a moment, studying her. Then, softly, he replied, You think I hesitated? 𝘊𝘏 exhaled sharply, leaning forward. You did. When I was out there, you tried to talk me down. You thought reasoning with me would work. She shook her head. If you hesitate again, it could cost someone their life. A heavy silence settled between them. Nizu didn't argue or justify his choice. He simply listened. Finally, he nodded. Understood. Before relief could fully wash over 𝘊𝘏, Nizu's expression darkened, and she sensed a subtle shift in his demeanor. 𝘊𝘏 noticed. What is it? Nizu's small, beady eyes held hers for a moment too long. Then, with practiced ease, he offered her a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Nothing you need to concern yourself with right now. That felt like a lie. 𝘊𝘏 stiffened, her fingers curling slightly against her knee. He was avoiding something. She could see it in the way his paws rested too still on his desk, in the deliberate gentleness of his voice, and in the way his head tilted as if he were studying her reaction. But if he wasn't telling her, it meant he didn't want her to know. Not yet. That thought alone made her stomach twist. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but she forced herself to exhale, loosening her shoulders. If you say so, Principal. Nizu simply smiled, folding his paws together as he shifted gears. Now about your control. 𝘊𝘏 remained silent, waiting. You mentioned that your emotions were the trigger, he continued. She looked away, exhaling through her nose. I believe so. Do you know what set it off? 𝘊𝘏's fingers twitched slightly. His face had been in her mind when she lost control. Memories of his voice felt too real, too close, as if he were still there. But it wasn't just him. Anything from her past, anything remotely tied to the life she'd left behind brought her dangerously close to that edge. If her thoughts lingered too long on anything connected to her childhood, to the island, to who she had been before stepping into, her control would waver. She wasn't about to say that outright, but she didn't have to. The principal was too perceptive. A quiet moment passed before Nizu leaned back slightly. I propose an additional class. Her brow furrowed. An extra class? One specifically designed to help you manage this, Nizu clarified. To regulate your emotions before they escalate. 𝘊𝘏 almost scoffed. And what? Meditate my way out of losing control? Nizu hummed, unfazed by her skepticism. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have suggested it. No, this would be more hands-on. Something that challenges your ability to maintain control under pressure. Something that forces you to confront the emotions you've buried. That made her pause. Because she knew exactly what he meant. 𝘊𝘏's stomach twisted. You mean therapy? A version of it, Nizu admitted. But more tailored to your needs. You require structured guidance, not just someone telling you to talk about your feelings. Her throat felt tight. And what does that entail? Nizu's eyes glimmered with something unreadable. Exposure. Her breath caught. You suppress, he continued. You avoid. But that only makes your emotions stronger when they finally break through. The goal would be to bring them to the surface gradually under controlled conditions, in a safe environment, so they don't control you. Her stomach churned. We would need someone familiar with both psychological and emotional stressors. Someone who can guide you through this while ensuring you don't spiral. He paused, letting the implication settle. 𝘊𝘏 frowned, already anticipating his answer. Why can't All Might do it? Nizu didn't look surprised. All Might is many things. A mentor, a hero, someone you trust. He tilted his head. But he is not trained for this. Chapter 11, Made to Fight. The sun hung low in the sky, casting warm, amber light over UA's campus as the school day finally ended. The air was crisp, the last traces of summer fading into the cool embrace of autumn. 𝘁𝘏 walked alongside Mina and a few of the other girls, their chatter filling the space around her. So then Kaminari, she paused, snickering. He tries to act all smooth, right? But the moment he leans back in his chair, boom, flat on his back. The group burst into laughter. Sounds like him, 𝘬𝘎 added, shaking her head. Did he try to play it off? Oh, of course. He just laid there like, nah, I meant to do that. Mina grinned before nudging 𝘁𝘏's arm. You should have seen it. 𝘁𝘏 huffed a small, amused breath. I'll take your word for it. Something about their easy camaraderie felt nice. It was different from how she had spent most of her life surrounded by competitors, threats, people either above or beneath her in the strict hierarchy of survival. Here, it wasn't like that. As they reached the dorms, the conversation shifted. Mina clasped her hands together, eyes practically sparkling. Okay, hold up. 𝘐𝘏𝑗, we have to see your room. Yeah, 𝘏𝑗 chimed in, bouncing slightly on her feet. You're all mysterious. We want to see if your room matches your whole vibe. 𝘁𝘏's lips twitched. My vibe? Mina nodded eagerly. You know, cool, kinda scary but in a hot way. Mina. 𝑦𝑎𝑦𝑎 groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose. What? I'm right. Mina grinned. So, what do you say, 𝘐𝑄𝑐? Give us a little peek. The others leaned in slightly, clearly just as curious. 𝘁𝘏 glanced at them, then at the dorm building ahead. There wasn't a reason to say no. Yeah, sure, she said, turning toward the door. They all stepped inside, the door clicking shut behind them. The soft hum of the dorm's overhead lights filled the space as they climbed the stairs, following 𝘁𝘏 down the hall. Mina was practically vibrating with excitement, already trying to guess what her room would look like. Alright, I'm calling it now super minimalistic, maybe some sleek black furniture, a couple of cool decorations on display. Why would she have decorations in her room? Uraraka deadpanned. Mina shrugged. I dunno, for the aesthetic. 𝘁𝘏 let out a huff of amusement as she reached her door and pushed it open. The moment the girl stepped inside, the energy shifted. Whoa! Mina stopped in her tracks. Oh! 𝘬𝘎's eyes swept over the space, brows lifting slightly. The room was clean and well kept, but what stood out most were the colors: deep reds and soft pinks woven into the decor. A red blanket draped over the bed, a few pink accents scattered around, even the warm glow of a small lamp giving the room a softer, cozier feel. It didn't match the image they had of her at all. Mina turned in a slow circle, taking it all in. This is so not what I expected. 𝘬𝘎 leaned against the wall, eyeing a small decorative shelf. Didn't take you for a pink person? 𝘁𝘏 blinked, glancing around as if seeing her own room through their eyes. Pink person? She had never really thought about it. The colors had just stayed with her. A choice made long ago, when certain people had been in her life. It was never a conscious decision, it just was. Mina nudged her with an elbow, grinning. So, is pink your favorite color or what? 𝘁𝘏 hesitated. Oh, I guess so. Mina gasped, grabbing her by the shoulders. You guess so? Girl, you have pink pillows. That means yes. 𝘁𝘏 exhaled sharply, something like a laugh buried in it. If you say so. Yeah, not what I expected either, 𝘏𝑗 added, her voice cheerful. I thought you'd have, like, a dark, broody setup, but this is actually kinda warm. 𝘁𝘏 deadpanned, blinking in disbelief. What's with you guys thinking I'm such a dark person? 𝘏𝑗 giggled. I mean, can you blame us? You did play the villain in hero lessons, 𝘬𝘎 pointed out, smirking as she crossed her arms. And you were terrifyingly good at it. Mina nodded dramatically. Like, insanely good. I swear, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were a villain. 𝘁𝘏 gave them a flat look. Thanks. No, I mean that as a compliment. Mina grinned. It was actually kinda impressive. You were all quiet at first and calculating and totally fierce. She gestured wildly. Like bam. Dodging everything, countering like it was nothing. I honestly thought you were gonna take Kirishima out at one point. J.Ru made a noise of agreement. Yeah. I don't think anyone expected you to fight like that. Kimitsuki rolled her eyes but didn't argue. She had gone all out. It wasn't in her nature to hold back, even in training. But as they kept talking about how intimidating she was, how natural it seemed for her to take on the role of the villain, something in her chest twisted. They didn't mean anything by it. They were just talking, joking around. But that didn't stop the weight from settling in her stomach. Ruthless. Terrifying. Good at it. It was supposed to be a compliment, but all she could hear was everything she had become before you. Everything she was trying not to be. Mina grinned, nodding toward her neatly arranged room. So yeah, forgive us for expecting, like, skull decorations and black walls or something. Kimitsuki forced a smirk, leaning back against her desk. Sorry to disappoint. Mina clasped her hands together with a giggle. Plot twist, Kyoto is actually adorable. Kimitsuki narrowed her eyes, trying to shake away the heat flushing to her cheeks. Adorable? Don't push it. She looked away, hiding her embarrassment. Mina just wiggled her fingers mischievously before Kimitsuki heard a sigh. Uraraka tapped a finger against her cheek, nervously chuckling. Man, everyone's been going on about how crazy good you were today, she said with a sigh. I didn't even get to see it for myself since you took me out so fast. Guess I'll just have to wait until tomorrow. Kimitsuki, now seated on the edge of her bed with one leg crossed over the other, gave a small hum of acknowledgement. You didn't miss much, she said, tilting her head slightly. It was just basic combat. Mina scoffed from where she lay sprawled across the floor. Basic combat? Girl, you ran circles around half the class like it was nothing. Even Aizawa-sensei looked impressed when we were done. J.Ru smirked, leaning back against the wall. And Bakugo looked annoyed. I think you threw him off. That made Kimitsuki pause for a brief moment before she gave a small shrug, a smile pulling at her lips. I'd be surprised if he wasn't. I took him out faster than he expected. Mina sat up, grinning. Oh, confident. I like it. Uraraka laughed. Now I really wish I got to see it. I had no idea you were this strong. Kimitsuki met her gaze, amusement flickering in her blue eyes. You'll see tomorrow. The certainty in her tone sent a small chill through the room, but it wasn't arrogance, it was fact. She wasn't just confident. She knew. Yaoyorozu smiled. I'll admit, I'm looking forward to it as well. Mina nudged Uraraka playfully. Better be ready, girl. You might get taken out fast again. Uraraka huffed, puffing out her cheeks. Not if I can help it. Kimitsuki smiled. We'll see. She stood up suddenly, flicking some of her hair to the front. I feel like you've all only been getting to know me. What do you guys usually do in the dorms? Oh, we usually hang out in the common room, Uraraka said brightly. Wanna come with? Mina was already on her feet, practically vibrating with excitement. Thus, you have to experience peak dorm life. Kimitsuki nodded and followed everyone out of her room. The common room was lively, filled with the hum of conversation and occasional laughter. Some students were gathered around the TV, others were locked in a heated card game at the table, and a few were just lounging around, chatting. Yo, look who finally joined us, Kaminari called, noticing them first. Wanna join us in another game, Kyoto? Kimitsuki sat down at the table, her sharp gaze flicking over the deck of cards in Siro's hands. The common room buzzed with energy, and as more people noticed the game starting, they began drifting over Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, and even Tsuyu, while Kirishima and Kaminari grabbed seats nearby. All right, she said, resting an arm on the table. What's the game? Oh, it's called Bluff, Mina answered excitedly, leaning toward her. The goal is to get rid of all your cards, but the catch is you can lie. You place cards face down and say what they are, but if someone thinks you're bluffing, they can call you out. If they're right, you take the pile. If they're wrong, they take it. Kimitsuki tapped her fingers against the wood. So it's a mix of deception and reading people. Yaoyorozu nodded. Exactly. It requires a sharp mind and a good poker face. Oh, she's gonna be scary at this, 𝘐𝘭𝘭 muttered. 𝘨𝑜 grinned as he shuffled. We'll see. Let's deal. As the cards were handed out, the group settled in, the usual dorm chatter simmering down as anticipation took over. The first few rounds were light-hearted. 𝘏𝑗𝑄𝑟 kept giggling every time she lied, making her the easiest to call out. Kaminari had the worst poker face, which led to Mina calling him out every single time, and Tsuyu calmly played along, rarely making mistakes. Then it was Kimitsuki's turn. She placed 2 cards down smoothly, her expression as unreadable as ever. 2 threes. Silence. Everyone watched her closely, waiting for some kind of tell, a flicker of hesitation, a shift in her voice, anything. But Kimitsuki remained perfectly composed. 𝘐𝘭𝘭 narrowed her eyes. I really want to call BS on that. Kimitsuki met her gaze, calm and patient. Then do it. 𝘐𝘭𝘭 hesitated for a second before tapping the pile. Bluff. Kimitsuki flipped the cards over. Both threes. Darn it, 𝘐𝘭𝘭 muttered, grabbing the pile while the others laughed. Okay, she's good, Mina whispered. The game continued, and it quickly became clear that Kimitsuki was a formidable player. She never hesitated, never showed any tells, and worst of all, she could see through everyone else's bluffs. I know you're bluffing, Kirishima said, staring her down. Kimitsuki simply tilted her head. Are you sure? Kirishima hesitated. He sighed. Nope. Not risking it. Mina groaned. She's terrifying. Kimitsuki smirked slightly. Observation. The more they played, the more intense it got. Tsuyu, normally unshaken, began second-guessing her calls. Yayorozu played cautiously, but even she fell into Kimitsuki's trap. Kaminari groaned as he lost again, muttering, She's in my head, bro. The game had started small, just the girls from the dorm and a few others, but as the rounds went on, their laughter and commotion drew in more people from the common area. By the time Kimitsuki had established herself as a remarkably skilled player, the crowd around the table had doubled. Ida stood nearby, arms crossed but visibly intrigued as he adjusted his glasses. This level of deception in a simple card game is quite impressive. More like insane, Sato muttered, watching with wide eyes. She hasn't lost once. Midoriya, having wandered in after hearing the noise, scribbled frantically in his notebook. Her ability to suppress any noticeable tells is remarkable. And her pattern recognition, she adapts to every player's habits so quickly. Bakugo, sitting on the couch with his arms draped over the back, scoffed. Of course she's good at lying. Kimitsuki glanced at him briefly but said nothing, simply placing down her next card. 1 ace. 𝘨𝑜, her final opponent, exhaled through his nose. He had been so close. One wrong call could cost him everything. His eyes flicked between the card pile and Kimitsuki's impassive expression. The room was completely silent now. Even Bakugo had stopped watching from a distance, now fully engaged. 𝘨𝑜 weighed his options. Call her bluff and risk picking up the pile? Or let it slide and hope she wasn't lying? He gritted his teeth. Bluff. Kimitsuki flipped the card. Ace of spades. The entire room erupted. No way. Mina nearly fell out of her chair, gripping 𝘏𝑗𝑄𝑟 for support. Kirishima let out a whistle. Man, I felt that loss. Kaminari groaned into his hands. I told you she's in our heads. 𝘨𝑜 slumped back, dramatically dragging a hand down his face. I'm never gonna live this down. Momo, ever the strategist, shook her head in disbelief. Her level of control is outstanding. Not a single tell, not even a twitch. Tsuyu nodded. It's like she doesn't even second-guess herself. Kimitsuki leaned back slightly, finally allowing a small, satisfied smirk. Hesitation is a weakness. That made Bakugo snort, but he didn't say anything. Just watched her with narrowed eyes. Midoriya, still scribbling furiously, glanced up. Kimitsuki, have you played this game before? She tilted her head, suppressing a knowing smirk. No. Silence. What? It's not hard, Kimitsuki said, rolling her wrist lazily. The key is observation. You all have distinct habits. Kaminari fidgets when he's bluffing, Mina gets too confident when she's telling the truth, and 𝘂𝘏 taps the table when he's unsure. 𝘂𝘏 blinked. Wait, I do. Yes, 𝘊𝘃𝑐𝐾𝐿 said simply, breathing out a tiny chuckle at his reaction. Mina groaned, throwing her head back. She's not just good at the game, she's good at us. That's why we never stood a chance, 𝘧𝘎 muttered. As the excitement slowly settled, Ida cleared his throat. As impressive as this was, it is getting quite late. The reminder was enough to make some people stretch and yawn, the adrenaline finally wearing off. All right, Mina sighed, standing up. But this was fun. We should totally do this again. I'll pass, Kaminari said immediately. I value my dignity. What dignity? 𝘧𝘎 smirked. As everyone laughed and started dispersing, 𝘊𝘃𝑐𝐾 remained seated, watching the way they interacted, light-hearted teasing, genuine enjoyment, and inclusion. She had never been a part of something like this. And yet, as she met Mina's excited grin and Kirishima's encouraging nod, she felt something unfamiliar settle in her chest. Belonging. The dorm was quiet. Too quiet. 𝘊𝘃𝑐𝐾 lay on her back, staring at the ceiling, moonlight filtering through the curtains in thin silver strands. She wasn't tired. Not really. Her body was still, but her mind kept turning, circling back to moments she'd rather not dwell on. The game earlier had been a distraction. A good one. The room had been full of laughter and quick thinking, the kind of energy that kept her from slipping too deep into her own head. But now, the quiet had returned. And in the quiet, memories found their way back. Her fingers curled slightly against the sheets. That moment in combat training. It had been so brief. A flicker of hesitation. A mistake. But it had been his eyes. The color. The intensity. For just a second, they weren't Bakugos. 𝘊𝘃𝑐𝐾 exhaled sharply, pushing herself upright. Darn it, she muttered. Stop going back to that moment. No use lying here. She slid out of bed with ease, moving silently through the room. The others were asleep in their own dorm rooms. She slipped into the hallway, the cool air pressing against her skin as she made her way downstairs. The common area was mostly dark, save for a faint light from the kitchen. She had barely stepped into the space when a voice cut through the quiet. What are you doing up? 𝘊𝘃𝑐𝐾 turned her head. Bakugo leaned against the counter, one hand loosely gripping a water bottle. His gaze flicked over her, sharp despite the late hour. She didn't stop as she walked past him to the fridge. Could ask you the same. Bakugo scoffed but didn't answer, just watched as she poured herself a glass of water. A stretch of silence passed before he spoke again. What kind of game were you playing down here earlier? 𝘊𝘃𝑐𝐾 took a sip, then met his gaze. A deception game. His fingers flexed slightly around the bottle. You'd be terrible at it, she added. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. Like heck I would. You don't have the patience for it. Bakugo rolled his shoulders. Don't need mind games when you can just win. 𝘊𝘃𝑐𝐾 tilted her head slightly, her voice lighter but edged with something sharper. Is that why you lost to me today? His expression shifted, not anger, not quite. Something more calculated. Then a scoff. You're really proud of yourself for that, huh? He leaned slightly closer, voice lowering. But you know what? You froze. That's why I landed that hit. 𝘊𝘃𝑐𝐾 met his gaze without freezing this time. And yet you still lost. He leaned in slightly, eyes narrowing. Yeah. You were so untouchable, but I landed that hit. I bet it's still bothering you. To us. But not for the reason he was thinking. 𝘊𝘃𝑐𝐾's jaw tensed, but she shoved the feeling down, smirking instead. Bet it's still bothering you that I didn't even have to try to beat you. Bakugo's jaw tensed as he exhaled sharply, lifting the water bottle to his lips. Are you always this smug, or just when you think you're better than everyone? 𝘊𝘃𝑐𝐾 turned back, arching a brow. It's not thinking when it's true. His eyes flashed with irritation. That mouth of yours is going to get you in trouble. Didn't seem to happen today. Bakugo stepped closer, the corner of his mouth twitching into something between amusement and irritation. Maybe I should change that. 𝘊𝘃𝑐𝐾 didn't budge. You're welcome to try. Just don't be surprised when it ends the same way. He let out a short laugh, sharp and low. You act real confident for someone who just showed up here. And you act real insecure for someone who's been here longer. His smirk dropped instantly. What did you just say? She shrugged, taking a slow sip of water. Did I hit a nerve? Bakugo's hands curled into fists at his sides. You don't know anything about me. And yet, you're acting exactly how I expected. He exhaled through his nose, clearly irritated. You're a real pain, you know that? Kimitsuki smiled. So I've been told. For a moment, they just stared at each other, neither backing down. The weight of their clashing egos settled in the empty common area, thick and almost suffocating. Then Bakugo huffed, clicking his tongue. Whatever. Keep running that mouth while you can. Kimitsuki tilted her head. What, are you going to try to silence me? His smirk returned, slow and full of challenge. I don't try to do anything. I do it. Kimitsuki's expression didn't waver. Bold words for someone who couldn't do it earlier. Bakugo's smirk twitched, irritation creeping back into his face. You really don't know when to quit, do you? Do you? She shot back. He huffed, stepping closer. You act like you've got it all figured out. Like you're untouchable. Kimitsuki lifted a brow. And you act like that bothers you. His eye twitched. What would bother me about some cocky new recruit? She shrugged. You tell me. You're the one still standing here. His jaw tightened. He hated this. Hated how she never backed down, never gave him the reaction he wanted. Every word out of her mouth was infuriating. Maybe I just don't like leaving things unfinished, he muttered, eyes sharp as they met hers. Kimitsuki held his gaze, her expression unreadable. Then I guess you'll be losing sleep for a while. Bakugo exhaled sharply, irritation burning hotter. You really get under my skin. Kimitsuki's smirk didn't waver. I think you hate that I don't take you seriously. Bakugo's eye twitched. You should. She tilted her head slightly. But because you yell a lot. His nostrils flared. Because I'm stronger than you think. Oh, I know how strong you are, she said, feigning realization. I was there, remember? His teeth clenched. You are so full of it. Kimitsuki took a slow step forward, leaning into his space. And you're so easy to provoke. Bakugo scoffed, but he didn't move back. Yeah? You think you have me figured out? I know I do. She tilted her head, watching the way his fingers twitched, like he was barely keeping himself from exploding. You're all impulse and fire. Someone bruises your ego, and you just have to prove something. His eyes narrowed. You talk like you're any different. I am different. Bakugo let out a short, humorless laugh. Yeah, sure. You just think you're too good for everyone. Kimitsuki's smirk dropped slightly, but her voice stayed steady. I don't think I'm too good for anyone. That's nonsense. He stepped forward now, closing the space she had created. You don't take anything seriously. Like none of us are even worth your time. Her expression flattened. Or maybe I just don't let people like you get to me. His eyes flickered over her face, searching for even the smallest crack in her composure. He found none. It only fueled his irritation. You're annoying. She exhaled sharply through her nose. Takes one to know one. Bakugo scoffed. Guess that's what happens when you're just made to fight. Something inside her stilled. Made to fight. The words hit her harder than they should have. Like it was all she was. Like there was nothing else. Like she was still just that kid in the facility. Trained to fight, to win, to survive. Kimitsuki saw the memories flash before her eyes. Heard the echoes of the past. And for a moment, Bakugo's words dragged her back to a place where hesitation was fatal. Where she wasn't a person. Just someone made to fight. Her breath hitched before she could stop it, and Bakugo noticed. His brows pulled together slightly. What? Kimitsuki clenched her jaw. She wasn't going to let him see. She stepped forward, a sudden sharpness in her eyes. You think I was made to fight? What about you? Her voice was lower now, the edge of something dangerous beneath it. You can't stand when someone's better than you. You live for the fight. That's the only thing that keeps you going, isn't it? Bakugo's irritation flared hotter. Like you're any different, he snapped. Oh, she scoffed, all sharp edges now. I'm different, all right. And there was something in the way she said it, something that sent a flicker of unease through him. You think you get to judge me when you don't even know anything about me? Her voice stayed steady, controlled, but there was an edge now, a wire pulled too tight. Bakugo's scowl deepened. Like I care. She let out a sharp breath, the air between them crackling like static before a storm. You should. Because if all I am is someone made to fight, then what does that make you? His expression darkened. What does that mean? You act like fighting's all I know, but you, she jabbed a finger toward his chest. You breed this. You need it. Tell me, Bakugo, what happens when there's no one left to beat? When you can't fight anymore? His teeth gritted, shoulders locking up. Shut up. Did I hit a nerve? Her face was all sharp edges now, a taunt, a challenge. But it wasn't smug. It wasn't playful. It was real, raw, angry. Bakugo felt that heat, that fury that mirrored his own. And for a split second, it almost made him hesitate. Almost. They were inches apart now, the air thick with something volatile. It wasn't just irritation. It was something deeper, something real. Bakugo stepped even closer, voice low, crackling with the same intensity as hers. Yeah. Then what happens to you? If you're so much better than me, then tell me, why are you still standing here? Kimitsuki's breath hitched. Not because of his words, but because of what they almost sounded like. Like the past all over again. Like the questions echoing in her mind, the ones that had haunted her after the chaos on the island. Why are you still standing? Why are you still alive? She despised that he made her hear it again. That fury transformed into something colder, sharper, cutting deeper than she wanted to admit. Her smirk faded, her expression darkening. You really don't get it. Bakugo's eyes flickered, something unreadable passing through them, but before he could respond, she turned on her heel. You're not worth it, she called over her shoulder, her voice quieter now but no less piercing. She walked away, refusing to give him another moment of her time, disappearing down the hall. Bakugo watched her go, irritation buzzing beneath his skin. What a nuisance. Everything about her annoyed him, her attitude, her smug little face, the way she acted like she was untouchable, like she was superior. But despite all that, he had managed to get under her skin. Her mask had cracked. The calm facade she maintained had shattered in a way he hadn't anticipated. He noticed the way her eyes flared, how her entire presence sharpened like a blade. It wasn't just irritation, it was something deeper, something real. And that surprised him. Not that he cared. His jaw tightened, shaking off the thought with a scoff. Whatever. He didn't lose sleep over nobodies, and that's all she was, just another obstacle in his path. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he headed back to his dorm, slamming the door shut behind him. Chapter 12. Snide. Todoroki wasn't a stalker. Yet he didn't leave when Kimitsuki and Bakugo began arguing. He could have, should have. But something about their exchange kept him standing there, watching from just beyond the glow of the hallway lights. It wasn't just how easily they got under each other's skin, it was her. He had been trying to understand Kimitsuki since she arrived. The principal personally bringing in a student was strange enough, but everything about her made it even stranger. Her skill level, her calm demeanor, the way she handled everything thrown at her without missing a beat. It wasn't just talent. It was training. That didn't come from hero schools. And he wanted to know why. She wasn't just strong, she was composed. Too composed. Every movement, every word seemed calculated, like someone who had spent their whole life figuring out the safest way to exist. That kind of discipline didn't come naturally, it came from something. Something he didn't know. Principal Nizu's involvement made it even more puzzling. He had gone out of his way to bring her here. What was she to him? What had she been before this? Todoroki didn't think she was dangerous, at least, not in the way that mattered. If anything, it was the opposite. Something weighed on her. He saw it in the way she carried herself, in the moments when she thought no one was watching. Tonight only confirmed it. She had been untouchable all day, answering questions effortlessly, brushing past challenges like they were nothing. But now, Bakugo had said something that struck a nerve, and for the first time, she actually snapped. Real, unfiltered anger flashed in her eyes before she stormed off. It was the most genuine reaction he'd seen from her, and it made him more curious than ever. His gaze lingered down the hall where she had disappeared before he finally turned away, exhaling softly. He wasn't a stalker, but he would figure out who 𝘐𝑄𝐑 𝘐𝑄𝐑𝐎 really was. The next morning, 𝘐𝑄𝐑 regretted everything. She should have stayed in her room. Should have kept to herself like always. At least then she wouldn't have spent half the night wide awake, staring at the ceiling, the weight of old memories pressing into her chest. For a while, she thought going out had been a good idea. That arguing with Bakugo would be enough of a distraction, that hating him would be sufficient. But it wasn't. His words hadn't pulled her away from her thoughts, they had only dragged her deeper into them. Now, standing in front of her mirror, she was still entangled in them. She exhaled sharply as she finished applying concealer to her neck, letting out a soft hum when the dark mark finally disappeared. With one last glance at her appearance, she breathed out again before heading to homeroom. Her expression didn't shift into its usual composure quickly enough. The moment she walked in, the shift in the air was instant. Conversations quieted, eyes flickered toward her. It wasn't anything obvious, just a subtle change, a glance, a pause, a silent observation. She wasn't scowling, wasn't tense, wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary. But whatever had been on her face before she schooled it into neutrality, they had noticed. She sighed internally. She moved toward her seat, her posture as relaxed as ever, but she could still feel the weight of lingering stares. Whatever. It didn't matter. She sat down, resting her chin on her hand as she glanced toward the front of the room, waiting for class to start. Aizawa stepped into the room, dragging a hand through his hair, his usual tired expression in place. "All right, homeroom," he said, voice flat as he dropped a stack of papers onto his desk. "Listen up." The murmurs that had picked up after 𝘐𝑄𝐑 entered died down. Everyone straightened in their seats, already expecting some grueling announcement. "We're going straight into it," he announced. "You already know what's coming." There was a pause. Then Kaminari blinked. "Wait, oh, the sports festival?" Aizawa shot him a flat look. "Yes." A murmur rippled through the class, a mix of excitement, determination, and in some cases, pure dread. "Since you're in your second year, you already know what to expect," Aizawa continued. "The festival's the biggest stage for up-and-coming heroes, so don't think last year's results mean anything now. Last year, you fought among first years. This time, you're up against students who have trained just as long as you have, who've had the same year of experience. That means no one's holding back." 𝘐𝑄𝐑 kept her expression still, but her thoughts turned sharp. "Right, if she could stay here." She already knew. The principal had made it clear her place at UA wasn't guaranteed. This was her proving ground. Aizawa's gaze flicked briefly to Shinso, then to her. "For some of you, this is your first time participating." Shinso straightened slightly. This was his second year at the festival, but his first as a hero student. A chance to show everyone he belonged here. For 𝘐𝑄𝐑, it was something else entirely. Kirishima grinned, elbowing Kaminari. "Man, this year's gonna be even more intense. You ready?" Kaminari groaned. "I barely survived last time." Jiru smirked. "Maybe try not frying your brain in round one." As the class broke into chatter, 𝘐𝑄𝐑 exhaled quietly. The festival. Her chance to prove she belonged here. Or if she failed, a confirmation that she didn't. 𝘐𝑄𝐑 barely had time to settle before a sharp voice cut in from behind her. "Must be nice." She didn't react at first, but her fingers curled slightly on the desk. Slowly, she turned her head just enough to catch the glare aimed straight at her. Bakugo sat back in his chair, arms crossed, his whole presence radiating irritation. It was as if just existing in the same space as her was an insult. She exhaled through her nose. "What? You walk in here, take everyone down like it's a joke, and now we're all just supposed to sit here like it doesn't matter?" His jaw flexed, his glare sharpening. "Like we don't already know how this will end?" 𝘐𝑄𝐑 held his gaze, her expression blank. "Sounds like you've already accepted losing." His hands clenched into fists. "Shut the hell up." She tilted her head, slow and deliberate. Did I hit a nerve? Bakugo's chair scraped against the floor as he leaned forward, voice low and filled with tension. You didn't hit anything. Don't act like you're untouchable. She smirked. But I am. That's the problem, isn't it? His nostrils flared. You think you're something special just because you had one good fight? I think I'm better than you. Bakugo's frustration flared as he slammed his hand against the desk, the heat radiating from him palpable. 𝘁𝑒𝑚𝑒 didn't flinch. Her eyes flicked lazily to his hand before meeting his gaze again. Pathetic. The tension in the air thickened. Say that again. Pathetic. In the next moment his chair screeched as he shot up, sparks flaring. Cloth snapped through the air. Bakugo found himself restrained, his arms pinned to his sides, his quirk fizzling out instantly. A crushing silence followed, the weight of it pressing down on the room. Aizawa was standing now, capture weapon pulled taut, his hair floating. His eyes burned red, the dark bags beneath them making his glare all the more severe. If you ever, he said, voice low and edged with authority, use your quirk in my classroom again, you won't have to worry about the sports festival. You won't be in this school long enough to compete. Bakugo was rigid in his hold, his jaw clenched, but he didn't speak. Aizawa's gaze flicked to 𝘁𝑒𝑚𝑒. And you? 𝘁𝑒𝑚𝑒 met his glare evenly, her expression unreadable. I don't care what grudge you two have, Aizawa continued, releasing Bakugo with a sharp movement. But if you start a fight here, he glared at her, I'll end it. And it won't be in your favor. The tension hung thick in the air as Bakugo sank back into his chair, his eyes still seething with fury. 𝘁𝑒𝑚𝑒, for her part, didn't move, didn't react except for the slight twitch of her lips. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temple. Now, if we're done, I'd like to get back to explaining the festival. Silence. Good. He turned back to the board, continuing where he left off, but the room didn't settle entirely. Bakugo's glare burned into the back of 𝘁𝑒𝑚𝑒's head. And 𝘁𝑒𝑚𝑒? She just kept her smirk, resting her chin on her hand. Kaminari leaned toward Kirishima once Aizawa had finally moved on, his voice low but amused. Nah, because yesterday I was this close to saying, all that tension is just. Dude, Kirishima cut in immediately, giving him a warning look. Kaminari huffed. Yeah, but now I know. They don't just hate each other. They really hate each other. Kirishima followed his gaze 𝘁𝑒𝑚𝑒, still smirking, arms crossed like she had all the time in the world. And Bakugo, jaw clenched so tight it looked painful, his hands twitching like he was fighting the urge to explode again. 13. Familiar. In the observation room, the class and Aizawa watched in silence, eyes glued to the platform as the two students went back and forth. Kaminari, leaning forward with his elbows on the table, whispered to Kirishima, Dude, I thought Bakugo was the king of combat, but 𝘁𝑒𝑚𝑒 is making him look like an amateur. Kirishima nodded, his fists clenched in excitement. Yeah, it's crazy. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his temples. This was supposed to be a chance for them to work out their differences. He muttered under his breath, shaking his head. I thought Bakugo might push her, but... Aizawa sighed again, running a hand through his hair. He wasn't sure what 𝘁𝑒𝑚𝑒 was up to, but her ability to control the situation so thoroughly it was starting to get under his skin. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he observed their sparring. He watched 𝘁𝑒𝑚𝑒's every movement with the same focus, noting how effortlessly she dodged Bakugo's attacks. She was controlled, every action purposeful. He could feel the tension building, the same kind of sharp, focused aggression that hadn't been present in any of her earlier classes. It was something more. Something he couldn't quite put his finger on. The more he watched her, the more the strange, unsettling feeling gnawed at him. And maybe that was why he found himself silently rooting for Bakugo. The discomfort simmered beneath his professional exterior, and his suspicion deepened with every fluid step 𝘁𝑒𝑚𝑒 took. The feeling only grew stronger as the fight continued. She was relentless, pushing Bakugo further with every step. In the ring, Bakugo's frustration boiled over, and he stepped back, adjusting his stance. He quickly glanced around at the class. They were all watching her, the unspoken realization hanging in the air she was going to win. Bakugo might have the determination, but 𝘁𝑒𝑚𝑒 had control. And that was something he had yet to learn how to counter. As the battle shifted to a quirkless fight, he leaned back in his chair, eyes locked on the snow-haired girl. He couldn't shake that sense of familiarity, a gut feeling that she wasn't as she appeared. Focus on her form, Aizawa muttered under his breath. She's not just reacting to him, she's anticipating him. Kirishima looked over at him, a little puzzled. You think Bakugo's got a chance? Aizawa didn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze stayed locked on Kimetsuki as she effortlessly adjusted to the quirkless combat. His mind raced, trying to piece together the unsettling feeling in the back of his mind. The ring above the ground was suspended in the air like some kind of cruel arena, with the net beneath it stretching wide, waiting for the inevitable fall. The wind had picked up, rustling the edges of Kimetsuki's cascading hair, and the tension between her and Bakugo was palpable. Bakugo's eyes were narrowed, his fists clenched tight as he advanced toward Kimetsuki, but she just stood there, calmly waiting for him to make the first move. Don't think you've won this yet, Bakugo growled, his voice low, full of determination. His muscles were coiled, ready to explode into action. Kimetsuki's lips quirked into a slight smirk. You really want to keep going, huh? She said, almost bored. Her blue eyes locked onto him, unblinking, and she took a slow step forward, her posture relaxed but ready for anything. Without warning, Bakugo surged forward, his fist raised, aiming for her chest. He threw a punch with all his might, the air around his arm crackling with energy. The force behind it was undeniable. But Kimetsuki didn't flinch. She sidestepped effortlessly, her movements so fluid they seemed to blend with the air around her. Bakugo's fist whistled past her, and before he could react, she was behind him, her hand on his shoulder. She spun him around with ease, using his own momentum against him. You need more than that, she teased, her voice almost sweet as she pushed him back, sending him stumbling a few steps. Bakugo gritted his teeth, frustration flashing in his eyes. I don't need to hear you talk. I'll show you what happens when you make me mad. His explosion quirk flared, the air heating up around him. This time, he didn't hold back, aiming his palm straight at her. Kimetsuki's expression remained unchanged. She moved like a shadow, dodging to the side and pulling herself out of the explosion's reach with a grace that made it look effortless. You're really not learning, huh? She said, amusement lacing her voice. She took another step toward him, her intentions clear. You should have switched to quirkless combat earlier. You've only got yourself to blame for not listening. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, and he launched himself at her, faster than before. This time, his fists were a blur, each one aimed with determination. He was faster, stronger, but Kimetsuki's movements were still smoother, more calculated. She ducked under his first punch and dodged the next. Her hands, subtle but purposeful, were always ready to push him off balance. Every move she made was designed to wear him down, drawing him closer to the edge of the platform. Quit dodging and fight me, Bakugo shouted, his voice raw with frustration. His quirk surged again, but Kimetsuki was already several steps ahead, using his aggression to her advantage. She stepped inside his guard and twisted his arm behind him with almost no effort, making him stumble forward. Why don't we just end this now? She asked, her voice soft but commanding. You're not going to win, Bakugo. Not like this. With one last, graceful motion, she pushed him hard. The force sent him flying backward, his feet slipping as he tried to regain his balance. No way! Bakugo roared, his eyes widening as he fought to right himself. Kimetsuki didn't give him a chance. She moved swiftly, her foot catching his ankle just as he tried to plant himself. His body lurched, and before he could brace himself, she shoved him again, this time with her full weight. Bakugo flailed, arms windmilling, but there was no stopping it. His feet went out from under him, and with a sharp gasp, he fell backward. His arms flailed as he tried to catch himself, but the platform's edge was too close, and he plummeted. There was a moment of complete silence. Then, with a loud thud, Bakugo landed in the net below, his face contorted in disbelief. The impact shook the net, but he was caught, spared from the fall to the ground. Kimetsuki, standing with her hands behind her back, simply watched him fall, her expression unreadable. Looks like you've lost, she said, her voice cool. Better luck next time, Bakugo. In the observation room, the class stared in stunned silence, unsure whether to be impressed or simply in awe. 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 had won without breaking a sweat, and now she stood there, unbothered by it all, as if it had been the most natural thing in the world. Caged. Usagi gave her a small, almost imperceptible smile. We won't dive into simulations just yet, but we will start with something that will lay the foundation. She glanced at All Might, who had been standing near the door, his expression thoughtful. All Might, I believe it would be best if you left us for now. This requires a more focused environment, and 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 may find it easier to concentrate without the extra presence. All Might hesitated for a moment, his gaze flickering to 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄. She gave him a reassuring nod, and with a deep breath, he straightened up. All right, kid. I trust you'll do well. He offered a smile before stepping out of the room, the door softly closing behind him. 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 turned back to Usagi, already shifting into a more focused posture. All right, what's first? Usagi placed a hand on the desk, her lavender eyes thoughtful. We'll start with a breathing exercise. It'll help you calm your thoughts and emotions. You're familiar with your quirk's response to emotional stress, but before we dive deeper into that, you need to understand the value of controlling your own mind. When you're able to do that, controlling the quirk will follow naturally. The exercises were surprisingly calming. 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 had never focused so deeply on something so simple before. Afterward, she made her way down the school hallway. Usagi had her do multiple different breathing exercises, each one designed to clear her mind and calm her nerves. As 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 walked, she almost collided with a figure rounding the corner. It was Midnight, who looked particularly relaxed after a long day. Oh, Kato, Midnight greeted, her tone light and friendly. How's it going? 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 gave her a small smile, surprised by the encounter. Midnight-sensei. I'm good, just heading back to the dorms. Midnight's eyes twinkled as she looked at her. I haven't really had the chance to chat with you much yet. Are you settling in okay? 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 nodded. Right, of course Midnight would be concerned about the girl she found unconscious. Yeah, it's been good. I'm getting used to everything. Midnight's gaze flickered up and down her for a moment, and she tilted her head slightly. Hey, speaking of, have you designed a hero costume yet? 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 blinked, a little caught off guard by the question. No, I haven't really thought about that yet. Really? Midnight raised an eyebrow. 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 felt a little embarrassed, scratching the back of her neck. I guess I didn't really give it much thought since I joined so late. It wasn't exactly on my mind. Midnight chuckled. Well, you should start thinking about it. It's important to have a costume that suits your quirk. You don't want to be stuck trying to make something work last minute. 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 hesitated, then shrugged. That's true. Midnight grinned widely, placing her hands on her hips. All right then, that's it. You're coming with me and we'll come up with something. I'm sure we can create something amazing, even if it's just brainstorming. 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 looked up at her, surprised but feeling oddly at ease. Really? Of course, Midnight said with a wink. Come on, let's head to the staff room. I'm sure we can come up with something fun. Is it even okay for me to go in there? 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 asked, a little uncertain. I can bring whoever I want, Kato. 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 followed Midnight down the hall, feeling a mix of excitement and uncertainty about what lay ahead. She trusted that Midnight's enthusiasm would guide her through the process. They entered the staff room, where Midnight gestured for her to sit at a desk cluttered with sketches and fabric swatches. 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 settled in as Midnight began to lay out the design materials. Let's make sure we get this just right, Midnight said with a warm smile, her eyes sparkling as she examined the swatches. 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 glanced at the sketches, feeling a bit lost. I've never really thought about a costume before, she admitted quietly. No worries, Midnight reassured her. We'll create something that reflects your style. So, what kind of look do you envision for yourself? 𝘁𝑐𝐾𝐄 pondered for a moment before responding, something light and sleek, so I can move freely without feeling weighed down. No heavy armor. Midnight nodded, her pencil flying across the page as she sketched. The concept began to take shape, resembling an elegant combat suit with a futuristic flair. The bodice was crafted from a sleek, white material that shimmered like moonlight, hugging her form and exuding strength in its smooth simplicity. The fabric had a light, reflective quality that caught the light in subtle glints, as if woven with starlight. The sleeves were made from a flexible material that allowed for ease of movement, adorned with delicate silver designs that mimicked constellations, almost like a second skin. To enhance her combat-ready stance, the suit featured light, flexible armor-like plating over her shoulders and torso, sleek yet unobtrusive. The silver plating gleamed, presenting a sharp yet graceful impression, as if it belonged to someone capable of both combat and elegance. The shorts were made from a form-fitting, flexible fabric that allowed her full mobility. Instead of bulky boots, she wore knee-high boots that matched the costume's color scheme, each adorned with silver detailing along the sides for a high-tech appearance. Midnight leaned back, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "What do you think? I kept it light and sleek, but with elements that feel powerful, just like your quirk." 𝘐𝑒 studied the design, her expression softening as she absorbed the details. "Perfect," she said, pleasantly surprised by how much the design resonated with her. "This was really thoughtful of you, Midnight-sensei." "Thank you." Midnight beamed. "Ah, you're so sweet. It's no trouble at all." 𝘐𝑒's gaze returned to the sketch, curiosity piqued. "So how do I submit this?" "Oh, don't worry about that. I'll take care of it. Hopefully, you can wear it in less than 3 days." 𝘐𝑒 raised an eyebrow in surprise. "That quick? Perks of being me." The dorm was quiet, the steady hum of the heater filling the background. 𝘐𝑒 pulled her hair back, weaving it into a braid before changing into her sleepwear. The fabric cooled her skin with its silky touch, and the flowy shorts brushed against her thighs. She folded her old clothes neatly and set them aside before switching off the light. As she lay back, the ceiling faded into darkness, and she let her breathing slow. Sleep would come soon enough. If anyone should do this, it should be me. Seiko didn't answer immediately. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his red eyes shadowed with thought. K-109 could sense his reluctance. He hated even considering it. The dim overhead light flickered, casting shadows along the cracked walls of their shared quarters. 𝘐𝑒 sat cross-legged on the thin mattress, her voice steady despite the weight of her words. Aiko was the first to speak up. "Kimmy, this is insane." "It's logical," 𝘐𝑒 corrected. "Zenitsu values me the most. If I get caught, they'll punish me, but they won't kill me. Can you say the same?" They understood how this place operated. 𝘐𝑒 was the one Zenitsu had invested in the most. She was useful. She was an asset. The others? Disposable. Aiko's jaw tightened, her usual playful spark dimming. "I don't care if they won't kill you. What if they break you instead?" Seiko exhaled sharply, running a hand through his dark curls. "That's what I said. You both know it's the best option." 𝘐𝑒 met their gazes, unwavering. "If I get out, I'll run and find someone. I'll bring them back here. And if I fail..." Her voice didn't waver. "I can handle it." Seiko's fingers curled against his arm, frustration evident, but he remained silent. Aiko, however, continued to stare at her as if she wanted to shake some sense into her. "You're so lucky I don't have the strength to knock you out right now," Aiko muttered. A ghost of a smile tugged at 𝘐𝑒's lips. Seiko caught it, shaking his head before stepping closer. He reached out, brushing a stray strand of white hair behind her ear before leaning down, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. He lingered for a moment before pulling back, his hand resting against the side of her face. No words were needed. He just held her there, his touch warm despite the cold walls surrounding them. Aiko groaned. "You two are so dramatic. I swear." A loud, grating buzz interrupted her. The metal doors creaked open, sharp fluorescent light flooding in. 𝘐𝑒 tensed. Seiko's hand brushed against hers. Aiko fell silent. 2 guards stepped in, their black uniforms stiff, visors hiding their expressions. They scanned the room before locking onto a frail boy near the back. Without a word, one grabbed him by the wrist. The boy didn't resist. No one ever did. Aiko's grip on Kimitsuki's sleeve tightened, but she remained quiet. The guards turned, leading the boy toward the door. Kimitsuki moved. Seiko didn't stop her this time. As the gap between the closing doors became just wide enough, she slipped through silent and unnoticed. The metallic clang of the doors sealing shut echoed behind her. Seiko released a slow, measured breath. His fingers curled into fists at his sides, his nails pressing against his palms hard enough to sting. Aiko's grip tightened on his sleeve, her violet eyes locked onto the door. She made it out. It wasn't a question. Seiko swallowed, his jaw tense. For now. They both knew it wouldn't be that simple. Even if Kimitsuki was the most valuable to Zenitsu, getting caught still meant punishment. Aiko shifted beside him, her usual energy replaced with something colder, sharper. She's too stubborn to fail. He wanted to believe that. Kimitsuki woke slowly, the weight of exhaustion still clinging to her limbs. For a brief, disoriented moment, she wasn't sure where she was. The air was cool and open, unlike the stale confinement of her dorm. Then the stiffness in her back reminded her. The bleachers. The training field. Her fingers twitched against fabric that wasn't hers. She blinked, sluggish, lifting her hand to pull the unfamiliar hoodie away from her shoulders. It was slightly heavier than her own, carrying the faint scent of smoke and burnt caramel. Her gaze flickered toward the training area, but it was empty now. Bakugo's hoodie. Her grip tightened on the fabric, heartbeat steady, expression unreadable. No note, no explanation, just this. She exhaled, slow and controlled, before slipping it off and setting it beside her. The sky was lighter now, morning. Her muscles protested as she stood, shaking off the last remnants of sleep. By the time she was walking back to the dorms, her expression had returned to its usual calm. When she reached her dorm, the halls were beginning to stir with early risers. She slipped inside before anyone could take notice, moving on autopilot as she grabbed her uniform. The moment the door clicked shut behind her, she exhaled, shaking off the cold stiffness in her limbs. A quick shower. Change. Tie her hair back. By the time she stepped out again, she looked just as composed as ever. No sign that she had spent the night outside. She blended into the morning routine seamlessly, slipping into the common room just as the others were starting to gather. A few glanced her way, some offering half-awake greetings. She nodded but didn't linger. She was aware of him before she even looked. Bakugo was there, seated on the couch, arms crossed, scowl set deep as he listened to something Kirishima was saying. The usual. Like nothing had happened. Her eyes flickered over him briefly. No hoodie. So he knew she didn't have it anymore. She moved past without a word, making her way toward the kitchen. She grabbed a plate and served herself a modest portion, settling at the counter as the warmth of the food helped chase away the last remnants of exhaustion. As she ate, she listened to the low murmur of conversation behind her, letting it ground her in the moment. Kyoto, are you feeling all right? Kimitsuki didn't startle, but she did pause. Turning, she met Yaoyorozu's concerned gaze. Kimitsuki blinked at her classmate, noting the genuine concern in her expression. Maybe Kimitsuki looked more tired than she had thought. I'm all right, thank you, she said, setting her chopsticks down for a moment. Yaoyorozu didn't look entirely convinced, but she smiled anyway. Just making sure. That was sweet of her. Kimitsuki hadn't expected her to say anything, but she appreciated it. She gave a small nod and turned back to her food, finishing at a steady pace. The warmth helped clear the last bit of grogginess from her mind, and by the time she was done, she felt more awake. The usual morning chatter filled the dorm around her. Kaminari whining about an assignment, Bakugo telling him to be quiet, Jiraiya grumbling that it was too early for this much noise. Kimitsuki rinsed her plate, wiped her hands and turned to leave. Yaoyorozu hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Oh, if you ever need anything, you can talk to me. Kimitsuki paused and met her gaze. That was really kind of her. Yaoyorozu always carried herself with such confidence and warmth it suited her well. Kimitsuki nodded. Thank you. Yaoyorozu smiled, satisfied. She gave a small nod in acknowledgement before stepping away, leaving the comforting warmth of the kitchen behind. The dorms were coming to life now, the hum of morning routines filling the space. She passed a few classmates on her way out: Kirishima, who greeted her with an easy grin, and Jairu, who muttered something about it being too early for Kaminari's antics. It was all familiar background noise by now. Stepping outside, she immediately spotted Mina near the entrance, bouncing slightly on her heels. The second their eyes met, Mina lit up, her entire expression brightening. "There you are." Mina grinned, falling into step beside her as if she had been waiting all morning for this. "I was this close to dragging you out myself." Kimitsuki felt a warmth in her chest that had nothing to do with the morning sun. "You didn't have to wait, Mina." Mina gasped as if deeply offended. "And let you walk alone? Please. I have standards." Kimitsuki exhaled through her nose, but the smallest smile tugged at her lips. Mina always made things feel lighter, her energy filling the spaces that would otherwise feel empty. She didn't say it aloud, but she was glad Mina had waited. Glad that she was here, talking to her like it was the most natural thing in the world. The two continued walking, the cool morning air crisp against their skin. The halls of UA were already bustling with students, but with Mina beside her, everything felt easier, like the day was already off to a good start. By the time they reached Class 1A, the energy was picking up, conversations overlapping, a few students still shaking off sleep, and Ida already directing people to their seats. Mina stretched her arms over her head as they walked in. "Ugh, mornings should be illegal." "You've said that every day so far," Kimitsuki noted with a chuckle, slipping into her seat. "And I stand by it." Before Mina could add more, Ida clapped his hands at the front of the room. "Everyone, to your seats. Homeroom is about to begin." Mina groaned dramatically but turned forward, while Kimitsuki settled in as Aizawa stepped inside, looking as tired as ever. "First PRD starts in 10 minutes. Use the time wisely." Across the room, Mina suddenly shot up from her seat, waving her arms dramatically. "Kyoto!" Kimitsuki looked up, immediately catching the bright grin on Mina's face. "How do you always get the answers so fast?" Mina whined, loud enough for half the class to hear. "Are you secretly a robot?" Kimitsuki blinked, then huffed out a small laugh. "I just pay attention." Mina groaned, flopping onto her desk. "Not fair. I pay attention sometimes and I still don't get it as fast as you." Kimitsuki shook her head, her amusement more obvious this time. "It's not difficult." The weekend arrived without incident, marking Kimitsuki's first full week at UA. It had passed quicker than she expected, with routine settling into place surprisingly easily. Training, classes, late-night studying with Mina, it was all starting to feel normal. And now, she was here, walking through the city with her classmates like it was the most natural thing in the world. The late afternoon sun cast a warm glow over the streets as she strolled alongside Uraraka, Mina, Midoriya, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Yaoyorozu. They had no real plan, just an aimless outing that had somehow turned into a trip to a bakery Kaminari wouldn't stop raving about. "It's, like, life-changing," he insisted, practically bouncing with excitement as they neared the shop. "I don't even like sweet stuff that much, but this place? Different." Mina rolled her eyes with a grin. "If this doesn't blow my mind, I'm throwing you into traffic." Kirishima snorted. "Harsh." "It's what he deserves." Kimitsuki just shook her head, a small smirk tugging at her lips. This was nice. The chatter, the warmth, the feeling of belonging. They reached the bakery, the scent of fresh bread and pastries spilling into the street as they stepped inside. The shop was small and cozy, lined with display cases filled with an overwhelming variety of treats. "Oh my God," Uraraka breathed, practically pressing her hands against the glass. "I want everything." Yaoyorozu hummed, already scanning the options with practiced efficiency. "We should each get something different and share." Mina turned to Kimitsuki with a grin. "What's your go-to, Kimmy?" Kimitsuki only smiled slightly, shaking her head. "I don't think I have one." "Then this is a very important mission," Kaminari declared. "We're finding your signature order." "Is that really necessary?" "Absolutely." Mina grabbed her by the wrist, pulling her closer to the display. "Come on, Kimmy, live a little." 𝘊𝑃 huffed but didn't resist. She scanned the pastries, her eyes drifting over the neatly arranged rows of croissants, fruit tarts, and cakes topped with delicate swirls of cream. She wasn't picky, but the sheer number of options was a bit overwhelming. Mina nudged her. Well, see anything that screams you? 𝘊𝑃 raised an eyebrow. What does that even mean? Like, if you were a pastry, which one would you be? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, Kaminari cut in with a dramatic sigh. But also, valid question. Kirishima grinned. Come on, Kyoto, you gotta pick something. 𝘊𝑃 sighed, glancing back at the display case. Fine. Her eyes landed on a small, neatly arranged tray near the center. That one. Mina followed her gaze and gasped. A strawberry daifuku? 𝘊𝑃 frowned slightly. That's bad. No, it's just adorable. Mina practically shook her by the shoulders. You picked something cute. Oh my god, I love this for you. It's just food. Kirishima laughed. All right, let's order before Mina explodes. They all placed their orders and eventually settled into a cozy corner booth. The bakery was warm, the air filled with the scent of sugar and fresh bread, a soft hum of conversation in the background. 𝘊𝑃 took a bite of her daifuku, the subtle sweetness of red bean and strawberry blending perfectly. She hadn't realized she was being watched until she looked up and found Mina practically vibrating with excitement. Well, do we have a winner? 𝘊𝑃 held her gaze for a moment before nodding. It's good. Mina cheered, while Kaminari leaned back with a satisfied grin. Mission accomplished. Yaoyorozu took a sip of her tea, smiling. It's nice to relax like this. Training has been exhausting. Uraraka hummed in agreement. Yeah, but the sports festival is coming up fast. We gotta be ready. Mina leaned forward, grinning. Okay, real talk, who do you guys actually think is winning the sports festival? Kaminari snorted. Is that even a question? Kirishima laughed. Yeah, we literally have a monster sitting right here. Everyone's eyes landed on 𝘊𝑃. She raised a brow, already knowing where this was going. Uraraka smiled. Come on, Kyoto, you know you're gonna win. 𝘊𝑃 huffed, popping a piece of mochi into her mouth. You guys are acting like it's already decided. Kirishima grinned. Because it kinda is. Mina leaned closer, wiggling her fingers dramatically. You fight like a demon, Kimmy. It's actually insane. Like, no offense, but I don't think anyone stands a chance. 𝘊𝑃 rolled her eyes, but the corner of her mouth twitched. You make it sound like I've already won. You basically have, Kaminari said. Bakugo's gonna combust when you wipe the floor with him. 𝘊𝑃 scoffed. He'd sooner set himself on fire. Which is why it'll be hilarious when you do it, Mina said, grinning. Yaoyorozu took a sip of her tea. Regardless, I think it's safe to say Kyoto is the one to beat. Uraraka pumped a fist. I still want to see how far I can get. Even if I lose, I want to make it count. Mina smirked. Okay, so since we already know Kimmy's taking first, who's getting second? Kaminari groaned. Man, you guys are making it sound like the rest of us don't even stand a chance. Yaoyorozu hummed. Well, statistically speaking, we don't. Kirishima laughed. Yeah, let's be real. We've seen Kyoto fight. None of us are touching first place. 𝘊𝑃 popped another piece of mochi into her mouth, unfazed. At least you're all self-aware. Mina nudged her. Oh my god, listen to her. You don't have to rub it in, Kaminari whined. Mina swirled her straw in her drink. Oh, wait, guys, if we weren't doing the whole hero thing, what would everyone be doing instead? Kirishima leaned back in his chair, thinking. Random, but that's actually a good question. Kaminari grinned. Easy. Rock star. Chapter 17. Acceptance. Aizawa moved between the rings, eyes sharp as he observed each fight. He offered corrections to students when necessary, noting weaknesses for later. But his steps slowed when he reached their match 𝘊𝑃 and Todoroki. They had gone several rounds now, but the outcome was clear. 𝘊𝑃 was winning every match. Each time they reset, she dismantled him effortlessly. His ice cut across the battlefield, his fire roaring, but neither forced her back for long. She weaved through his attacks, redirected them, and turned them into openings before he could even process what went wrong. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. It wasn't that Todoroki was fighting poorly. If anything, he was pushing himself, adapting mid-battle, strategizing. But against Kimetsuki, it didn't matter. That familiar unease settled in his chest as he watched her move. His fingers curled around his scarf, grip tightening. The fight reset again, and this time, Todoroki struck first, ice rushing forward in jagged spires meant to trap her in place. She didn't flinch. A portal opened at her feet, and in a single step, she was behind him, her legs sweeping low. He barely managed to block, stumbling back as another portal flickered to life. His own ice shot toward him, redirected. He melted it with fire, eyes narrowing. She was always in control. The match continued, but Aizawa couldn't care less about watching the fight. He was watching her, the way she moved, the way she anticipated every attack, the way she dominated without hesitation. The way her arms twisted with each punch. How she spun around during their fight, making her dodging look like an effortless dance. It was muscle memory, something learned long before she ever set foot in this school. That sick feeling settled deeper in his gut. This wasn't just instinct. This was familiar. And he was now sure of it. She reminded him of someone he had lost too much. And he hated it. He exhaled sharply through his nose, forcing his thoughts to the back of his mind. A presence moved beside him. "You seem deep in thought," All Might murmured, his gaze also locked on the fight. Aizawa didn't respond immediately. He watched as Todoroki adjusted, his movements growing more calculated with each exchange, but still, it wasn't enough. Kimetsuki wasn't just faster, she was steps ahead. "I'm considering if I should step in," Aizawa finally said. All Might hummed. "Todoroki's struggling, but he's learning." Though, he tilted his head slightly, eyes sharp despite his casual tone. "I get the sense you already know exactly what advice he needs." Aizawa narrowed his eyes at him but didn't answer. He stepped forward. The next round had just reset. Todoroki steadied his stance, determination flickering behind his eyes. Aizawa's voice cut through the tension. "Todoroki." The boy turned slightly, brows furrowing. "Yes, sensei?" "You're playing into her hands." Aizawa approached the edge of the ring, arms crossed. "You're reacting to her pace. That's why you keep losing." Todoroki's jaw tightened, but he listened. Kimetsuki glanced at Aizawa. He continued, his voice steady. "She fights like she already knows what you're going to do because in a way, she does. You're predictable." His eyes flickered toward Kimetsuki for a moment. "You rely on controlling the battlefield. She doesn't need to. She controls you." Todoroki stiffened, but he didn't argue. Kimetsuki tilted her head slightly, Aizawa catching the action from the corner of his eye. He ignored the way his chest tightened at the sight. No matter how much Kimetsuki fought like her, no matter how much she acted like her, Aizawa cleared his throat. "Stop letting her direct the fight. Disrupt her rhythm. Make her react to you." Todoroki exhaled slowly, his gaze sharpening. "Yes, sensei." Aizawa took a step back, feeling a twist in his stomach, but his expression remained unchanged. "Again." Then he exhaled sharply and walked away. It was the same routine every time after that. Every spar, every fight, relentless efficiency. Not raw power, not luck. Just skill. Learned, drilled, perfected. It wasn't something a normal teenager should possess. He hated watching it. All Might appeared beside him again, following his gaze back to the fight. Kimetsuki landed another clean hit, knocking Todoroki off balance before stepping back to let him recover. "She's remarkable," All Might said. Aizawa didn't respond, he already knew that. That was the problem. Kimetsuki stepped away from the sparring ring, rolling the tension out of her shoulders as she grabbed a bottle of water. Her breathing was steady, barely disrupted despite the number of rounds they had gone through. She could still feel the residual heat from Todoroki's flames and the sharp chill of his ice lingering in her muscles. She tilted her head slightly, casting a glance toward him. He wasn't looking at her like he had before. Before, his gaze had been sharp, dissecting like he was waiting for her to slip. Every interaction, every fight, every moment since she arrived at 𝘬𝘭𝘏, he had been watching, pressing, stalking her movements like he expected to catch her in a lie. But now he was staring at the ground, brows drawn together in deep thought. His posture was tense, but not in preparation for another attack. He rolled his shoulder absently, his gaze distant. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 didn't linger on it. Whatever was going on in his head was his problem. She twisted the cap off her water bottle and took a drink. Across from her, Todoroki barely registered his own movements as he rubbed at the soreness in his arm. He should have been focusing on cooling down, on regulating his breathing after so many rounds. But his thoughts were too tangled to settle. I can't control my quirk. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 had said it so easily, like it was an irrefutable fact. But that wasn't possible. He had watched her, studied her. In every fight, she moved with a level of precision that shouldn't be possible for someone with an unstable quirk. If she truly lacked control, it would have shown in battle. She would have faltered, made a mistake, given him even the slightest opening. But she never had. He replayed the match in his head, searching for anything that hinted at her words being true. Yet the more he thought about it, the more he realized something. She hadn't said she lost control. She had said she couldn't control it. That wasn't the same. Todoroki's jaw tightened as he turned his gaze toward her. She was talking with Midoriya now, her expression softened. His stare faltered the longer he looked. And for the first time he really saw her. She wasn't some lurking threat. She wasn't playing a game of deception. She was trying. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 could have stayed distant, avoided all of their class, remained an enigma. But she didn't. And maybe, just maybe, he'd been wrong about her. 𝘐𝑚𝑃, he said her name before he even realized what he was doing. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 paused beside Midoriya, her eyes glancing at him. Curiosity flickered in her gaze, mere curiosity, not hesitation or judgment. Todoroki met her gaze, something inside him buzzing with nervousness. I'd like to get to know you better. There was no hesitation in her response. No unnecessary questions or scrutiny. Just a simple, measured nod. All right. And she smiled. Then, as if the exchange was no more significant than discussing the weather, she turned back to Midoriya. No dramatics, no hesitation, just acceptance. Todoroki didn't know what he expected, his eyes slightly wide in disbelief. But her maturity in the moment only confirmed what he had begun to realize. She wasn't hiding. She wasn't playing games. She was simply existing. And he wanted to understand who she really was. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 tipped back her water bottle, letting the cool liquid soothe her throat as she watched the sparring match in front of her. Her purple-haired classmate Shinso, if she remembered right, moved carefully. She hadn't spoken to him much. Apparently, this was his first year in the hero course too, though he carried himself like someone with something to prove. He was up against 𝘂𝑫, a tricky opponent. 𝘂𝑫's tape kept him at a distance, forcing him to either close in or risk being restrained. Yet, Shinso didn't seem rushed. He wasn't trying to overpower 𝘂𝑫 or break free with brute force. Instead, he was talking. Loud, scattered phrases somewhat meaningless, yet spoken with intent. 𝘐𝑚𝑃's gaze sharpened. That was a habit, a tactic. And his opening? Silent. Her fingers tapped against her knee, mind shifting through details. That first hero lesson when she had dismantled the class one by one, he had shouted something at her then too. She hadn't cared at the time, too. Focused on the fight, but now. Why had he done that? She turned to Midoriya. What's his quirk? Midoriya followed her gaze. Shinso? Oh, he has brainwashing. 𝘐𝑚𝑃's grip on her water bottle stilled. If someone responds to him verbally, he can take control of their body, Midoriya continued. They won't be able to move on their own until he lets them go. Her eyes flicked back to Shinso. The mask covering his face, the way he yelled mid-fight, he was baiting his opponents into answering. And if they did, they lost control. Clever. She exhaled softly, watching as Shinso dodged another of 𝘂𝑫's tape swings. He was patient. He was waiting. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 took another sip of water, her expression unreadable. She rested her elbow on her knee, watching as Shinso's strategy shifted. At first, he kept up his usual tactic, throwing out words, hoping for an opening. But 𝘁𝘭 wasn't falling for it. He kept his distance, dodging with ease, tape snapping through the air to keep Shinso from getting too close. Then, something changed. Shinso stopped talking. His movements sharpened, his stance settling into something more deliberate. No more wasted words, no more hoping for an easy win. He was done relying on his quirk. Kimitsuki's grip on her water bottle tightened slightly as she observed the shift. He advanced, dodging under a strand of tape, his footwork smoother than before. He wasn't just reacting now, he was forcing 𝘁𝘭 to adjust. A feint. A quick pivot. A strike to the ribs. 𝘁𝘭 staggered, caught off guard by the sudden aggression, and Shinso pressed forward, forcing 𝘁𝘭 back with every precise movement. His hits were controlled and intentional, not the frantic style of someone who had always relied on their quirk. It was the fighting style of someone who had worked hard to ensure he didn't have to depend on it. Kimitsuki exhaled through her nose, a sense of understanding settling in her chest. Her fingers tapped idly against her knee as she watched Shinso fight. His quirk wasn't working here, but instead of faltering, he adapted, pushing forward with his own skill and strength, determined to prove he could win without it. She understood that drive. She was trying to learn to control her artificial quirk, ensuring every use of it was deliberate and precise. In a way, she was afraid of her power. She knew what could happen if she lost control, even for a moment. Shinso was proving he didn't need his quirk to stand his ground. She was fighting to prove she could use hers without losing herself. Her grip on the water bottle tightened slightly. Different struggles, same purpose. As Kimitsuki took another sip of water, a familiar presence dropped beside her, radiating warmth and leftover adrenaline. "You're staring pretty hard, Snowy," Mina nudged her arm. "Did Shinso's fight mesmerize you that much?" Kimitsuki exhaled through her nose, unimpressed. "I was analyzing." "Aha." Mina stretched her legs out in front of her, grinning. "Analyzing how cool he looked?" Kimitsuki shot her a flat look. "Analyzing his technique." Midoriya perked up. "It was impressive," he said, thoughtful as ever. "Shinso's been working hard on close combat. Aizawa-sensei's been helping him improve, especially against opponents who don't fall for his quirk." Mina leaned in slightly, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. "He really has. He trains with Aizawa all the time. You should have seen him at the start of the year. He's gotten way stronger." Kimitsuki glanced back toward Shinso, watching as he straightened up after the fight, his expression unreadable. She gave a small nod. "He's strong." Mina hummed, leaning back on her hands. "He'd probably take that as a huge compliment coming from you." Kimitsuki didn't respond immediately, her gaze flickering back toward Shinso. So Aizawa had been training him personally, investing time and effort into making him stronger, into making sure he belonged. But what about her? "Do you think Aizawa doesn't like me?" Mina blinked at her. "What makes you say that?" "Yeah, why do you think that?" Midoriya looked equally surprised but thoughtful. "Of course he does." Mina frowned. "You're insanely strong and he's the one who let you in, right? That doesn't mean he wants me here." Kimitsuki's eyes narrowed. Midoriya glanced toward Aizawa. "That he does watch you a lot." Kimitsuki exhaled through her nose. "I know." Mina nudged her lightly. "Maybe you freak him out a little. You know, mysterious new student who fights like she's been training her whole life? You're kind of an enigma, Kimmy." Midoriya, still watching Aizawa, finally spoke. "I don't think it's that he dislikes you." His voice was careful but certain. "I think the way he watches you, his face, it's like he's reminiscing." Midoriya glanced back at her. "Maybe you remind him of something." Kimitsuki stilled for half a second. Could Midoriya be right? But what was there to reminisce about? "Come on," she said instead, standing up. "Break's over. We should get back to training before Aizawa-sensei gets mad." She parted ways with Midoriya and Mina, making her way back onto the training grounds where Todoroki was waiting. He met her gaze evenly, arms relaxed at his sides, no longer carrying the quiet suspicion he once had. She stopped a few feet away, tilting her head slightly. "You good to go?" He gave a simple nod. Yeah. The moment their stances shifted, Todoroki struck first. A thin layer of ice spread across the ground toward her, fast and precise, but Kimetsuki had already moved. She sidestepped effortlessly, her boots barely touching the frost before she closed the distance. Todoroki reacted immediately, blocking as she threw a sharp jab toward his ribs. He countered with a sweeping kick, strong and controlled, but she caught the motion early and twisted away. Instead of backing off, she stepped back into his space, testing his reflexes with quick, calculated strikes. He was fast, his reactions sharp, but she could tell he still fought with a certain restraint. "Your defense is too passive," she remarked between movements, ducking low to avoid a punch. "You're waiting for an opening instead of creating one." Todoroki's eyes flickered with mild surprise, but he didn't hesitate. He planted his foot and sent a burst of fire toward her, forcing her to pivot away from the heat. She countered instantly, stepping into his blind spot and aiming a kick at his side. He blocked, but she felt the impact resonate through his stance. He was solid and strong, but he could be stronger. "Use your body more," she continued, keeping her movements fluid. "You have the power. Don't waste it by waiting." There was a beat of hesitation, not uncertainty, but recognition. "What?" she said, sidestepping another strike. "Surprised I actually give feedback?" Todoroki exhaled sharply, not quite a laugh, but something close. Instead of answering, he adjusted his stance and came at her properly. No hesitation, no passive defense, he moved. This time, Kimetsuki smirked. Todoroki pushed forward with sharp efficiency, his strikes carrying more weight, his movements more deliberate. But not enough. Kimetsuki dodged his next strike with ease, shifting around him like water. His form was solid, but she could see it, the same thing she had once struggled with. The way he relied on instinct, the way he fought with power but not intent. She had been the same once before. Again. The memory surfaced, unbidden Paradise standing before her, arms crossed, watching as she struggled to perfect a movement. Kimetsuki had been younger then, smaller, and far less disciplined. "You're waiting too much, Kimetsuki. You see an opening but you don't make one yourself. Don't hesitate, create." Kimetsuki exhaled sharply. "Todoroki," she said, her voice steady even as she ducked under his next attack. "You're still waiting." His eyes flickered with something, but he didn't pause. She kept moving with him, testing, pressing, watching as he tried to adjust. "When you see an opportunity, take it," she continued, slipping past his guard and tapping his ribs lightly, a strike that could have been real if she'd put force behind it. "Don't hesitate. Make your own chances." Todoroki gritted his teeth and retaliated instantly, stepping in instead of retreating. She caught his wrist mid-motion, yanking him slightly off balance before sweeping a foot behind his ankle. He stumbled, just like she used to when Paradise did the same thing to her. But he didn't fall. He caught himself, adjusting fast. "Better. You learn quickly." They were Paradises. And now she was saying them. "Better," she muttered, watching as Todoroki's stance shifted, more stable this time. His eyes narrowed slightly, catching something in her tone. "What?" Kimetsuki shook her head, pushing the feeling aside. "Nothing." Again. Todoroki didn't argue. He moved again, and Kimetsuki reacted instinctively, dodging, countering, guiding him just as Paradise had once guided her. But the more she corrected him, the more guilt twisted inside her. She was taking Paradise's place. Paradise would have been a better teacher for Todoroki, more patient, more experienced. If things had been different, if Paradise had still been here, she would have been the one standing across from Todoroki, showing him how to fight. But she wasn't here. Because of her. Kimetsuki's heart clenched, but she shoved the guilt aside and kept fighting. She parried Todoroki's next attack. He was adapting quickly, stepping into her space instead of retreating. "You're still stiff," she noted, shifting around his next strike. "Relax your stance. You move like you're bracing for something." Todoroki barely huffed. "Maybe because I am bracing for something." She snorted, ducking under his next punch and retaliating with a light tap to his ribs, an opening he should have caught. "You don't need to be so tense. Trust yourself." I do trust myself, he countered, sidestepping her next strike. I just don't trust you. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 smirked. Fair. She pressed forward, keeping him on the defensive, but this time, he didn't just react, he countered properly. A burst of fire forced her to pivot away, and the moment she did, he used the opening to sweep a leg toward her. She jumped just in time, narrowly avoiding the hit, and landed with ease. He didn't waste time watching, he followed up immediately, sending another controlled burst of heat toward her side. She twisted away, feeling the warmth brush past her skin. That's better, she admitted, flicking her wrist to create a small void portal just behind him. He caught the shift of movement, hesitating just enough for her to test him. Go on. What do you do now? Todoroki exhaled, glancing at the portal warily. You tell me. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 raised an eyebrow. What, you want a lesson now? He met her gaze evenly. You seem eager to give them. That surprised her. Not the sarcasm, he'd always been blunt, but the fact that it wasn't laced with hostility anymore at all. No edge, no suspicion. Slowly her lips curled. Maybe you're not a completely lost cause after all. He exhaled through his nose, almost a laugh. High praise. She hummed. I'd say don't let it go to your head, but I think we both know that's not a problem for you. Instead of answering, Todoroki moved again, and this time, when she met him, it wasn't a test, it was a fight. One he was actually in. This spar with him didn't feel like a battle of caution. It felt like progress. She tilted her head. You rely on your quirk too much. Even when you don't use it, it's in your stance. You brace like you're about to launch something. He considered that for a moment. Then, without warning, he surged forward, no hesitation, no tells, just movement. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 grinned. Finally. She met him halfway, blocking his strikes as he pushed the offensive. His attacks were sharper now, less rehearsed. He wasn't thinking about fighting, he was fighting. It was refreshing. She sidestepped his next hit, tapping his shoulder as she moved past him. See? He exhaled, pivoting to face her again. I'm supposed to take lessons from someone who just smacked me? Would you rather I let you win? He shot her a flat look. No. Then shut up and fight. The room was silent except for the faint hum of the lights. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 stood across from Usagi, waiting. Today, Usagi began, flexing her fingers, we're going to try something new. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 stayed still, listening. Usagi's gaze was unreadable. Positive emotion was easy for you. But let's see how you fight with regret. The pause. Regret. The words settled over 𝘊𝑃𝑒 like a whisper of something cold. Usagi tilted her head. You know what regret feels like, don't you? 𝘊𝑃𝑒's fingers twitched. Of course she did. Usagi smiled faintly, watching her reaction. Good. Then fight with it. She barely had a second to process before Usagi moved. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 dodged the first strike on instinct, countering with a sharp jab. It was deflected effortlessly. The test. A warm-up. But her mind was already slipping into the emotion. Regret. She thought of Todoroki. Of their sparring session. The way she had corrected his movements, given him advice. She had taught him. But it should have been Paradise. Paradise would have been the better teacher. More patient. More precise. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 had only been repeating the lessons she had once been given. And she had taken that chance away. The thought struck deep, sinking into her bones. She moved faster. A kick, a feint, a twist, each movement sharper, more aggressive. Regret pushed her forward, made her desperate to do something with it. But Usagi kept up, her expression unreadable. Still playing it safe? She mused, dodging a strike. Then, too soft, too knowing, just like Paradise. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 froze. A second. No more. Usagi shouldn't know that name. Her pulse pounded in her ears, but she forced herself to keep moving. Of course she knows. The principal must have briefed her. It was logical. A sharp impact. A kick to her ribs. She barely caught herself before stumbling. A crack in the wall. A slip. Usagi tilted her head. Something wrong. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 exhaled slowly, forcing her expression neutral. No. Usagi just smiled. Good. Again. 𝘊𝑃𝑒 reset her stance, but the weight in her chest lingered. She hadn't hesitated in forever. Not until now. The regret was there, clawing at her ribs, but she forced it into something useful. Make it fuel. That's what Usagi wanted, wasn't it? So she moved. Faster this time, cutting through hesitation with precision. Her palm deflected Usagi's next attack, her leg twisting into a counterstrike. Their movements blurred together, swift and relentless, neither fully overpowering the other. Better, Usagi noted between strikes, sidestepping another blow. But not enough. The test. The taunt. Kimitsuki didn't rise to it. She adjusted her angle, shifting her weight mid-step, forcing Usagi to react instead of control. She could feel the regret pulsing inside her, but she wouldn't let it break her. It wasn't supposed to. Another exchange. Another shift. Then Usagi's voice, measured and quiet. Do you regret all of it? Kimitsuki's stomach twisted. The question slid under her guard like a blade, nearly making her falter. She had to control her emotions. Usagi was just trying to make her feel so she could learn to fight through her emotions. Her body reacted before her mind did, blocking the strike that came next. Don't respond. Don't let it show. A smirk tugged at Usagi's lips, as if she'd seen something anyway. Kimitsuki exhaled sharply, masking whatever that moment had been and lunging forward. A feint. A sweep. She aimed low, but Usagi jumped back just as she expected. Kimitsuki didn't stop. She chased the opening, pressing forward until Usagi had no choice but to step back. Silence settled between them as they both caught their breath. Usagi's expression flickered, something unreadable behind her gaze. Interesting, she murmured. Kimitsuki didn't answer, she didn't trust herself to. Usagi hummed. That'll be all for today. The dismissal felt off, but Kimitsuki didn't argue. She gave a curt nod and turned toward the exit, peeling away from the conversation before it could continue. The dorm common room was as lively as ever, filled with overlapping voices and the occasional burst of laughter. Kimitsuki barely stepped inside before Mina spotted her from the couch. There you are. Mina grinned, waving her over. Come sit with me. Kimitsuki didn't need much convincing. She made her way over, dropping onto the couch beside her. Mina was lounging comfortably, one arm draped over the back of the couch, her phone resting on her knee. Where'd you disappear to after training? Mina asked. You usually leave with us. Had some things to take care of, Kimitsuki said simply. Mina hummed, eyes narrowing playfully. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Kimitsuki rolled her eyes. It's really not. Aha. Mina leaned in slightly. You weren't doing anything secret, were you? Kimitsuki smirked. If I was, I wouldn't tell you. Mina gasped, pressing a hand to her chest. Betrayal. Kimitsuki shook her head, amused. Dramatic. I prefer expressive, Mina corrected with a grin. She stretched her arms over her head before turning back to Kimitsuki. Anyway, we're watching a movie in a bit. You in? What movie? No idea, Mina admitted. But that's not the point. The point is bonding. Kimitsuki considered it. All right. Chapter 19. Monumental. Morning light stretched through the 2A dormitory. Kimitsuki stood in front of her room's mirror, applying concealer to her neck as she always did before finishing her look. Setting down the makeup brush on her vanity, she paused for a final assessment of her appearance. Her snowy hair cascaded softly down her back, and her face-framing pieces added an elegant touch. Her eyes glanced over her lips, deciding to try a gloss Mina had gifted her. It was very pretty, a soft, natural shimmer. Kimitsuki liked it. She hummed at her appearance before making her way to homeroom. Kimitsuki stepped inside, her movements unhurried, notebook tucked under her arm. Aizawa hadn't arrived yet, but most of the class was already there. Kaminari had his head down, half asleep. Todoroki sat quietly, flipping through his notebook. Mina and Uraraka spoke in hushed tones at the front. Just another morning. She reached her desk, setting her notebook down, fingers grazing the edge of the pages. She had barely pulled out a pen when a voice cut through the low noise behind her. Snowhead, move your big head. I can't see. She turned immediately. Bakugo sat back in his chair, elbow propped on the desk, eyes flicking toward the board with a lazy focus. 𝘐𝑻𝑃 studied him for a second longer before slowly turning back around, resting her chin on her palm. "Your eyes still work, don't they?" A quiet grumble. A page flipped behind her. "Not my fault your hair's so blinding this early." Her fingers tapped against her notebook. "Jealous?" He scoffed. "Of looking like a snowstorm?" "Pass." She exhaled quietly, pen rolling between her fingers. The door slid open. Aizawa stepped in, looking half asleep, and the class straightened. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 tapped her pen against her notebook. Behind her, Bakugo flipped another page. Aizawa dropped a stack of papers onto his desk with a dull thud. Without a word, he pulled his sleeping bag from the corner, stepping into it with practiced ease. "Test today," he muttered, voice gruff. "No talking. If I hear you, you're getting extra assignments." A few students groaned quietly. Kaminari let his forehead hit his desk. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 remained still, watching as the stack of papers made its way down the row. One slipped onto her desk. Another landed behind her with a faint rustle. "Don't drag down the class average, snowhead." 𝘐𝑚𝑃 didn't look back. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, pen poised. "Worried about your own score?" A sharp scoff. "Like I'd need to be." "Then why are you talking to me?" There was a brief silence. Then, flatly, "Try to keep up." 𝘐𝑚𝑃 smirked faintly, lowering her eyes to the page. "Just don't embarrass yourself, Bakugo." The test was straightforward, nothing she hadn't already grasped, but 𝘐𝑚𝑃 took her time, letting the silence settle. A few minutes passed before she caught the slightest shift behind her. Bakugo had finished a page and flipped to the next, the motion just a little too sharp, like he was proving a point. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 smirked slightly, her pen gliding smoothly across the page. Another minute. Another page turned behind her. She hummed quietly, just loud enough for him to hear. "Rushing won't make you smarter." A faint click of his tongue. "And stalling won't make you win." She tilted her head slightly, considering that. "I didn't realize this was a competition." A beat of silence. Then, dryly, "Everything is." Her smirk deepened. She kept working, unbothered by the weight of his presence at her back. Eventually, she heard the light thunk of his pen hitting the desk. Finished. She didn't look up. Didn't acknowledge it. Just let the moment stretch before smoothly setting her own pen down a few seconds later. Bakugo scoffed under his breath. "Took you long enough." 𝘐𝑚𝑃 exhaled lightly, reaching for the next page. "Patience is a virtue, you know." His chair creaked slightly as he leaned back. "Yeah. Good thing I don't care about virtues." Her lips barely twitched, amused but not indulging him any further. Aizawa stirred slightly in his sleeping bag but didn't bother looking up. The classroom remained quiet. The test dragged on. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 continued writing, but she could still feel Bakugo's presence behind her, bristling, competitive, unwilling to let her have the last word. She smirked faintly to herself. This was going to be fun. The test results were handed back with little fanfare, just the scratch of papers sliding across desks, a few groans from students who didn't need to check to know they did poorly. 𝘐𝑚𝑃 took hers with a glance. 100%. Expected. A sharp scoff came from behind her. She didn't turn, but the deliberate snap of a paper being flipped told her enough. Her fingers tapped idly against her desk. "Everything's a competition, right?" Silence. "Next time, I'm winning." Her lips curled. "Looking forward to it." Another sharp flick of paper. He didn't respond. "Kimmy." Mina plopped into the seat beside her, grinning. "Look at you, Miss Overachiever." 𝘐𝑚𝑃 glanced at her, eyes lighting up at her paper. "You placed high too." "Yeah, but you did it while barely looking at the board." Mina nudged her shoulder. "That's, like, next level unfair." A soft hum left 𝘐𝑚𝑃. Aizawa barely looked up from his clipboard as he addressed the class. "Now that your test results are handled, there's an upcoming event you'll be attending." Murmurs rippled through the room, most students perking up at the change of subject. Aizawa continued, uninterested in the growing excitement. "It's an annual charity gala hosted at the Grand Hero Association Hall. The event is typically for pro heroes, sponsors, and higher-ups in hero society, but UA has been invited to send second-year representatives this year. Principal Nizu accepted. Chapter 20, Messing. She moved like a shadow, fluid and fast, and in one swift motion, she used her quirk to create a small portal at the perfect angle, redirecting one of his blasts right back at him. He had no time to react as it exploded mere inches from his chest. Bakugo stumbled back, catching himself with a growl of frustration. His chest heaved as he sent a glare at her, but there was something different in his eyes, now a hint of acknowledgement. "You're a pain," he muttered, shaking his hand to dissipate the excess energy. Kimitsuki stepped back, raising her hands in mock surrender. "I'm just trying to help you out, Blasty." Bakugo shot her a glare, but there was something about the way his eyes lingered on her that wasn't the usual intensity of anger. "Shut up," he grumbled, but the words were softer, more reluctant than usual. Kimitsuki tilted her head, studying him for a moment. There was a slight shift in his posture, something less defensive, but she couldn't quite place it. She shrugged, crossing her arms again. "What's wrong? Can't handle being outsmarted?" Bakugo scowled, but it was half-hearted. "You're a pain, you know that?" Kimitsuki grinned. "I get that a lot." Bakugo stood there, his eyes locked on her, as if trying to piece something together. She could feel the shift, the subtle change in the air. He finally broke the silence, but his voice wasn't the usual harsh growl. It was lower, edged with something she couldn't quite place. "You're always unbothered. All the time." Kimitsuki didn't respond immediately. She took a breath, her posture relaxed but her senses heightened. "But you want me to freak out?" Bakugo's eyes narrowed, his usual sharpness still there but with a flicker of something more beneath it. "I want you to stop acting like I don't even matter." The words hung in the air between them, sharp and unexpected. Her face didn't betray the flicker of surprise that shot through her. "Is that what you think?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, the teasing lilt gone. Bakugo didn't answer right away. Instead, he took a step forward, closing the distance between them. His gaze never left hers, and she noticed the slight tension in his shoulders, the way he held himself like he was about to explode, but not just in the usual way. "Yeah, I think that's exactly what you think." His voice was rough, but there was something raw underneath it, like he was struggling with something more than just their fight. It was like he was pushing himself to keep up with her, trying to match her pace and keep up with a challenge he knew he wasn't fully ready for. Kimitsuki felt a pang in her chest. She could see it now, the effort, the tension in his posture, the way he was giving it everything he had just to keep her from slipping out of his reach. And she felt that, not for the fight she wasn't about to back down, but for how much he was putting into this. How hard he was trying to catch up to her level, to meet her where she was, even if it meant pushing himself to his limit. For a moment, she almost wanted to apologize. But she didn't. Instead, she shifted her weight again, her posture stiffening a little, her arms crossing tighter against her chest. Bakugo's eyes flickered with something unspoken, and his voice came out rougher than usual. "You always make everything look like it's no effort at all," he spat, his teeth gritted. "But me? I can never reach where you are." Kimitsuki stood still, the tension between them sharp. Her gaze softened, not out of pity, but an understanding she wasn't sure how to express. She could see it, the frustration that twisted in his chest. "You're not supposed to be at my level," she said, her tone cutting through the silence. "I'm not trying to make you match me." Bakugo's eyes burned with frustration. "It sure feels like it. Like no matter how hard I push, I'm always just a step behind." Her posture stiffened, her arms folding tighter as she processed the words. "Then stop comparing yourself to me." Bakugo gritted his teeth, his stare unwavering. "I'm not comparing 𝘨𝑚. I'm just saying it, no matter what I do, it's never enough. You always make it look too easy." Without thinking, the words spilled out, harsher than she meant, raw and cutting through the air. It wasn't easy. Years of pushing past her limits, of broken promises and even more broken bodies. Of isolation and pain that had been carved into her very being. It had never been easy, but she couldn't say that. She couldn't show him. Not now. Not here. Her hand tightened into a fist at her side, and she forced her gaze back to him, trying to shove down the vulnerability that threatened to rise. But for just a second, he could see at the cracks in her armor, the shadow of something far darker than she ever let anyone see. Bakugo's eyes widened for a moment, his frustration momentarily giving way to something softer concern. He took a step forward, voice rough but quieter than usual. "What does that mean?" he asked, trying to read her, but she seemed a world away. Kimitsuki's jaw tightened, and she swallowed the lump that formed in her throat. Her eyes flickered away from his, refusing to meet his gaze. "Forget it, Bakugo," she muttered, her voice colder now, shutting herself off again. "You wouldn't understand." Bakugo frowned, sensing the shift in her energy, the way she closed herself off like a door slamming shut. It didn't sit right with him. It didn't sit right at all. He hesitated, then took another step forward, closer this time. "I don't need to understand," he growled, his voice low and urgent. "But you're not gonna stand there and act like I'm some idiot who can't see when something's wrong." She shot him a sharp look, trying to hide the flicker of emotion that was still too close to the surface. "I said forget it." But Bakugo wasn't backing down. "You think you can just shut me out?" His voice was firm, not demanding, but insistent. "If something's bothering you, you're not gonna deal with it alone." Kimitsuki froze, her chest tightening as something in his tone got under her skin. She turned her back on him, the weight of everything pressing against her like a vice. "You don't want to know," she murmured, barely audible. "You really don't." Bakugo's gaze didn't waver as he stepped closer, his voice quieter but no less steady. "You think you're the only one who's been through tough times?" His words hit her like a punch. "I've been taken against my will, move into situations I couldn't escape. I understand what it's like to face challenges you never asked for." Kimitsuki's body tensed. She bit her lip, determined not to reveal her emotions. Bakugo continued, seemingly unable to hold back, his words spilling out. "I get the whole shut everyone out thing, okay? But you don't have to bear it all alone. You don't have to keep pushing people away because you think they won't understand." Kimitsuki remained silent, not turning to face him. She felt her familiar walls rising inside her, but they were slower this time, wavering. His words struck a chord, close enough to resonate but distant enough to keep her from fully embracing them. "I'm not looking for someone to fix it," she said, her voice low, as if trying to convince herself more than him. "I can handle it." Bakugo paused, surprised by the shift, before shrugging with a grunt. "Just don't get all moody on me again, you know?" She let out a breath and gave him a small nod. "Yeah, I'll try not to," she replied, her tone returning to its usual playfulness, though a hint of softness lingered. Bakugo observed her for a moment longer, his expression a mix of annoyance and something akin to understanding, or at least as much understanding as he was willing to show. He finally huffed and crossed his arms. "You done being all cryptic now?" She shot him a side glance, raising an eyebrow. "What, you want me to share my whole tragic backstory?" Her voice was light again, teasing. Bakugo clicked his tongue, clearly not buying her attempt to brush it off. "I don't need the full sob story, just don't go disappearing on me mid-fight because you're too busy brooding." Kimitsuki smirked, mischief sparking in her eyes. "I think you can handle it, Blasty. You're not as weak as you think." He grunted, clearly more focused on getting the last word. "Just don't get in my way like this next time." Her grin widened, playful energy returning. "You say that like I was the one who almost blew myself up earlier." Bakugo glared at her, but the fire in his eyes had softened, and for a brief moment, there was something almost fond in his gaze. "Whatever," he muttered, maintaining his tough exterior. "You're still a pain." Kimitsuki tilted her head, studying him. "And yet, here you are, still talking to me. Funny how that works." Bakugo rolled his eyes, but a slight, reluctant smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Yeah, whatever," he grumbled, clearly at a loss for a comeback. "All right, I'll let you off the hook this time," she teased, holding up her hands in mock surrender. "Don't get too excited, though." They stood there for a moment, the tension between them easing as they both took a step back from their earlier confrontation. It wasn't exactly peaceful, but it felt different, more honest. Bakugo shook his head, muttering something about how she was impossible to figure out, but there was no real heat behind it. Just the usual Bakugo irritation, mixed with something new, something less hostile. You know, you're actually pretty decent when you're not trying to blow everything up, Kimitsuki teased, raising an eyebrow as she looked at him, her words free of venom this time. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, but his lips twitched at the corners. Shut up, snowflake. Kimitsuki snorted at the nickname. It was annoying, sure, but there was a warmth in the way he said it now, like he didn't mind it. Snowflake, huh? You just can't stay away from me, can you? Bakugo shot her a look before they started making their way back toward the others, the air still charged with the energy of their sparring. It was quiet, but not in the same way as before. Something had shifted between them, subtle but palpable. As they reached the others, Aizawa was already waiting, arms crossed, his usual stern expression in place. The rest of the class was slowly returning from their sparring sessions, some talking among themselves, while others quietly reflected on the challenges they had faced. Back already? Aizawa's voice was dry, but his gaze flickered between Kimitsuki and Bakugo for a moment. Kimitsuki glanced at him, her expression open, with nothing to hide. Yeah. We're done here. Her tone was light, but there was a hint of something deeper in her eyes, something Bakugo might have been the only one to notice, and she wasn't trying to mask it. Bakugo grumbled something under his breath, still a bit prickly, but he didn't say anything more. His eyes remained focused straight ahead, but there was a subtle difference, like he wasn't trying to push her away anymore. The rest of the class began to gather, each student appearing a little more bruised or winded than the last. Mina wore a wide grin, clearly having enjoyed her sparring session with Todoroki, while Ida was still catching his breath, determination in his eyes. Kirishima and Shiro were laughing about something, and Midoriya was taking notes, probably on how everyone performed during their sessions. Aizawa wasted no time. Everyone gather up. We'll debrief this quickly. Kimitsuki stood among them, her posture relaxed, arms crossed as she observed each person. It was clear she wasn't bothered by the others' presence, nor was she trying to hide anything. She had nothing to prove here. The class settled in around Aizawa, who began his usual rundown of the day's sparring. Kimitsuki's mind wasn't entirely on what he was saying. She was too caught up in the quiet pulse of energy that still lingered between her and Bakugo. A quiet acknowledgement, a shift in the way they interacted. It wasn't perfect, but it was something real. She could feel his presence next to her, and for once, she didn't mind it, not in the way she used to. And if he caught her looking at him, he didn't call her out on it. Instead, he huffed and turned his attention toward Aizawa, his usual fire reigniting, though it seemed a little less directed at her. Kimitsuki sank into the couch, legs stretched lazily in front of her as she scrolled through her phone. She had just returned from another training session. The common room buzzed around her, people talking and laughing as they unwound after the day's activities. Mina and Uraraka were chatting by the chairs, while Todoroki sat at the table, absorbed in his book. Deku was by the window, muttering to himself, clearly deep in thought. Kimitsuki didn't pay much attention to the room, only catching snippets of their conversations, until she heard the door creak open. She didn't need to look up to know who it was. His fiery energy filled the room even without a word, but Kimitsuki chose to focus on the screen of her phone instead of acknowledging him. Bakugo's eyes narrowed at her. You're just going to act like I'm not here? She finally glanced up. I didn't realize you needed my attention that much. He took a step closer. Quit being a smartass and move your legs. She didn't move, a playful smirk slowly forming on her lips. What, you want to sit here? He rolled his eyes. Yeah. What's it to you? Kimitsuki leaned back and stretched her legs out further. Bakugo's eye twitched. Move them now. Sorry, Bakugo. I'm feeling quite comfy. Without another word, Bakugo bent down, grabbed her by the waist, and in one swift motion, picked her up off the couch and set her down on the floor, his strength sending her sprawling with a soft thud. Kimitsuki blinked up at the ceiling after being tossed, momentarily stunned by the abruptness of it all. Her phone had clattered to the ground, forgotten in the chaos. She slowly pushed herself up, brushing herself off, then looked over at Bakugo. You really like throwing people around, huh? Bakugo leaned against the couch, his arms folded, clearly satisfied with the disruption. You were asking for it. 𝘁𝘏 exhaled, clearly trying to suppress a smile that threatened to break through. Maybe I was. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Bakugo raised a brow at her. Just move next time when I tell you to. 𝘁𝘏 crossed her arms over her chest, looking at him from the floor. I'll think about it. He narrowed his eyebrows, obviously frustrated, but unsure how to respond to the teasing tone in her voice. You're weird. 𝘁𝘏 leaned back against the couch, her legs still stretched out in front of her, comfortable despite the earlier tumble. You're the one who tossed me like a rag doll, remember? His eyes flickered briefly between the couch and the floor, as if still processing what had just happened. But you apparently prefer the floor over the couch. 𝘁𝘏 sighed, feigning exasperation. What if that toss really hurt? I don't feel like getting up. Bakugo scoffed, rolling his eyes. Please. You're not hurt from that. It's just a fall. Bakugo, I didn't fall. You threw me. He lifted a brow, his lips twitching with a hint of a smirk. You were practically begging for it, Snowflake. 𝘁𝘏's eyes narrowed. My feet were literally just on the couch. He shot her an incredulous look. You didn't move them. But I might have if you'd asked politely. I don't do polite stuff. 𝘁𝘏 hummed. Yeah, well, that's probably why I have a date to the gala and you don't. The shift in Bakugo's expression was subtle, but 𝘁𝘏 noticed it immediately, the furrow of his brows, the faint tension in his jaw. You're actually going with icy hot? He muttered, disbelief coloring his voice. 𝘁𝘏 raised an eyebrow, standing up slowly from the floor. She could feel the change in the air, the weight of Bakugo's words and the shift in his body language. It was enough to make her pause. Yeah, I am. You jealous, Bakugo? Her blue eyes gleamed with mischief. Bakugo scoffed, irritation flashing across his face. No. It's disgusting. Have you even looked at the guy? She tilted her head, her smile growing. And what about me, Bakugo? Her voice was smooth, teasing. You think I'm disgusting too? Bakugo's gaze briefly flickered to her snowy hair before snapping back to her face, the irritation deepening. His fists clenched at his sides, but he didn't move. What's that supposed to mean? 𝘁𝘏 leaned in just slightly, her smile not faltering. I'm just curious. You've got such strong feelings about him, but how do you feel about me? She let the words hang in the air between them, her voice playful yet sharp. Bakugo's mouth opened to retort, but then he hesitated. The words stuck in his throat, the usual sharp response faltering as his gaze lingered on her face, her confidence something that disarmed him more than he was willing to admit. He clenched his jaw, looking at her like he was trying to find something to grab onto, something solid to hold onto in the chaos of the moment. Why the hell are you asking me that? His voice came out sharper than he intended, more intense, less hostile, now uncertain. 𝘁𝘏 simply shrugged, her eyes steady, as if this was all some game she was letting him play. I don't know. Just curious. You're so worked up about him, and now you're acting like I'm making a mistake going with him. She tilted her head, almost teasing. Are you sure you're not just mad someone else might actually know how to treat me with some respect? Bakugo's scowl deepened, but something else flashed in his eyes, now a flicker of something more complex, something he didn't want to examine too closely. He took a step toward her, his fists flexing at his sides, his voice strained. I respect you just fine, he murmured, but it was hard to ignore the undertone of something else in his words. Don't think that guy is going to do any better than me. 𝘁𝘏 smirked, holding his gaze as she leaned in just a fraction, her posture calm but unwavering. Oh, you really think so? Her voice was light, almost dismissive. You think you do a better job than him? Bakugo's glare intensified, frustration still simmering beneath the surface, but now there was something else, something guarded. He couldn't figure out why this was bothering him so much. Of course I would, he shot back, voice rough. I don't need to act like a gentleman to get my point across. 𝘁𝘏 just hummed in acknowledgement. Bakugo finally clenched his jaw, his eyes flicking over her once more. I get what you're doing. She didn't move, keeping her gaze steady. "Do you?" He stared at her, something uncertain flashing in his eyes. For the first time, he didn't have a clear answer. His gaze flickered between her and the floor. "You're trying to get under my skin," he muttered, crossing his arms defensively. 𝘁𝘏 tilted her head, a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. "And it's working, isn't it?" Bakugo gritted his teeth, but there was no heat in his words now, only a cold frustration that settled between them. "You know it is." "You're incredibly frustrating," she said, crossing her arms. "Yet, we always find ourselves in this situation, don't we?" he replied, his jaw clenched and eyes narrowing as he stared at her. 𝘁𝘏's gaze dropped, noticing the tension in his jaw, the sharp lines of his face highlighted by the dim hallway light. She quickly looked away, as if the sight was too intense to linger on. Silence enveloped them, and she felt the distance between them grow, but it wasn't the kind that made her uneasy. She sensed him still watching, waiting for her to say something more, but she remained quiet. With a soft sigh, she lowered her lashes and lifted her eyes to meet his one last time. "I'll see you tomorrow, Bakugo." There was a moment where she lingered, just long enough for him to notice how her words carried more weight than the casual dismissal they were meant to convey. The air felt charged, thick with everything left unsaid. But she turned, stepping away before he could respond. 𝘁𝘏 cast him one last glance, her gaze lingering for a fraction of a second longer than necessary before she turned on her heel. Bakugo's eyes followed her, but she didn't stop. She wasn't sure if it was to avoid his gaze or to shield herself from feeling anything more. Her footsteps were soft as she walked down the hall, the usual noise of the common room fading into the background. Her heart was still racing slightly, but she ignored it, walking purposefully toward her room. The weight of their exchange hung in the air, a strange, unfamiliar tension that quickened her heartbeat. By the time she reached her door, doubt crept in. She pushed the door open, her hands moving mechanically as she shed her clothes, the motions almost robotic. An uncomfortable, almost embarrassed feeling tightened in her chest, something she wasn't used to. She shook her head, trying to dispel it. "Get it together," she muttered to herself, sitting down on her bed. But it didn't help. She felt a little too exposed, a little too open. She buried her face in her hands for a moment. "I was just teasing him," she reassured herself. "Just like I always do." Chapter 21, Reprise. She slipped out of bed, dressed quickly, and made her way outside. The air was crisp, biting against her skin, but she welcomed it. The training grounds were empty this early, the silence stretching in a way that should have felt unsettling, but to 𝘁𝘏, it was grounding. Or at least, it should have been. A sharp sound familiar cut through the stillness. Explosions. Small, measured. Someone else was here. She followed the noise until she spotted him. Bakugo was shirtless, sweat glistening on his skin despite the morning chill. Each explosion was deliberate, not reckless. He wasn't just letting off steam, he was refining something. She leaned against the fence, watching him for a moment. He noticed her almost immediately, slowing his pace but not stopping. "What are you doing up so early?" His voice was gruff, but not unfriendly. 𝘁𝘏 shrugged, stepping onto the field. "I couldn't sleep." He clicked his tongue, sending another explosion into the air. Again. Ignoring his comment, she watched him move the tension in his shoulders, the tight control in every motion. He was pushing himself. She understood why. He wanted to be better. Stronger. Just like her. "Train with me," she said. She blinked, surprised. Did Katsuki Bakugo just invite her? A slow smile curled her. "Oops. You sure you can keep up, Bakugo?" He shot her a sharp look, his crimson eyes glinting in the dim light. "Shut up and fight me." 𝘁𝘏 stepped closer. "You're that eager for a sparring partner?" Bakugo's eyes flicked over her, irritation flashing across his face. "I don't slack off during training. You're the only one here. Are you going to fight or not?" She hummed, stretching her arms behind her back. Truthfully, she hadn't planned on sparring. She just needed to move, to burn through the restless energy buzzing beneath her skin. But there was something about the way Bakugo moved, sharp, relentless, that made the offer tempting. Besides, it wasn't like she had anything better to do. Without another word, she shifted into a stance. Bakugo smirked. Thought so. He didn't waste time. The moment her weight settled, he lunged. 𝘁𝘏 barely twisted out of the way in time, her instincts kicking in as she ducked under his first strike. The heat of an explosion crackled through the air, close enough that she felt it skim past her shoulder. But predictable. 𝘁𝘏 had little time to react before Bakugo lunged again, faster this time. His explosions were controlled but aggressive, pushing her back, forcing her to move. She dodged with ease, her body slipping between the bursts of heat, but she felt it the way his eyes tracked her, sharp and calculating. He was searching for something. 𝘁𝘏 didn't let her realization show, keeping her movements smooth and natural. She activated her quirk, her hands flicking out subtle, but deliberate. A portal opened just in time to absorb a blast, another snapping shut before Bakugo could maneuver around it. She saw a flicker of something in his expression. Not frustration. Not even irritation. Pure focus. Her muscles burned as she shifted her weight, ducking under another explosion. She could feel the heat skimming close, but Bakugo wasn't trying to overpower her, not completely. He was relentless, sure, but something about his attacks felt specific. 𝘁𝘏 moved fast, flipping back and sending a portal just behind his shoulder. His reaction was instant. He twisted before it could close around him, narrowly avoiding being caught. So he grinned. Something sharp twisted in her gut, but she didn't let it show. Bakugo wasn't just throwing attacks to win. He was watching. Every flick of her wrist, every shift in her stance, he was studying her. And that meant he thought there was something to find. 𝘁𝘏 narrowed her eyes, slowing just slightly, just enough to see if he adjusted. He did. It was barely noticeable, but it was there, the way his gaze flicked to her hands before she moved, the way he adjusted his positioning, like he was waiting for something. Something specific. She exhaled through her nose, keeping her expression neutral. Let him think he's figured it out. The next explosion sent her skidding back, the dirt rough beneath her boots. She straightened, rolling out her shoulders, her breath steady despite the burn in her muscles. Bakugo was smirking. Getting tired already? 𝘁𝘏 scoffed, shaking out her arms. Please. But she didn't move immediately. Instead, she held his gaze, letting the moment stretch. She could see the confidence in his stance, the sharp edge of knowing. He thought he had her. She smiled. Again. Bakugo didn't hesitate. The second the word left her lips, he moved. She dodged his first strike with ease, twisting to the side just as a loud explosion cracked through the air. He pressed forward, unrelenting, pushing her back with sharp, controlled bursts. She responded just as quickly, her movements fluid and effortless. A flick of her wrist sent a portal snapping open, swallowing the blast midair before it could reach her. Bakugo pivoted before it could be thrown back at him, already anticipating the maneuver. He charged at her fast, his palms sparking, muscles tense with the force behind each strike. 𝘁𝘏 shifted, ducking low to sweep his legs out from under him. He jumped, countering with an explosion that propelled him back onto his feet, landing with a smirk. Not bad, she mused, rolling out her shoulders. Bakugo scoffed, but there was something sharp in his expression, something satisfied. DMN right. They stood there for a moment, the morning air thick with the lingering scent of smoke. The sky had lightened now, stretching into soft hues of dawn. The campus would be waking soon. 𝘁𝘏 exhaled through her nose, glancing toward the dorms. We should get ready for class. Bakugo's eyes followed hers. Same time tomorrow. She blinked. What? He clicked his tongue, looking away as if the words annoyed him. We're doing this again tomorrow. Don't back out. 𝘁𝘏's lips curled, a glint of amusement flashing in her eyes. Ask me nicely, Bakugo. His expression flattened instantly. No way. She huffed a quiet laugh, tilting her head as if considering it. Shame. Guess I won't show up then. Bakugo's eye twitched. Like hell you won't. She only hummed in response. The way her arms crossed, the way she watched him, it was infuriating. But instead of snapping, Bakugo just narrowed his eyes. You'll be there, he said, voice steady. 𝘊𝑃𝑆 raised a brow. Oh, I will. He shoved his hands in his pockets, rolling his shoulders as if this conversation was beneath him. I don't fight weaklings. And you're the only one worth sparring. The way he said it matter of fact, with no hesitation, made something flicker in her chest. For a moment, she just studied him. Then she let out a soft chuckle, shaking her head. All right, I'll be there. Bakugo gave a satisfied huff, like he knew he'd won, and started walking. 𝘊𝑃𝑆 fell into step beside him, the air between them lighter now. Then Bakugo shot her a look. Stop following me, he hissed. She deadpanned. We live in the same dorm, Einstein. He clicked his tongue, shoving his hands deeper into his pockets. She let the silence hang for a moment before tilting her head. On Monday, I went out with Mina and the others. You should come sometime too. Bakugo snorted. Yeah, right. I'm serious. She glanced at him. It was fun. We all got food together. He glanced down at her. Sounds like a waste of time. She hummed. Maybe, but it was a good waste of time. Bakugo didn't respond right away, just kept walking. Does our group do that a lot? He muttered. 𝘊𝑃𝑆 shrugged. I don't know, that was my first time. But Mina's persistent. Hard to say no. His expression shifted slightly, something unreadable flickering. Behind his eyes. What? You never hung out with people before, eh? 𝘊𝑃𝑆 hesitated just for a second. No. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. Like, ever? She glanced at him. I wasn't exactly in a situation where that was an option. He didn't look away. What kind of situation? Her fingers twitched slightly at her sides, but her voice stayed even. I wasn't raised to hang out with friends, Bakugo. Silence stretched between them, thick and heavy. It was irritating. He had to lighten it. Surprised you had friends before you, 𝘨𝘏𝑃𝑆. 𝘊𝑃𝑆 face faltered just for a second. Yeah. I did, Bakugo. He didn't miss it, the way her fingers twitched again, the way her voice dropped, just slightly. It wasn't like her usual confidence. It was steadier, heavier. Something about that answer felt final. He didn't know why, but he pushed anyway. Yeah. 𝘊𝑃𝑆 gaze flickered to him, something unreadable passing through her expression. Yeah. There was no teasing in her voice now. No sharp edges, no challenge. Just certainty. For once, he didn't have anything to say. But he noticed the way her jaw clenched, like there was more she could say, more she wanted to say, but wouldn't. Bakugo shoved his hands deeper into his pockets. You still in contact with them? 𝘊𝑃𝑆 steps didn't falter, but there was a shift so small, so brief, that most people wouldn't have caught it. But he did. She exhaled through her nose, eyes fixed ahead. No. That same finality again. He could have left it there, could have let the conversation die, but something about the way she said it, flat, restrained, itched at him. Why not? 𝘊𝑃𝑆 didn't answer right away. When she did, her voice was quieter. When you grow up the way I did, you don't get to keep people, she said. His gaze stayed on her. How did you grow up? She huffed a quiet laugh, but there wasn't much humor in it. I was raised to be useful, not to have a life. Bakugo's frown deepened. You keep saying things like this. Is that why you came outside that night? When you slept on the bleachers? For the first time, her steps faltered. It was brief, just a fraction of hesitation before she kept walking, but he caught it. Her gaze flickered to him, guarded. In a way, yes. The soft brows on her face pressed together as she stared at him. Bakugo didn't respond right away. His mind was working through it all, her past, her training, the way she spoke about it like it was all she knew. Like she never had a choice. She'd trained her whole life. That much was pretty obvious. Every move she made, every instinct, was built on years of experience. And yet, she turned down the principal's recommendation the first year. She'd said it was because she wasn't ready, because she wanted to keep learning. But now she was saying she wasn't allowed to keep people, that she was raised to be useful, not to have a life. It didn't add up. You said you turned 𝘵𝑗 down because you wanted to keep learning. His voice was even, but there was an edge to it. 𝘊𝑃𝑆 nodded. I did. But you also just said you weren't allowed to keep people. He frowned. So what is it? You weren't ready, or you weren't allowed? She didn't answer right away. Her posture didn't change, but something about the way she carried herself felt calculated, like she was weighing her words. Finally, she exhaled. Both. Bakugo's frown deepened. That wasn't a real answer. She was deflecting. You always talk like your training was everything, he said, pushing further. Like it was all you had. If that's true, then why? He cut himself off, not because he didn't want to ask, but because he wasn't sure what he was even trying to ask. 𝘐𝑒 glanced at him, and something in her gaze loosened. Like she understood what he was trying to piece together. Bakugo's face scrunched as he tried to organize his thoughts. You just make no sense. 𝘐𝑒 shook her head, allowing a soft smile to grace her lips. She glanced back at Bakugo, her eyes briefly scanning his face. You know, Bakugo, it seems like training is your only hobby too. He shot her a sidelong glance. How else would I become the strongest? She hummed thoughtfully. From what I know, you train late at night and also at dawn. She met his eyes and frowned slightly. You're overworking yourself. You'll end up causing more harm than good. He stopped walking, staring after her with a tight jaw. It wasn't just her words, it was the way she said them, as if she understood the toll of that kind of self-destruction. And he hated that she wasn't wrong. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Don't act like you're any better, 𝘨𝘏. I've seen you. 𝘐𝑒 barely reacted, glancing at him with mild amusement. Oh, you're always thinking, he muttered. Bet you don't even know how to turn it off. She didn't deny it. Why would I? His frown deepened. What kind of answer is that? 𝘐𝑒's expression remained unchanged. A simple one. No. It's a dumb one. She shrugged. Thinking keeps me ahead. Being ahead keeps me alive. His eyes narrowed at her. That mindset again. Whatever. Keep your vague answers to yourself, pale girl. Ouch, Bakugo. He rolled his eyes, fixing his gaze ahead. 𝘐𝑒 watched him closely before doing the same. Together, they walked in silence until they reached the dorm. Bakugo glanced at 𝘐𝑒, who was taking off her shoes. He looked away. I'm going to stop training at night, he murmured. 𝘐𝑒 paused, glancing up at him. Oh, good. She walked over to him. He eyed her. That's so if you decide to sleep outside again, don't expect anything from me. She hummed. I told you I didn't expect anything. You were the one who willingly gave me your hoodie. Bakugo exhaled sharply through his nose, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, well, you looked cold on those bleachers. She smiled. Right. That must be it. He shot her a glare. It was. Her lips twitched as she watched him glare at her. With a casual motion, she reached out, barely brushing the fabric of his sleeve with her fingers. You sure, Bakugo? She murmured, tilting her head. Because if I remember correctly, you didn't just leave it, you made sure I was covered. Bakugo's scowl deepened, but his fingers twitched at his sides. It was cold. You would have gotten sick. She hummed, her touch lingering just a moment longer before she let go. Bakugo's fingers twitched again, his scowl deepening. Don't make a big deal out of it. 𝘐𝑒 tilted her head slightly, her gaze sharp yet teasing. Who's making a big deal out of it? I'm just remembering. Yeah? Well, forget it. Her lips quirked. She had initially brushed it aside, but now, bringing it back up just to tease him? That was worth remembering. Bakugo exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Whatever. He turned away, clearly done with the conversation. 𝘐𝑒 only hummed, stepping toward the stairs. Just as she did, the sound of a door creaking open upstairs caught their attention. A tired Yon followed. Both of them glanced up to see Kaminari leaning against the railing, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. His hair was sticking up more than usual, and he looked half-conscious as he blinked down at them. Bakugo clicked his tongue, shoving his hands into his pockets. Mind your own business. 𝘐𝑒 merely smiled. Morning, Kaminari. Kaminari stretched, groaning. Ding, you two are up early. His gaze flickered between them, and something in his drowsy expression sharpened just slightly. Wait, did you two go somewhere together? 𝘊𝑃 tilted her head slightly, but before she could speak, Bakugo cut in. She begged me to train with her. 𝘊𝑃's brows lifted slightly, but she didn't correct him. Kaminari squinted at them, then smirked. Oh, so she wanted to train with you? Bakugo scoffed. What's with that look, dumbass? Kaminari shrugged, his grin widening. I dunno, man. Kinda funny, considering you were the one who lost to her over and over again. 𝘊𝑃 turned her head toward Bakugo, not bothering to hide her smile. He scowled. Yeah, and? Kaminari snickered. Nothing. Just pointing it out. 𝘊𝑃 watched Bakugo's jaw tick. She chuckled under her breath before heading up the stairs, brushing past Kaminari as she did. See you in class, Bakugo. You too, Kaminari. Bakugo stood there for a moment with his arms crossed. His eyes followed 𝘊𝑃 as she left. Kaminari leaned against the railing. When did you two start talking normally? Bakugo shot him an unimpressed look. What does that mean? Kaminari raised an eyebrow. I mean, I thought you hated each other. What happened to all the yelling and threats?